Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Nightly Scroll. I'm Haley Carania, and I love jumping into the chat just before the show goes live. I love just saying, hey guys, and checking in. And thank you to everyone that's already watching live. I love to see it. Big show for you tonight. The internet is already joking about that leaked chat between top officials in the Trump administration over their plans to strike Houthi rebels in Yemen last week. Democrat Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett hasn't had the nicest things to say about her Republican counterparts, and Attorney General Pam Bondi is putting her on notice. Plus, President Trump is not a fan of his portrait in Colorado State Capitol, but I would argue it's not the worst depiction of a Trump family member. I will bring the proof, okay? All that and so much more on Nightly Scroll. All right, here's a quick rundown of what happened with this whole Signal group chat debacle. I'm only going to give you a quick rundown so that we can just go into the memes and the jokes, because we can just skip to the good part, right? But here's what happened. So there's a group chat on Signal that had accounts for Vice President J.D. Vance, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, CIA Director John Ratcliffe, among others. The National Security Council advisors were in there. Mike Waltz was in there. DNI Tulsi Gabbard, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, Chief of Staff Susie Wiles, among others. Unfortunately, Atlantic editor-in-chief Jeffrey Goldberg was also added to the group chat. That's a big no-no. That's a mistake, okay? So apparently, National Security Advisor Mike Waltz had tasked someone in his staff, Deputy Alex Wong, to set up this group chat. I don't know who he was trying to add when he added Jeffrey Goldberg, but he did. So unfortunately, there was a rat in the group chat, a member of the mainstream media. The Atlantic is not a friendly medium. They're not a friendly outlet to Trump and Trump's administration. So this was not a good person to add by accident. Let's just skip to the good part here. So there's really nothing that went wrong per se. It could have gone way worse. It looked bad, but they were allowed to be on Signal. This was the Biden administration allowed government officials and members of the media to have Signal on their government-issued laptops, phones, etc. The only caveat is that you're not allowed to disseminate national security information, classified information, right? Classified. So apparently, whatever they were talking about in the chat was not classified. They were apparently, according to Goldberg, talking about information about the targets, weapons that the U.S. would be deploying, and the attack sequencing and timing of the attack. Part of the messages that he talked about in his piece were that, J.D. Vance, the vice president, and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth were kind of in lockstep, and they wanted to talk to the president about maybe moving the attack, maybe moving it a week or so, or, changing things around. So again, nothing nefarious, but it just stinks that someone in the media was there to watch this go down. It just didn't look very good for us. So basically, there was really no wrongdoing. It just didn't look good. And Caroline Levitt, she posted this on X to kind of like settle the score. And she said, Jeffrey Goldberg is well known for his sensationalist spin. Here are some facts about his latest story. No, there were no war plans that were discussed. No classified material was sent to the thread. And the White House counsel's office has provided guidance on a number of different platforms for the president's top officials to communicate as safely and efficiently as possible. So not only that, but Mike Waltz has come out and said, I don't even know Jeffrey Goldberg. I've never talked to him before. This is common. I have people in my phone. I have Democrats in my phone. I have, this is just typical working in the media, working in, Mike Waltz was a congressman. You have members of the media in your phone and you don't necessarily talk to them or know them. This is completely standard. So was it a mistake? I think so. I think he added this person, on accident, and he didn't mean to do it, of course. And Trump has come out and said that this was a mistake, but National Security Advisor Mike Waltz has learned his lesson and he is not going to fire. There's going to be no "you're fired." There's no "you're fired." He is back to work today. All is well. But I did want to just go off on how, yes, it looks bad, but the strike in Yemen did go off without a hitch. The only thing is Goldberg did know about the strikes 2 hours before they did take place. So again, nothing bad happened. It could have been way worse. This is why, like Trump said, this is a lesson learned. We don't want to have this thing happen again. It was a mistake. We don't want to repeat history here. But this stuff does kind of happen. There were a lot of conspiracy theories, if you will, or just theories on X. I was seeing a lot of people in conservative media say, this was a setup. Maybe Mike Waltz wanted this person in the chat. I also saw, there are a lot of people in Trump's administration on Capitol Hill today. They were being grilled about this. People were questioning the timing of this. Was it a setup to make the Trump administration look bad? I really don't think it was a setup. I think it was a really dumb mistake. And I will tell a personal story here. I've kind of been caught up in not a similar situation because this wasn't like, bombings or like strikes in Yemen. Of course, this was way less serious. But when I was working at Fox as a booker, it's very customary to send the topics over to whoever you're going to have on the show so that, of course, they can be read up on what you're going to be talking about. You don't want to catch people off guard. Even if it's a friendly interview or a not friendly interview, you don't tell people exactly what you're going to ask, of course, but you want to say, like, we're going to ask about such and such so that people are prepared. Anyway, I had sent an email to someone who worked at the Republican National Committee at the time, sending over links to articles and stories that we were going to cover. This person then sent this email to who they thought was their staffer. However, it was not the staffer. It was someone who had the same name in their email address book. And it was someone in the media, a not so friendly person in the media. So then I'm involved in a big thing where it's like, this staffer is sending, they're in cahoots with the RNC and they're sending talking points and messaging. And it wasn't anything like that at all. It was just this big spin job. And it had nothing to do with that. I wasn't giving talking points. We weren't in cahoots. I was just letting this person know, hey, this is what we're talking about on the show today. So it just goes to show that you can have good intentions, but it is a good lesson learned. When you send an email, just know that it could be sent to just about anyone. So keep it, you got to keep everything right and tight. You can't, you got to cross every T and dot every I. You can't get in a mess like this ever again. But the good news is people on the internet have a great sense of humor. So I saw this meme. I posted this on my Instagram story earlier today, and I thought it was hilarious. It's this picture of National Security Advisor Mike Waltz, Pete Hegseth, the Defense Secretary, Vice President J.D. Vance, and they're all in this quad of photos with Elon Musk. And Elon Musk is looking at all of them saying, you guys have a group chat? Like Elon Musk being jealous that he's not in this group chat where they're discussing national security. But of course, he wouldn't have been in that group chat, but I just find it very funny. And then Shane Cashman tweeted this, which I thought was also hilarious. He tweeted, Pam Bondi, Attorney General Pam Bondi, she just texted me the Epstein files. If you guys have that tweet, we can show that. But I just thought that was funny. She accidentally texted me the Epstein files. That would be great because we do want to see those. So if anyone's watching, we do want those released. And apparently they are being released. I've heard that over the weekend, the FBI agents are working on this. So hopefully in the next coming days or weeks, we are going to see the Epstein files. That would be great. But I did find this very funny. Give the people what they want, okay? Speaking of fake news, CNN put out this headline, and FBI Director Kash Patel has now had to come out and debunk it. So CNN wrote this: Patel plans major cutback to ATF by moving as many as 1,000 agents over to the FBI. Apparently, that is not true. So Director Kash Patel said this. He sent a memo calling CNN report of ATF cuts entirely false. This is what he said. This weekend, CNN reported news of a plan on the part of our leadership to cut as many as 1/3 of our ATF agents and reallocate 1,000 agents over to the FBI. The report even suggested our leadership team altered course after reading a news report and ultimately backed off of certain aspects of changes. This report is entirely false. The fake news will never be responsible for operational command authority over the ATF. We are the brave men and women of the ATF who courageously dedicate themselves to protecting the American public will not have their security jeopardized by the media's disinformation campaigns. When we make decisions, they will be final, regardless of the input of CNN or any other news organization. So we love to see our FBI director setting the record straight here, setting fake news CNN straight here. That was not the case. Now, Texas Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett, she is from Texas. She is a Democrat, and she has really stepped in it lately. And I have a lot of videos of her to show. So first, I just want to say Jasmine Crockett has come out and saying that she has not incited violence against Elon Musk, but here she is calling for his takedown. Watch.
So I'll make sure that I keep it short, but I am truly here for very selfish reasons. Starting with on March 29th, it's my birthday. And all I want to see happen on my birthday is for Elon to be taken down. Yes.
Okay, so that's the video. You heard it. She wants Elon Musk to be taken down on her birthday. It's all she wants for her birthday. Okay? One could also argue that this isn't very nice language either. Here is Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett talking about how you should punch your opponents and knock them over the head. She's actually referring to Texas Senator Ted Cruz here. Listen to this.
I think that you punch. I think you punch. I think you're okay with you okay with punching. You know, I think and I love Colin, and I think towards the end he started to punch a little harder. But like, it's Ted Cruz. I mean, like, this dude has to be knocked over the head, like, hard, right? Like, there is no niceties with him, like, at all. Like, you go clean off on him, right?
Someone in the chat just said, Jasmine Crockett is my pick for Democrat president. Why is that? Because you just keep letting her talk and she keeps stepping in it. And anyone that we put up against her on the right is going to make her look bad. She doesn't really need any help doing that. She also made fun of Texas Governor Greg Abbott over the weekend, making a joke about him being in a wheelchair. This is really disgusting. Listen to this.
And because we in these hot ass Texas streets, honey. Y'all know we got Governor Hot Wheels down there. Come on now. And the only thing hot about him is that he is a hot ass mess, honey. So yes.
I can't believe that people in Texas voted this woman into Congress. She is not a class act at all. She started off by saying, you know, we should punch down on Ted Cruz and knock him over the head hard. Then she's calling Governor Greg Abbott, who was rendered paralyzed after a tree fell on him when he was 26. This is no laughing matter. It's not funny to call someone Hot Wheels because they're in a wheelchair. It's certainly not funny when you're a sitting congresswoman. But, you know, these incitements to violence or these rude remarks, you know, this all comes as Elon Musk is facing a lot of attacks. We see all these, fire bombs on Tesla stations and what have you. And Elon Musk, he just said that the DOGE team, the Department of Government Efficiency team, they are receiving daily death threats. This was reported in the Epoch Times. That's horrible. So it's not just Elon Musk getting the attacks, it's people who work for him, people who are working to save the American taxpayer money so that we're not spending millions of dollars on transgender mice and whatever else they have cooking up. I don't know what the government does with our money, but I don't like it. So Elon Musk, his team are being threatened. Tesla dealerships are being threatened. So I'm not saying that Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett's words incited this violence, but it's certainly telling her constituents, I don't mind that we take down Elon Musk. I actually want it for my birthday. So here's Attorney General Pam Bondi putting her on notice.
Now you have this Congresswoman Crockett who is calling for attacks on Elon Musk on her birthday. Let's take him out on my birthday, she says. Yet she turns and says, oh, I'm not calling for violence. Well, she is an elected public official. And so she needs to tread very carefully because nothing will happen to Elon Musk. And we're going to fight to protect all of the Tesla owners throughout this country, and it's this basic safety. Once again, domestic terrorism is going to come to a stop in our country.
You know, these words are comforting, and I'm glad to know that the Attorney General is working to put these domestic terrorists in prison where they belong. But this is not stopping. It actually shocks me how many stories, we've been covering this for weeks now, how many Tesla dealerships are being firebombed. People are setting themselves on fire at Tesla charging stations. They're spray painting Nazi cars on Teslas. This keeps happening. It's not stopping. Just yesterday morning at 8 a.m., a bomb squad was sent to a Tesla dealership in Austin, Texas, because incendiary devices were found there. Now, thankfully, the bomb squad was able to go and nothing happened. They were able to remove the devices safely. But this doesn't seem to be letting up. It's really concerning that people on the left, like Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett, are saying, for my birthday on the 21st, I want this. Like, this seems like it's encouraged behavior. So thankfully, we have Deputy FBI Director Dan Bongino who tweeted this. He said, today is March 25th. And if you're considering an act of domestic terrorism, then no, we will hunt you down and find you. He was responding to FBI Director Kash Patel there on X, saying the FBI has been investigating the increase in violent activity towards Tesla over the last few days. We've taken additional steps to crack down and coordinate the response. They believe that this is domestic terrorism, and they're going to treat it as such. So we love to see that. But it does make you wonder what the Democrat Party stands for. Do they stand for this violence? Are all Democrats on board with this? It just seems like we've talked about how the Democrats are floundering. They don't have a brand. I don't think that most Democrats would want their brand to be associated with people like Jasmine Crockett. The bleach blonde, bad built, butch body, all these things that she calls other people. I don't think that that's what normal Democrats, if that's a thing, middle of the road Democrats, I don't think that that's what they want. And here's an example. There are actually a few Democrats, this is NPR, Democrats in Trump won districts, they are now calling on the party to rebrand. And part of this charge is New York Congressman Tom Suozzi, who actually used to be the mayor in the town over from me. I grew up with his daughter, but he's a Democrat, and he said this. When you ask people, what do the Republicans stand for? They say, well, make America great again. They want to cut the size of government. They want to give tax cuts. And what do the Democrats stand for? I think people are kind of scratching their heads. They believe in choice and LGBT rights, which I believe in, those things too. But I don't know if you can build a whole party around that. Then he went on to say, we have been too intimidated by political correctness to speak out and say, I don't think that transgender women should be playing in competitive women's sports. We have to say that. 95% of Democrats don't believe in any of the far left agenda that we've been painted with. It's interesting to see someone in this party draw a line in the sand and say, listen, we can't all be these radicals like Jasmine Crockett. We have to come together. The majority of Americans, he said Democrats, but the majority of Americans don't want transgender athletes in women's sports, taking their scholarships, taking their opportunities, winning medals, being in the locker rooms or in their bathrooms and changing in front of them. Anyone who's normal does not think that. So it does beg the question, where does the Democrat Party stand? Are they going to stand with people like Jasmine Crockett, or are they going to meet normal people in the middle? I'm not even going to say conservatives, just general people who don't believe in lunacy. Are they going to meet us in the middle and start working with us on certain things? We can hope. But it is quite concerning that he said that, the Democrat Party, they have this affinity to just accept these LGBTQ issues. They champion them kind of blindly. But you have to draw that line in the sand where it gets to a point where it's too much. I have a story here. The Daily Wire, they reported on this, and this is one of the most shocking stories I've read in a long time. It says LGBT activist teacher and trans husband house minor teen girl in Colorado against mom's wishes. This happened in Durango, Colorado. If Durango, Colorado sounds familiar to you, it might be because I interviewed a woman from Durango, Colorado last week. I believe it was last Wednesday. She wore a Make America Healthy Again hat to the gym and was assaulted. A man was screaming at her 4 inches from her face, telling her that she's a racist, a horrible person, and then tried to, swipe the hat off of her head multiple times. Now, this is in the same town, Durango, Colorado. So Lord knows what's happening in this town, but it's not going in the right direction. Because this is an LGBT activist teacher, former teacher, and her trans-identifying husband. So this is for her husband. Sorry, excuse me while I figure this out in my brain because it doesn't make sense to normal people. Her husband is now identifying as a woman, but it's a man. So I'm just going to say her and her husband, but just know that the husband is trans. And not only that, the trans husband ran for Colorado State Senate as a Democrat last year. So to my point about where the Democrats are going and where they're moving, it seems like despite some of the more moderate Democrats, they are moving in this radical direction and they're just going to go full steam ahead. But the teacher and her husband, who's trans, they basically took a 17-year-old child from the school, one of the students, and have been housing her. This is a 17-year-old girl who goes to the school. She has issues with anxiety and depression, and she has been now identifying as a boy thanks to the school. This is all going on under the mother's nose. The mother doesn't know that she's using different pronouns at school because there's a rule at this very liberal woke school that says you don't have to tell the parents what's going on. So the teachers are in charge, and these teachers are LGBTQ activists that are putting this child in these LGBT activist groups. And not only that, but they have essentially what I would consider a kidnapping. However, the cops don't see it that way. So she's a minor. This is a 17-year-old, but because she can drive to this teacher's house and she's run away from home multiple times, the cops are saying they really can't do much because she can drive there on her own. The cops have done wellness checks on her. The mother has gone over to the teacher's house, tried to get her child back. But when the cops go over, they ask this 17-year-old girl, are you okay? Do you want to be here? And she says yes. So the cops they're allowing this to happen. It's one of the most disturbing stories I've read in a very, very long time. I don't know how schools can get away with allowing children to change their gender without their parents' knowledge. And then not only that, house them, essentially kidnap them. This is a minor. This is a minor girl who has issues, by the way. The mother has now come out and said she has been diagnosed with autism, ADHD, and eating disorder, depression, and anxiety. This is all according to the medical records provided by her mother. So this is a very troubled child that has now been groomed by teachers and LGBTQ activists in the community, and she's being housed by them. I pray that this girl, this 17-year-old girl, can wake up and find help. I pray that the police, they have a reason to bring her back home. I'm so sick over this story. People are saying this girl needs psychiatric help. This is why fathers are important. Yes, the fatherless crisis is huge. It sounds like sexual intimidation. It's grooming. There's no reason for grown adults, especially they have their own LGBTQ issues. The husband is trans identifying. They are grooming this 17-year-old girl. There is no reason for an adult to talk to a young person about sex or sexuality. This is a minor. It makes me sick. I do want to, before we get into the scrolling aspect of the show, I do have one more story for you. And it's a good story. It's a happy story. So I didn't want to end on such a bad note. But, that's all that bad stuff is happening in Democrat areas, in Durango, Colorado. And we've seen all this negative stuff with the Tesla charging stations and Democrats being absolutely disgusting and rude. I do want to add, by the way, I forgot to add this. Jasmine Crockett, there is a motion to censure her. Congressman Randy Weber, he's a Republican in Texas. He has moved to censure her. Censuring, it doesn't really do much, but it's essentially a public way of saying we disapprove of this behavior. And this is all in reaction to her calling Governor Greg Abbott Hot Wheels and a hot mess. So just an update there. I forgot to tell you all, and I didn't want to move on without telling you. So here's the good news. This is a Breitbart exclusive. There is a pro-life diaper company called EveryLife. And guess what they're doing? So for this month, from March 11th to April 11th, you can sign up if you are a married couple wanting children. You might be struggling to conceive. And this pro-life diaper company is setting up a prayer group for these expecting mothers and fathers or families who want to have babies and they can't and they're struggling. 4,000 couples struggling to conceive have signed up for this prayer movement. And you can have people in the pro-life community pray for you. There are Allie Beth Stuckey and her husband. She's a podcast host. I'm sure a lot of you know her. She is on the list. Sadie Robertson of the Duck Dynasty, if you will. She's on the list with her husband. So there are well-known people in conservative media and in the pro-life movement who are offering their prayers for these families. So I just think that is wonderful news. And I wanted to share that with you before we get scrolling. It is scrolling time. All right, the first thing I saw while scrolling today, so Trump has this portrait that was commissioned for the Colorado state capitol. And he doesn't like it so much. So this is what he put on Truth Social. Nobody likes a bad picture or a painting of themselves, but the one in Colorado in the state capitol put up by the governor, along with other presidents, was purposely distorted to a level that even I, perhaps, have never seen before. The artist also did President Obama, and he looks wonderful. But the one on me is truly the worst. He continued, she must have lost her talent as she got older. He is now blaming radical left governor Jared Polis for this horrible portrait. He's also calling for him to take it down. So what does the portrait look like? Let's put it up so you all can see it. I can't put my finger on what's wrong with it. I can tell that it's Trump, but it's not a very good portrait of him. And if you're watching this live in the chat, I want you to point out what you think is wrong with it. I think it's the shape of his head. Maybe it's the hair. I think it's the shape of his head. I can't put a finger on it. I don't know if you guys know. There's the guys in there are saying that he looks like a thumb. Justin said he looks like a thumb. What do you guys think? But yeah, I think there's like something wrong with the shape of his head. Someone said, the chat is going very fast. It's his cheeks. He looks like he has moon face. Definitely the hair. Mouth looks strange. Fat head. He looks like Alec Baldwin. He looks like Shane Gillis, someone said. Someone said he looks like Lindsey Graham. Yeah, it's definitely the shape of the head. There's beaver cheeks, someone saying Lindsey Graham. And if Lindsey Graham and Trump had a baby, I don't want to even think about that. It's the cheekbones. Bloated face. Yeah. So whatever it is, they didn't do a very good job on the portrait. I can tell that it's him, but it's bad. And some of you in the chat who are saying Shane Gillis, Antonio Brown, wide receiver for the Steelers, the Patriots, among others, the Buccaneers, he also thinks it looks like Shane Gillis, and he posted this on X. It's a portrait of Shane Gillis dressed as Trump. And honestly, this might be what the artist was going off of. I think it does look like Shane Gillis because he kind of looks like a thumb. Shane, don't come for me, but I think that's who it is. I think that it's pretty uncanny. But this got me thinking because, you know, we've talked about this. I was asking Justin and Michael the other day because we pulled up Cristiano Ronaldo's really horrible bust. Like they did a really, like, this is jacked up, man. This is not good. Cristiano Ronaldo is a very handsome man, the soccer player. And this bust does not look like him at all. And I was asking, I said, why did I even bring this up the other day? I don't remember. It was because Gavin Newsom commissioned his own bust. And I was saying it doesn't really look like him, but this one's worse. Yeah, I mean, they made his head like so small, like his features are even smaller. They just did a horrible job. Like really, really bad. But I will say, someone has got it worse than Trump and Cristiano Ronaldo. Melania Trump was done so dirty by an artist in her home country of Slovenia back in 2019. This is worse than Trump's portrait in the Colorado State Capitol. If we could pull up this photo of, yeah. I don't see it, guys. I don't see the resemblance. Melania Trump, our beautiful First Lady of the United States, that's supposed to be her. I know that people have, you know, artistic liberties and whatnot, but this is truly, this does not do her justice. She is beautiful. And I know that this was carved out of wood, but still, you can't do our FLOTUS dirty like that. This is really bad. This is worse than Trump's portrait. So I think he can maybe get over the portrait. Poor Melania has to deal with this coming home to her home country. And this was in 2019. I feel like people forgot about it. I don't know. And that face, I mean, it doesn't even look like her. Like the face isn't even 3D. It's like 2D. This is, come on. We can't call this art. I'm so sorry. Someone said in the chat, it looks like a painted turd, a voodoo pin doll, a member of the squad. Looks like Elizabeth Warren, a kindergartner sculpted that. I can draw a stick man likeness of Trump. Mother Teresa, a child's work. Sloth from the Goonies, I agree. Yeah, it just looks like a troll. It's horrible. Anyway, I do have a funny video for all of you. Well, actually, before we get to that, do you remember 5 years ago? I covered this, that 5 years ago, it was COVID-19. The world shut down. And this was 2 weeks ago. So 2 weeks into the shutdown, Hollyweird decided that to fix everything, they would all sing Imagine together. So let's reminisce.
Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try.
No hell below us.
Above us only sky.
Who is that?
Imagine all the people living for.
Did they not come together and decide on a key to sing in? You would think that people in this community would be able to do that.
It isn't hard to do.
All right, well, we've seen enough of this.
Nothing
I won't
they
subject
care
you to any more of this. But I just want everyone to know that 5 years ago, they really did try to fix COVID, to cure COVID, and it was by singing horribly like that. My ears, make it stop, someone said. Sorry that I subjected you to that. Losers. What kind of song is that? Yikes. Make it stop. All right, I made it stop. But I just do think it's funny, the virtue signaling of 5 years ago. And it still continues to this day. You see people wearing masks at airports and in their cars by themselves. And they're still doing it because they're better people than you and I. Or so they say, or so they think. All right, now we're getting into the fun stuff. So I saw this video on Twitter, or no, it wasn't on Twitter. It was on TikTok. And this guy, he says, I've been covering this, how there's a lot of ICE raids going on. Border Czar Tom Homan is doing his job, and this TikToker is worried. Watch.
I'm not gonna lie, these ICE raids got me nervous because I'm an illegal immigrant by way of Bora Bora, Maldives, and Turks and Caicos.
Where would you want to go get a free flight if you were an illegal immigrant and you needed to go get sent somewhere else, not a, El Salvadorian prison or wherever they're going? Where would you want to go? Would you be an illegal immigrant? Maybe I'd be from Greece or, like Greece or somewhere else. I don't know. Fiji. I just think it was funny. So here are some of the comments. OMG, I'm from Bora Bora too, specifically the little huts over the water, like the very, very, very fancy ones. Oh my gosh, I don't want to go back. Someone also said, oh no, I'm from Scotland where the mini Highland cows are. I hope they don't send me back to the family castle. I don't like tiaras. Ugh. Someone says, Barbados, please, and I need a place to stay for free. Obviously, a nod to certain sanctuary cities that are putting up illegal immigrants faux free. And by free, I mean not free because the taxpayers are footing the bill. But they're being put up in fancy hotels like the Roosevelt Hotel in New York City. Must be nice. Someone else said, I think I was born in Belize or Aruba. Someone said, I'm from Turks and Caicos. Oh no, please don't take me. Someone else said, I was born at the Ladera Resort in St. Lucia. I don't know what I'm going to do. So anyway, where would you all want to be deported to? Someone said, you can pull off Greece. Yeah. Monaco, maybe. Someone said, Turks for the beach. I would self-deport to Aruba. Yeah. Where would you self-deport? I'm from Ireland, a castle. Canada, and then wait to be repatriated. That's funny. St. Lucia. Dublin, Ireland. I love Irish women. Antigua or St. Lucia. I would love to go to St. Lucia. I've never been. All right, there's a new prank going around on social media, and here's the one that I saw. It's being called getting George Bushed. What does that mean? It's a prank. You're getting George Bushed. Watch this.
Hold up, George is calling me, baby.
Huh?
George is calling me. George.
George who?
Bush.
Stop.
She's trying to get him back. I not fondly remember, but I vividly remember when I was in kindergarten, I think. It was maybe my birthday, like 5th or 6th birthday. I had a barbecue at my house, and my family thought it would be very funny to tell me that President George Bush was on the phone and wanted to speak with me, and he was going to call me. And like the entire night, I was so nervous because I didn't know what I was going to say to George Bush on the phone. Like, what do you say to the president on the phone? He wasn't on the other end. It was like my uncle or something. They were all pranking me, but that's my version of a George Bush prank. I don't think we should be encouraging people to push people into bushes, but anyway. This next video is so heartwarming. It is a World War II veteran who is, get this, 103 years old. And what does he want for his 104th birthday? Well, he wants President Trump to come to his party. Watch this.
President Trump, my name is Denver Moore, and I'm going to be 104 in May, and I'm inviting you to my birthday party, the 17th, here in Canal Fulton, and I'm living in a rest home called Danbury, and I got to vote for you again, and I hope I can vote for you some more.
Awesome. He's a World War II veteran, Army Air Corps. You should come and visit him. He wants you here for his birthday.
Army Air Corps veteran, World War II veteran. He's going to be 104 years old in just 2 months. I really hope he makes it to 104, and I really hope that Trump, at least if he can't show up, I hope that maybe someone else from the administration can show up, or maybe he'll send a letter or something. But how sweet is that? I love to see our veterans, and it's so amazing to see people who they've lived to over 100. It's just amazing. Someone said, "I'm not crying, you're crying," in the chat. Oh my God, I love that. Happy birthday. God bless. Happy birthday, sir. And I want to say to him, obviously, thank you for your service. And wow, I hope he has a happy birthday as well. So I've got one more video for you. This is a new trend on TikTok where, I haven't been to a hibachi restaurant in a minute. I think the last time I went was in high school. It was all the rage in the 2010s. Every birthday dinner was at a hibachi restaurant. And now videos are making the rounds on social media of people bringing their babies and toddlers to hibachi and watching their reactions. I don't know what it is about birthday dinners at hibachi restaurants. There's something to be said for, I guess, watching a volcano made of onions blow up in front of your face. I don't know what the draw is. I don't love hibachi restaurants, but these babies are also, they're quite skeptical of all the fire. So let's watch this. They're not so happy to see all the fire. He's shaking. Aww. Here's another one. Oh! You see her eyes? Look at them. Baby's first hibachi, it says. They're like, what is going on? They're skeptical.
Wow.
Someone's saying that's torture. I don't think it's torture. I'm scared of the kids that aren't scared, totally. Oh, it's not child abuse. It's okay. It's okay. It means that their reaction time is very healthy. They're afraid of fire. That's normal. So it's good. It's not emotional damage. It's okay. They're not going to need therapy. Come on, people in the chat. It's okay. We can enjoy it. It's just funny. I think it's more so it's less the fire. I think they probably feel the heat. and they're like, what is that? But it's fine. Someone said pyro training. Maybe they'll all grow up to be pyromaniacs. I don't know. Someone said this one's a future pyro looking like he's deciding. Yeah. My kids love the yum yum sauce. See, it's not all bad. Future Tesla terrorists, someone said. This is like their first introduction to pyrotechnics, maybe. Hopefully they use them for good and not for evil, like the domestic terrorists. Anyway, that is all I have for you today. Thank you to everyone in the chat. I love all of the interaction. I love when you make me laugh too. The Rumble lineup is crushing it. So make sure that you're watching. Starts at 9 a.m. with Avita Duffy, Alfonso, of course, right here on the Bongino Report channel. But we have content for you all day long. Vince has on President Trump tomorrow, so make sure that you're tuned in for that. It's going to be a good one. And make sure that you come back for me at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. Make sure that you follow me on social media at Haley Karania on all platforms. Make sure that you're following the Bongino Report channel on Rumble. And of course, subscribe, like, send a comment or whatever on your favorite podcast platforms, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, wherever you get your podcasts. Thank you so much for supporting this show, and I'll see you right back here tomorrow.
Thank you for asking. First of all, I just want to always say, as I talk about this issue, that I am like so over the moon that I get to do it, because honestly, I probably said this to you when we met, but one thing I keep thinking is that to get the call from Dan Bongino that he wants me to like step up and take over his podcast and then taking over his radio show, it's a lot like Willy Wonka, like contacting Charlie and saying, hey, Charlie, do you want to take over the chocolate factory? And the answer to that is quite obviously, yes, I want to take over the chocolate factory. Whatever I need to do, Mr. Wonka, I'm fine. I'll give you back the everlasting gobstopper. I don't want to steal it. Yeah. So I've felt amazing about this. And, it's been interesting. I've come from a radio background. I've been at the Daily Caller for 15 years as an editor there, but in the last 8 years, I've been in a major market radio station in Washington, D.C. I'm accustomed to hosting very early, odd hours. I hosted a 4-hour morning show in D.C. Wow. It was from 5 to 9 a.m. every morning for 4 years in the whole Trump administration. And then I moved to afternoons and it was 3 hours, 3 to 6 p.m. each afternoon. And now picking up the national radio show, just in terms of the craft of doing radio, it's what I'm used to. In a lot of ways, I kind of feel like I could do it in my sleep. It's just, I'm always gathering stories. I always like talking about what's happening in the news. I love interviewing people. I love taking phone calls. I love what radio sounds like, how to present a story on radio. I love all that. So radio, I'm very accustomed to. Podcasting, bit of a different creature for me. I've done a lot of video work with the Daily Caller through the years, but consistently delivering a 1-hour podcast every single day, that's been the intimidating factor for me. Oh man, I've got a big job ahead of me. And thankfully, it's been great. Ahead. I mean, I just want to say, like, thank you to the whole team that's a part of Silverlock for making this about the most seamless possible transition it could be for me, because it's made this job and this new adjustment so much easier.
Well, we're really glad to have you, Vince. And well, I have to say that I have no experience in broadcasting, really. I've done, before Dan hired me, some little Fox hits that were 3 minutes long. It's a completely different format, obviously. You're not on camera very long. You have to get your points out super fast. Suddenly I have a podcast and I'm able to kind of go on forever, but there's really an art to being on the radio and sort of timing yourself in the way that you do there. You have to be really self-disciplined and be watching the clock, but also thinking and being articulate. And you're somebody that obviously has a background in that. You're really good at it. It's something that I've been watching as you've joined the team, and I'm really impressed by. So definitely a role model for all of us younger podcasters here at Silverlock, Vince. And I'm really happy to have you aboard. Really, I think that you are. I was telling Dan and Paula before they brought you on, like everybody that I've heard who knows of you and is friends with you have said really great things about you. So it's just going to be wonderful. And you've had some amazing guests, right? You had JD Vance, yeah. and you've talked to Tucker Carlson on day one. So even cooler guests potentially in the future. It's going to be really amazing. What is kind of the vision for this podcast? Just so my viewers, maybe who haven't tuned into your show yet, haven't gotten a chance to know what it's all about.
Well, I'm feeling it out. And let me I want to raise an issue about the format of the show, because obviously it's Dan very consistently would deliver a news of the day podcast where he would break down things, he would analyze them, and then help people think about all of these issues and give them the weapons to go out there and confront all of these stories in the real world. And I definitely want to do that as much as possible. But the idea to bring interviews into this platform, into this same space that Dan built this audience for, was very intentional. And I want people to really understand this. This is explicitly what Dan and Paula envisioned for this show, Vince. They really do want me to wear out my contacts, to bring in these guests, to interview them. So if there's any part of you, and by the way, I totally respect it, who's thinking, is this what Dan would have wanted? This is explicitly what Dan wanted, actually. He really did. And and Dan's, of course, not involved at all in any of this because he's got a very busy job as the deputy director of the FBI, a very important job. But it's Paula. Paula really is the driving force here. She's a wonderful woman with an amazing operation. And she asked me as I came in, hey, would you do this? Would you do this? So interviews are essential to that. So figuring out the battle rhythm for how we present the news of the day, how we give you those weapons to confront what's going on in the world, where we bring in guests, for how long they're on the show, whether we do a full hour with them or say 20 minutes. Those are all the things that we're working out especially as these first few weeks go. We pay very close attention to the audience response here. We really want people to enjoy this. Because fundamentally, if there's any lesson I've learned in digital media over the last 15 years, that you could have the best story in the world, you could have the best podcast in the world, but if nobody is reading it or watching it, what's the point? It's not being heard or consumed. So you've wasted a tremendous amount of time on something that doesn't have an audience. I have no intention of doing that. I want to create something that people really like. And so that's the thought process here is, we're feeling this out with the audience. And I love the chat. I love being able to see all of this live, people responding to all of it. I love all of the incoming comments that I receive. It's very gratifying to see that people even care about a product that I'm involved with, that we're creating, and care enough to either support it or criticize it or give you constructive criticism. I'm for all of it. I love it all. And so it's been a blast. I like it.
I do too, Vince. It's kind of awesome to it's a blessing and a curse, and I'll say it's probably more of a blessing that as I'm looking at my chat, as I'm talking in my podcast, I'll see a bunch of messages about the same topic, and they're upset about something, or they misinterpreted something I said, and I can in real time live correct the record and explain myself more, or clarify something, or double down on a point that everybody disagrees with, and it actually is a really amazing tool to have. And the media landscape has changed a ton. Clearly, and you're not that old, Vince. You're not, you're not a grandpa or anything like that. You're a young guy, but you're a little older than I am. And I have to imagine that media and politics in general has changed a lot from when you were coming of political age. Maybe you're in your early 20s. Could you maybe tell us just a little bit about how it's changed? What's the biggest differences from when you were a young man, you're just getting into journalism, just getting into media, versus what it's like today?
So my first experiences in media were as a high school senior. I started working for a local radio station in North Carolina. I say working. I was going in once a week to do like a high school chat show that they had at this great station in North Carolina called WTKF WJNC. And it served a mostly military community, a lot of civilians, but it's coastal North Carolina. They've got Camp Lejeune Marine Corps base there, Marine Corps Air Station, Cherry Point, all sorts of Marine Corps, New River, lots of military Marine bases there, especially. And so I would go in once a week and I would have these conversations about politics. And it wasn't until I was in college, we had cell phones, but we didn't have smartphones. They didn't exist at the time. And it wasn't until I was in college that the very first smartphones were coming out. There were sort of like Blackberries with touchscreens, but they weren't yet the iPhone at all.
Are you Gen X or are you a millennial?
I'm a millennial. I'm considered. I'm 39 years old. Here's a spoiler for you. I think I forget what they call it. Is like elderly millennial or something. But whatever it is. I'm technically a millennial, which I'm fine with. I don't really care about it. I think Gen X is cool because everyone's like, everyone who is Gen X loves telling you how Gen X they are.
They do. That's so true.
which sounds kind of like an insecurity, actually. Yeah, but we don't have to explore that right now. But we finally get the smartphone after I had done so many of the coming of age things. Like, I didn't have a smartphone with a camera in my life all the way through college. I just didn't. It wasn't until after I graduated that I really had an iPhone or anything like that. So that's the media environment I grew up in. I grew up loving talk radio as a result of that. I loved Rush Limbaugh. I loved listening to people like Glenn Beck. I saw how Glenn Beck started in conservative talk radio in Tampa, Florida before September 11th, 2001. After September 11th, he blew up into this huge national star because he was so able to sort of tap into the emotion and the love of country and the aftermath of 9/11. He was just an amazing, really talented presenter. And so I've always been fascinated by that craft. And eventually I find myself in Washington, D.C. working for the Daily Caller. It's a news website. It's kind of a swashbuckling, out of control news website that's written for conservatives, which is fun. And as a result, I've been there ever since. So I know most of the conservative media, most of who have come through our doors at the Daily Caller. That's how I know everybody, a lot of them. And I guess one of the things that's really changed is at that time, podcasting was kind of a failed experiment. Podcasting, as people understood it, the reason it's called podcasting was originally from the iPod. It's that the audio itself was consumed on an iPod, and people were creating these like sort of chintzy, free shows. It was almost like you'd almost compare it to like public access television, like a low quality version of something that you could get a much higher quality thing from, like a corporation from. So there wasn't a lot of pickup for it at the time. There were some successful podcasts for sure, but for the most part, it was just like a dime a dozen. People were trying it, and it kind of seemed like a failed experiment, like it wasn't going to go anywhere. But little did I know that it was a sleeper, that it really hadn't arrived in its big form like it is today. And so that was a big change in media for me, watching all that happen. The other is just social media itself. That's been the biggest thing. The emergence of Twitter and Facebook and Instagram and TikTok and the way that content is delivered, the fact that most people consume all of their information through the first place they land on, which is usually social media. They're not usually going deeper to the websites or deeper to something else. It revolutionized the way we consume and distribute information. So I've seen it change a lot. It's a long answer to your very short question.
Today's show is sponsored by Byrna. If you're looking for a powerful way to help protect yourself and your loved ones without the extreme consequences of lethal force, then let's talk about Byrna, a leader in less lethal self-defense. Byrna is easy to shoot with, no recoil, and offers a wide range of ammo options, including rock-hard kinetic and, where available, tear gas and pepper projectiles that can incapacitate an attacker for up to 30 to 40 minutes. And this gives you enough time to escape without the complexities of taking a life. Now, you guys know I went to college on the south side of Chicago, where it is deadly dangerous. And I personally have had friends who were mugged just walking to class on campus, pistol whipped on their way back to the dorms. Chicago gun laws are so strict that it isn't a place that's easy to carry a legal gun. And I actually told Michael at the time that I was considering getting a German Shepherd just to escort me to class, but this wasn't really feasible with the rules for my apartment. Had I known about Byrna at the time, I would have definitely used that. It would have been an excellent, ease of use, non-lethal legal option to protect myself while getting to and from class. The Byrna team sent me a free launcher, and I can tell you guys, this would have put my parents to ease. This revolutionary tool is legal in all 50 states, ships directly to your home, and requires no background checks. Proudly American, Byrna is assembled in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Choosing Byrna means supporting American jobs and benefiting from American innovation. With Byrna, trusted by over 500 government agencies, law enforcement departments, and private security teams, you're equipped with the same level of protection that professionals rely on. Stay prepared, stay protected, and maintain peace of mind with Byrna, where your defense doesn't have to result in fatal outcomes. Don't wait for an emergency to think about your safety. Visit Byrna.com.evita. That's BYRNA.com/Evita. EVITA to get 10% off my custom curated bundles created just for you. Must be 18. Visit Byrna.com/Evita for details. Yeah. Well, just as I look at old videos of myself as a little girl, I can observe how much it's changed. You know, I was born in 1999, and my dad was pretty. He was pretty tech savvy, and he had like a little handheld recorder that he would record us all the time. And he had one of these big, chunky Apple laptops from like the early 2000s, and that was like really high tech, and it was like so slow, like impossibly slow. And you can just see the way that media has changed. It's not just that media has changed, Vince. I think we've politically changed a lot too. I mean, I think about as a little girl, my parents were really excited about George Bush. My grandmother famously named her cat George because she loved George Bush so much. And suddenly we are in an era where my generation views 9/11 as not so much a terror attack. I mean, of course it was, but it wasn't something we experienced. And a greater impact on us is the effects of 9/11, right? The way that 9/11 has created an entire overbearing security apparatus that infringes on the rights of people my age on a day-to-day basis. And in some ways seen, and if you're going through the airport, in other ways unseen, right? As we learned that the NSA is collecting all of this data on us, and it's completely unconstitutional, and there's no stop to it. And then you see the rise of populism in the West at large, and specifically here in America. It just seems like, what is the political right, or what is a Republican? All of these terms mean completely different things than they did from when I was a little girl. And something I want to ask you about specifically, Vince, is what is America's role in the world? And I know that's a huge question to ask, and everybody's wrestling with it right now, but it's a question of, what does America first mean? It seems like a lot of people in our movement of the new right will say we want to put America first, and it's very straightforward. But some people will say America first means really dialing in and focusing on domestic issues. And other people will say that America first means that we have to help our allies, and we have to help America by helping our friends and having a strong place in the world. What do you see America first meaning? And again, I know that's a big question, but I want to ask you.
You were right to say, I think when you asked originally, what is America's role in the world? I think the answer to that question is to be an example of love for your own people, I think is the answer to that question. So I think if you listen to President Trump's speeches on this subject, whether he's going to, NATO summits or the United Nations, one of the common themes when he speaks to international bodies is, you need to be as obsessed with the well-being of your own people as I am with the American people. He always preaches nationalism, that at its core, you have to stop selling out the people who live in your country. You have to stop kicking open the borders. You have to stop letting them die in squalor. You have to be focused on what is actually good for them. And that impulse of being obsessed with the well-being of your own people is a good and natural impulse that you should cultivate. That's the message, I think. And President Trump always brings, every time I see him address an international body, he makes that point. J.D. Vance has been making the same point when he talks to these international bodies. And at its core is a way for them to project outward, this is what my view of the United States is. I want you, as the head of Ireland, to know what I'm thinking, which is, I'm obsessed with the well-being of American citizens. I don't think our borders should be wide open. I do think that we should think first and foremost about the people who are suffering within these borders. I want to bring the death and destruction to an end. I want to stop the fentanyl. I want to get us out of as many wars as humanly possible. The only wars that we should be engaged in are the ones that directly affect Americans. Those are, I think, very basic principles. I think this has happened to all of Western civilization, really, but it's become so overextended with sort of these like ridiculous missions that are outside the bounds of anything that has to do with the well-being of our own peoples, that rather than bring about some sort of global order and peace, we've cultivated a tremendous amount of internal disorder. We had Tucker on, of course, on Monday of last week. Tucker is one of the people who put in my head that it is a useful analogy to think about your country the way you might think about your family inside of your home. Like, so if there is chaos going on inside of your house, and your first priority is the well-being of some family that lives 7 neighborhoods over, your priorities are jacked up. you're not actually taking care of you in terms of JD Vance said something about this recently about sort of a basic Christian theological principle about your area of concern needs to start with the people who are closest to you to take care of their well-being and then begin emanating out from there. Last thing I'll say on this. There was a chart that was released recently. It was kind of a study of the way conservatives and liberals think about
heat map.
The heat
early
map.
edition viewers know about the heat map, but go ahead and explain it again so that you can remind them.
It's basically what's your area of sympathy? Where does your ultimate concern lie? And for conservatives, the concern was placed on the people who are closest to them. The most concern was placed on your child, on your parent, on your sibling, on your close relatives, and then the people you know, and then maybe your workplace and your church, and the stuff that you're most closely and intimately associated with. Democrats, the heat map was basically like organisms found on Mars. Like, it was the furthest possible thing from being associated with you directly. And I think that heat map kind of reveals everything, doesn't it? About the difference between our politics, the way the left and the right think.
Well, it 100% does. Well, and I want to say, Vince, that we're dealing with, because I love the way that you articulated, like, what example are we going to be for the rest of the world? And you said we're going to be an example of prioritizing the citizens that are here, of really strong leadership that actually cares for the people that it's their job to care for, not necessarily everyone across the world equally. If you're the president of the United States, you are in charge of the American people. Those are the affairs that matter to you. And by in charge, I mean, those are the issues that you care about, not necessarily that you rule over them in some sort of tyrannical, domineering sense. But I tweeted yesterday, over the weekend, something that got some people a little bit upset. And I love your take on this too, Vince. I said, America isn't an idea. That was all the tweet said. And it got a lot of I think, mixed reaction, right? Some people were like, yes, we're not an idea. And some people said, no, we are an idea. And the reason I say we're not an idea is because I truly view America as a place. This is a physical place. It's not an idea. It's not fictional. It's not in our imagination. America is a real place, a physical landmass made up of people who have a shared culture and an identity that is unique across the entire world. And I feel like this is another tension, another question that's really important when we're trying to put America first, or when we're asking whether we can replicate America in other countries, and should we be replicating it? When John Winthrop says that, we're a shining city upon a hill, does that mean that we are a shining city that has to, impose our style of government on everybody everywhere, including in apparently Iraq and Afghanistan? We're going to nation build in places that have completely different cultures than our own? Or is it, as you said, Vince, that we are going to focus on ourselves and making ourselves the best that we can be, a shining city? And if others want to organically replicate it, they're free and welcome to do so. But what are your thoughts on America being an idea versus being a place?
Well, it's definitely a place, and people definitely live here. So I'll start with the basics on the answer to that question. As far as just basically when people say it's an idea, oftentimes the people who are advancing this argument that it's just an idea, it's a melting pot, what they're suggesting through that presentation is that there should be no limiting principles whatsoever. That like anyone can come here. It's a free for all. It's basically a rest stop for the planet. It's like, there is nothing that makes America a specific people, and that's essentially the suggestion. I would say that no culture, it doesn't matter who you are, can withstand dramatic amounts of change rapidly. In fact, as a scientific principle, dramatic change that is rapidly introduced tends to lead to catastrophic consequences. I think constantly of the Old Testament story of the Tower of Babel, and this idea that all of a sudden everybody's all speaking different languages, and then nobody can collaborate on anything, and their whole entire project collapses all at once. And there are some messages here in the Old Testament that are probably worth dwelling on. Meanwhile, for years, I think that a basic conception of conservatism, the way people talk about it, is suggest that we want to be frozen in carbonite at any point in history. Like, we just got to be frozen right here, right now. Actually, if we're being honest about what conservatism is supposed to do, it's supposed to be pushing the brake on the speed that change occurs at. Because what you're trying to do is you're trying to govern society in such a way that we can accommodate changes as they come, but at a level that keeps society intact. So do we welcome legal immigrants to the country? Well, yeah, but it's reasonable to say, should we bring in 1 million every year? That's currently how many we bring in. Every year we bring in 1 million legal immigrants. It's not even illegal immigrants that we're talking about. That's a reasonable debate to have. What does that do to a culture? How quickly does it change things here? And importantly, are people assimilating into the United States? What does it mean to assimilate? Well, it means to adhere broadly to the culture that we all have basic agreements around. What language do we communicate in? What side of the street do we drive on? What tolerance for nonsense do we have as a country? What are our expectations when it comes to fair play? Can a business exist here without corruption being the overarching means by which somebody enters into the market? Because we have simple comparisons. You could look at cities that are border cities in Mexico with the United States. Literally the same families that live on both sides of the border. They're connected by blood. Yet in the American city, you don't have squalor. You don't have corruption. You don't have government officials taking payoffs for you to start a business. On the Mexican side, you have dramatically lower incomes. You have flourishing poverty. It's weird to say flourishing, but immense poverty. You have homelessness. You have crime. You have the very corruption I'm talking about. And the reason for that is the difference in what our respective countries will tolerate. And so, and the fact that fair play matters so much to exist in a peaceful society. So, yeah, I mean, I just think it's a kind of lazy surrender to say that America is merely an idea. It's not. America is a people that live here on a very clearly defined piece of land that President Trump would like to expand, by the way. And we should look out for those people that live here. It's just literally, that's what love is. Love is taking care of the people in your life.
Well, Vince, it's very common sense, and I wish that I could have you on my side on X, just articulating for me how I should respond to all these people who are upset at me saying America's not an idea. And it's a really existential question that I think we're going to have to increasingly confront as a right wing movement, but really as a country. And I have this is a story that you were talking, and it's relevant. I promise it's relevant. But I need to get your take on this too, Vince, because 23andMe, I don't know if you know, it's this company where you spit into a little tube and they'll tell you exactly what your genetic makeup is. Oh, you're 3% Irish and 40%, I don't know, African or whatever. So 23andMe,
or if you're Elizabeth Warren, you're 1,124th Native American.
Exactly. You're a Cherokee Indian, right? Pocahontas is a silly one. But 23andMe has filed for bankruptcy. They filed for bankruptcy this week. The CEO resigned. California's Attorney General Rob Bonta has issued an alert basically to anyone in his state saying, you probably want to delete your information right now because this company is going to be bought and your data is going to be bought. Your genetic data is going to be bought and we don't know who's going to buy it. And that is very risky. You've given your genetic information to 23andMe, and now that information is owned by somebody else because they are, like I said, filing for bankruptcy. They're probably going to try and facilitate a sale. So I first of all, scary stuff. And this is why I would never give my info to 23andMe. My husband unfortunately did. And the problem is if you have somebody in your family who gave away the information, well then, you're anybody who's blood related to you can be, potentially linked to you genetically by whatever actors have this information. So there's a real risk in it. And even if you try to stay away from it, you can't control it. But there's an existential question here that I want to ask you, Vince. It's deeper than just this really scary situation where you have millions of thousands, if not millions of people's information potentially being sold to a company that we don't know anything about.
Or a country.
Right. What foreign country? Yes. What is, I think, the obsession? Why do you think Americans have such an obsession with things like 23andMe or Ancestry.com? I mean, it's obvious that we, many of us come from different parts of the world and we are mixed together. If you look at me specifically, right, I'm somebody who has Indigenous American DNA, but then Spanish and Irish and German, and like literally anything. And then, you know, European, like settlers from the early 1600s who came over and settled in the colonies. So just everywhere at all different times, all mixed together. And then there's
Yeah.
Evita, right? And there's a lot of us who feel that way. But
you
there's
determined all of that without doing a 23andMe?
Yes, I did. I love real ancestry work, like going through the documents and like the family history stuff. I didn't take any DNA tests, but I love actual family history. But I wanted to ask you, Vince, because I do feel like we all have this obsession with our past, and I wonder if it has to do perhaps with this idea that it's shameful to be American. Is that part of what the 23andMe obsession is all about?
It could be. I'm certain that has to play a role in the decision by some people to get their DNA checked or whatever they want. They're looking for some way to say that, well, I'm not really from here. But I don't know I can't even describe most of the incoherent positions that the left takes. I will say that I get people being fascinated by their own ancestry if they don't have the answers. I totally understand that. You know, if you want to know what region of Italy your family is from in particular, so you know where to potentially go visit and check out and see where do people from my family live? Like, what town did they grow up in? These are deeply reasonable questions. I think a couple things about it. One, there's a reason like you were able to establish this without taking the DNA test, which is that you are still adhering to an older way of actually getting answers. And typically that often would involve big families handing down information to their many descendants. But these days, you've perhaps noticed there are fewer and fewer descendants, and people are more and more isolated. So you don't have that familial connection where this kind of information is passed along quite as robustly. So people are a little bit on their own. They're kind of just trying to figure it out without
Vince,
the benefit of that.
Let me just say that my dad's family, he's one of 11, and there was a little family historian on that. But if you don't have 11 kids, if you have maybe one or two, somebody might not want to take up that mantle.
I'm for big families. My dad's also one of not 11. My dad's one of 9. My mom's one of 7. And they're like it's so funny. I asked my grandmother, my dad's mother, one time, who just passed away in the last year or so, and I asked her, because I was always interested in politics. I said, "Hey, Grandma, if people talk about Social Security eventually running out, are you worried at all that it would ever happen?" I remember asking her for some reason about that, and she said to me, "Why would I be worried? I have 9 children." And
my mom calls it Mexican Social Security.
It's so true. And it's like just the world of like, wait a second. No, families take care of each other, and big families means a lot more people to take care of each other. So there's something so great about that answer, and I've never stopped thinking about it ever since. Like, why would I be worried? I have 9 children. And I was like, she's totally right. But to go back to your question about 23andMe and these like DNA tests, also sort of like the world that we now live in is one of cheap convenience. Everything is free, we think. Like our world is like you could get the most magical thing available to you for free. You could find out instantly your entire ancestry for free. But what we didn't realize perhaps until it was too late, or certainly lately, is that there is actually a cost to free. There's a cost to telling Google every single detail about your life through your searches. There's a cost to sending your DNA in to 23andMe. There's a cost to having a location tracker on every device you carry with you. There are costs that you're incurring here, and while you're sort of generically happy about the benefits that you derive, you are giving up a tremendous amount of data about yourself that can very quickly be exploited by a bad actor. And a lot of these companies are just not that responsible with your data. How many times have one of your passwords popped up in some sort of leak from some major company, and then you're warned like, hey, your password's been, that's happened to me for sure. And I'll say lastly, just as a conservative principle, one of the things I've come to as I've gotten older is that not only should I be suspicious of the concentration of power in the government, I should be suspicious of all large concentrations of power. Because when I see a big concentration of power, I should scrutinize family.
Yeah. I want to ask you, Vince, about something else that has to do with just the dystopian future that we're living in. I mean, you're right. Any Google search that you type into your computer, the DNA that you give over to 23andMe or Ancestry, anything you type into Chat GPT. I mean, these are all things that can be exposed. There's something even more ominous and dystopian when we start looking at transhumanism. And you're already kind of a cyborg as it is, right? We have our phones and it's attached to us at the hip, and we can search anything anywhere, and we're almost dependent on it now. I mean, if I'm being honest, if you ask me, go to the gym in Stuart, Florida, could I do it without my phone, my Google Maps? I don't know if I could, because I always have it on my phone. I always have it plugged into my car and the map right up there. Elon Musk is somebody who's done really great things for the political right at this moment. He's spearheading Doge. He's spearheading government efficiency. It's a great thing. There are some things about Elon Musk that make me take pause. And I want to play for you this song that just came out. It's by a woman named Alessandra Basher. She's a wife, mother, comedian, actress, author. She came out with a song about Elon Musk. I want to get your reaction to this, Vince. It's kind of a comedy song, just so everybody knows. We're not taking it that seriously. It's a little bit in jest, but it's still, I think, an interesting thing to discuss. Take a listen.
Is on the way, boring tunnel, save the day. Oh, thank you, Elon Musk. Fighting fights for freedom's sake. Politics, he's not afraid. He won't just sit and watch. SpaceX flies, Tesla self-drive, Starlink beams with laser dreams. He's got a master plan for our lives. One more kid.
Okay, so Vince, she's got a great voice. I'm just going to say that. Alessandra, I don't know you, but your voice is beautiful. I don't know about that whole ending there, master plan for our lives. And I'm not going to be a leftist and flip out Elon Musk stealing our Social Security. But Vince, I gotta get your reaction. What do you think of this perception of Elon Musk that some people seem to have?
So this goes back to what I said a moment ago, which is I like scrutinizing large concentrations of power. I think it's good. And I do think Elon Musk deserves that big time. It's one of those things where, like, I'm, for the same reasons you just laid out, I'm very grateful to Elon Musk. I think that an essential component to stopping the left from rigging the last election was preventing the left from rigging your mind, and allowing free speech on X was essential to that mission. So God bless him for that. That's a huge, huge deal. But these billionaires, they're eccentric, and they can sometimes engage in things that give you immense pause, like when you hear that Bill Gates wants to block out the sun in order to change the temperature of the earth. You say, who are you? Like, okay, go buy your fancy yacht, but block out the sun? No, thank you. I didn't sign up for that. And in fact, under normal circumstances, if like people were blocking out the sun, I'm pretty sure we would deploy the American military against them to stop that from happening. Like, that's crazy to me. On Elon specifically, the lyric I saw that she started with was what I expected you to bring up, Neuralink. So Elon has this device that is essentially a computer that they've figured out how to implant, I presume, at the base of your head to connect to your brain. And the best case presentation of why this is an important piece of technology, this computer to brain cyborg thing, is that people who have immense neurological disorders can be rescued from them in terms of their quality of life if you've got some sort of computer that interfaces however the body chemistry works, the electrical signals and all of this into your brain. Like, people's lives could be truly changed for the better with a device like this. Also, I could envision, like, for instance, my mother is legally blind. She can almost see out environment or world in which piece of technology like this can restore her ability to navigate the world that she walks through. That would be amazing to me. But then there's the other side of this, which is how much peril comes with this. Doesn't this feel a little bit biblical too? Like there's something that's being robbed from your humanity with a device like this. How many people would take a device like this, merely to augment their already normal functioning life, and instead to inject AI, the internet, whatever, into them. I do think that we're entering into some uncharted territory with a technology like this. We have yet to see to what extent it's a massive success, but they've had some success early, apparently, and Elon likes to brag about it. And so I think it's totally fine and legitimate to be scrutinizing this from an ethical perspective. Are we robbing ourselves of our humanity? Are we playing God? You know, that seems important to me, because the more that you convince yourself that you're God, the less likely it is that you'll ever meet him, that you'll ever make it to eternity. Because that is, once again, to go back to kind of the biblical implications here, it does seem like a really big deal. One last thing about Elon that I'm very always intrigued by, and that I think he continues to deserve scrutiny for, is definitely his relationship with China and the extent to which he relies on Chinese resources to build the components that go into things like Teslas. He's clearly got business interests there, even before he came into the government and started working with Trump. That's an area where I said, okay, I'm concerned. I want to make sure that he's not compromised on some of these huge questions. And I think it's totally legitimate for Americans to vet people who are in positions of leadership or who wield immense amounts of power in order to make sure that they're not being hurt by them. I think that's great.
And there's a difference between having really thoughtful, discussions about whether there's a compromising situation for him to be in as he's involved in the government, whether Neuralink is an ethical thing to be exploring, putting chips in people's brains. I mean, that has serious questions to it. And then there's also people defecating on Teslas and burning them to the ground. I mean, this is just completely deranged. So there's two sides here, and you can have an honest conversation about Elon Musk and also not take a crap on a Tesla vehicle because you're angry at Elon Musk and Trump.
Well, this is one of the reasons I like Elon. Elon is taking kind of a known risk here. I mean, it shouldn't come as a surprise to Elon Musk that he's being demonized in this way, that the left has activated its foot soldiers to attack Americans who buy Teslas. It should not come as a surprise to him at all, because we've seen this play out over and over, whether we saw it in the summer of 2020 through the Antifa George Floyd riots, or we saw the vile and the venom that's been directed towards President Trump and his supporters. And, people wearing MAGA hats being attacked, like the absolute garbage treatment of pro-life Americans singing church hymns outside of abortion mills, parents going to school board meetings being treated like they're terrorists for daring to raise questions about the way their kids are being treated. So Elon Musk, he's a smart guy. He knew that this was a possibility, and yet he's still doing this. There are lots of business people who would have ducked out a while ago, who would have kept their head down and said, okay, I did enough. I want to exit the public conversation. But Elon right now is, as I understand it, taking the most death threats and most aggression that he's taken from the left in his entire career. And he's keeping his head up, and he's still going into the fight every day. So for that, I respect him, and I'm grateful for him.
Yeah. Well, and I think there's something to be said, Vince, about who do we trust in the system? Who do we trust in media? And as we have a brand new political landscape, a brand new media landscape, this is kind of we've been talking about the whole hour, you have to scrutinize better who aligns with my values, who can I put my faith in. And I like Elon Musk for all the reasons that you just laid out. And at the same time, I can say, well, is Elon Musk a Christian? I mean, I'm a Christian. These are my values. Neuralink doesn't align with them. I would never mess with that. And so to ask those questions about where is he coming from, what's motivating him, I think is really fruitful. And we can do the same thing with people in media. Oh, go ahead.
No, I'm agreeing with you violently. I love it. And what I will say is, this goes to my point about scrutinizing people who have massive amounts of power. Mm-hmm. This is where I just want to offer advice to anybody who has a left winger in their life, like a kid, like a young person around them who's a lefty. Cultivate their cynicism towards powerful institutions. You're not going to win them over by telling them Trump is great. They don't believe you. They think you're ridiculous for liking Trump. That's just the way it is. But you can tap into the energy that they're focusing on Trump. So they think, a lot of these lefties, they especially young people, they think that they're speaking truth to power. Like, I'm holding the powerful accountable. Okay, fine. I'm not asking you to love Trump today. Maybe you will in the future. Maybe you won't. What I am asking you to do is train the brain that you have, the cynicism you have for that guy, onto every powerful institution that exists in this country. Go ahead. Widen the lens, baby, and start like looking seriously at them. You think the pharmaceutical companies are really looking out for you? Do you think the big medical companies that are mutilating and butchering children are really looking out for you? You think that's what's happening here? You think like Big Soda, there's a controversy this week about Big
Yes.
Soda online, is really looking out for you? Come on. So basically, get them, like, you don't have to win on this territory that, oh, you should like Trump because he's doing good things for the country. That's probably a lost battle right now. But you can win by getting them to employ that same sort of aggression and scrutiny on other institutions of power.
Yeah. The groupthink is such a cancer to any side of the political aisle, and to cultivate questions and scrutiny, you're 100%
Yeah.
right, Vince. It's the way to go, no matter what worldview you're coming at things from. If you're an honest broker and you want to actually question power, no matter where it is, that's somebody I can have a conversation with. That's somebody
For
I can
sure.
work with, because I really respect somebody who's looking at the world through that purview. And I feel like that is the case of a lot of young people today, Vince. There's some new polling that's come out. Men who are 20 years old, apparently, polling shows, dislike the Democratic Party more than men over 75. Massive.
Yeah.
We're also finding out that all demographics under 25, so women, men, black, brown, white, all more conservative than their millennial counterparts. What do you think is going on? And do you notice this as a millennial, maybe meeting younger people?
Well, I do wonder, you mentioned earlier in our conversation that you were born in 1999, right? And so you experienced 9/11 to the extent that you experienced it all as a barely walking, barely talking child. And so my guess is it wasn't a formative thing for you, other than you had a lot of, as you got a little bit older, you're looking backwards at a lot of the footage. So that's probably how you ingested it for the first time, is my guess, right?
Yes.
So I do think that has to play a role in some of this, probably what side of 9/11 you were born on and whether or not you reached the age of cognition for that. I would think that maybe you'd be more jaded if I certainly, I was in high school when 9/11 happened. So I watched it happen. And then I was a young person who kind of believed the Bush administration on the Iraq stuff. My dad deployed to both Afghanistan and Iraq as a Marine. And that definitely, I don't know, for me, that was kind of a jading experience. I saw that. I'm like, man, our government like really lied to us and took advantage of it and exploited it and then spied on us. I think young people have always had a cynicism for the people who are in power. I think that's always been the case. For the youngest generation now, other than Trump from 17 to 21, most of their lives, Barack Obama was the president of the United States. And the left has controlled all of our institutions. All of our institutions have sort of mindlessly mouthed the orthodoxies of the left, no matter how stupid and preposterous they've been. And so I think, especially coming out of COVID and the George Floyd riots, and living in a world where and the idea that men can play women's sports, just like constantly being reminded that the emperor has no clothes, that the left is insane, and that we don't have to play by those rules anymore. And then seeing Trump so theatrically reject those rules, it's thrilling. And young people respect authenticity. And when they detect it in someone, they can smell it right away. They can also detect phoniness and fraudulence. And so I'm not, in the end, all that surprised. I'm encouraged by it. I like it because I do think it bodes well for the future of our country if more young people are waking up to the realities of what's going on. But it is one of the most fascinating developments of my life. If you had asked us 10 years ago, would young people be breaking for Trump? I don't think anybody would have said yes.
No, I mean, it's a fascinating thing. And I think the Obama years had a big impact on millennials. I think even more so than 9/11. Like that era it was cool to be a liberal, right? Like there was that hot girl who came out with the song, I Got a Crush on Obama. Then you had the little kid singing, he's gonna bring happiness. And like it was all viral. It was like a moment, right? Obama was such a moment. And then Gen Z sort of came of age, not when that was cool. They were children around that. I mean, I was 8 when Obama was first elected. I wasn't thinking about politics very deeply at that age. I started thinking about politics pretty deeply in 2020. That to me, 2020 was the most formative year of my life. I was 20 years old. I wrote my first op-ed, and I was canceled at my university. You had George Floyd riots, and the cities that I love and I've been to burned to the ground. It felt like my country was under attack. And then I was sent home from school, and I was wearing a mask, and then I had to, forced to take an experimental vaccine, which I refused to do, and almost got kicked out of school. And this is not like a unique experience of mine. An entire generation went through this, and even those a little younger than me. I look at my little siblings. Well, they didn't get to go to. I mean, there's older high school students. There's no prom, no sports. What kind of impact does that have on a generation? And so it's very cynical, I'll say. And I think also in the world of AI and social media where things are fake, you're 100% right that we value authenticity. And I think about, I used to do some events with Young America's Foundation, which I like. It's a great organization tied to the Reagan legacy. And there was just this desire, we have to change the culture, we have to move the needle, we have to get the young people. And I didn't feel like, it felt like we were just saying it, but we weren't doing anything because we didn't know what to do. And it just sort of happened on its own organically, irrespective of all these right-wing movements who very well-meaningly wanted to make a difference and didn't. And instead, it's this manosphere that has changed the way young people are viewing the world, not just the circumstances, but the online right that has risen independently of these sort of establishment right-wing institutions that had been trying to change the culture and had failed for years and years and years.
Well, that's because, I think you're totally right on all fronts. I think Trump had a massive role in this. I think Trump's just like sort of brash presentation has always had a certain sort of animal appeal to it. People see it and and I think like it just reminds me of like kind of like women who are scandalized by bad language, but who silently agree, but they don't want to admit it out loud. They kind of like, oh, he's so awful. But they're like, I do agree with what he's saying. I do think a lot of that happened. What you just described, that the culture moved first and the politics followed, is exactly the Andrew Breitbart school of thought, which is that politics is downstream of culture. That culture goes first, and politics follows. I think we've definitely seen a lot of that. Also, it's probably worth dwelling on the role that media consumption has played. You asked about media earlier and the way it's changed over the course of my life. Now we have access to so much more information so quickly. The left no longer has a stranglehold on the means of delivery. And you can thank Elon Musk in part for that. That is a big deal. There's been a long thought, kind of a long sort of institutional belief in media that conservative news consumers are like in some sort of ghetto, that they're just consuming stupid media that has no resemblance to reality. When in fact, I really think the opposite is true. I think that left-wing news consumers exist within a bubble that is fairly impenetrable. And this is how you end up with like people like Rosie O'Donnell this past week, thinking that Donald Trump stole the last election and that Kamala Harris was filling stadiums. It's preposterous to anybody who's paying attention to reality. That's like so crazy. But she typifies a lefty who only lives inside of a world that is tailor-made to meet her expectations and to tell her everything is left-wing and that Trump is awful and that people who support him are idiots. Meanwhile, the average conservative news consumer is highly media literate. They know what's happening in the New York Times. They know what's happening in the Washington Post. They know what's happening in the Wall Street Journal, CNN, MSNBC, ABC, CBS. Not only do they know what's happening on those networks and in those papers, they also know what the truth is that wasn't revealed in those original publications. So they have this like holistic understanding of major stories and all of the contours, the nooks, the crannies. They know about it. The left, meanwhile, has insulated its audience to the point that they call suicide hotlines after Trump wins an election because they were not ready for that outcome. That's how different the left and the right are right now.
When so it's, you brought up such a good point about media literacy, because you're right. I mean, if I look at what I do to prepare for my show every day, I'm reading publications that I love. I'm reading The Federalist, and I'm reading The Post Millennial, and I'm reading American Mind, and I'm reading the Daily Wire and the Daily Signal, and like I'm doing them all. But I'm also reading The Atlantic, and I'm reading Vanity Fair, and I'm reading Vox, and I'm doing it all. And you have to, that's what as even a conservative on a left-wing college campus, you have to be familiar with all of the other arguments because you're constantly being attacked on all sides. And the left just doesn't have to do that. And right now there's a push in schools. I don't know if you've heard of this, Vince. I mean, you have young daughters, you might know. There's a push to promote media literacy programs in the classroom, where they essentially indoctrinate children into not trusting alternative media, that inherently alternative media is bad, and the trusted sources are corporate media. The Atlantic, the New York Times, CNN, MSNBC, NBC, ABC. These are the sources that they basically brainwash children into thinking are the only ones that they can trust. I don't know if it will work. Obviously, it didn't work with Gen Z. We probably didn't have media literacy growing up, but maybe with Gen Alpha it will. Have you heard about this? And is this something that the Trump admin can get rid of? Because many of these are NGOs that are promoting these media literacy programs, and they're getting government funding, but some of them are operating on their own, and they're installing themselves in schools, and now they are already there without the NGO having to facilitate it every year.
So those NGOs, I'd be curious to know how much of their revenues come from the very media organizations you just mentioned, or organizations that launder that money to them with this express purpose, which is to create a cartel in the minds of American children and to protect their industry from any newcomers or anybody coming in and penetrating that bubble, for one. This is what you're describing is kind of a very Soviet kind of thing. Get to the kids quickly while they're impressionable, and convince them that even what their parents do is somehow sinful, to go into a classroom and tell them like, hey, or at least leave them with the impression, oh, your parents are reading the Daily Wire or the Daily Caller or the Federalist. Like those are not approved sources. And so a child goes home with this reticence about their own parents and the way that they consume news. Again, Soviet. And I remember maybe a decade ago, there was a story that was very similar to what you're describing. The Girl Scouts of America was distributing a pamphlet for kids, like for all the Girl Scouts to read. And inside of the pamphlet was a little thing about media literacy, and it directed the girls to go to the website of Media Matters for America for more advice. Media Matters is a Clinton world left-wing hatchet operation designed to hurt conservatives and destroy conservative media. That's the express purpose. Its founder, David Brock, said that his singular war was against Fox News. It's not some sort of objective assessment of how to consume news and then how to derive facts from that. So yeah, this battle continues, and it's especially disgusting when they target children in this way.
Sorry, I'm fixing my earpiece here. It keeps kind of falling on me, Vince. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
It's a great point, Vince. And there is a Soviet element to what we're dealing with. I mean, the slow march to our institutions, right? We usually apply that phrase to the college level, but it's everything, right? They've infiltrated everything, whether we're talking about higher education to lower education to the government to the media apparatus, or at least the corporate media apparatus. And there's this movement right now, sort of organically building up a parallel economy, building up different media institutions, and now there's different school programs, right? The University of Austin is kind of an experiment in this, but then you also have charter schools and private schools springing up everywhere. And I wonder, Vince, maybe you can't speak to this, you're not a woman, but I do feel like there's something to be said about women organizing in society and building institutions and community and nurturing in a way that we don't have anymore. Everything is sort of big and governmental or non-governmental organizations that receive government funds, and they are very deliberately left-wing. And all of these people who used to sustain community in the past, women usually, who had a relationship with the people that they were creating these spaces for in their church or their school, are dying. I think that these people are dying off. I don't see young women my age doing this or young men my age doing this. Even people in your generation, this seems to be something that's going away. And I think perhaps we really at an existential level need to bring it back if we have a chance at combating our corrupted institutions.
Well, I think that women, by their very nature, have a nurturing impulse, to your point. And if they're not nurturing their own children, they will look for an outfit for their nurturing impulse. And sometimes, we talk about, like, the left likes to talk about toxic masculinity. I think if there's going to be an analog to that, there may be some toxic femininity out there, which is like we see institutions that are run by childless women who seem to want to exercise that nurturing impulse in a way that they may not be perceiving the consequences of it on a broad scale to society. Like, how many school boards are left-wing school boards are populated by childless women who are on the school board, who are enacting horrific policies that are not helping the kids at all. We've seen a lot of that. I'm not sure if Welcome to Vince. It's great to have you with us today. We've got a big exclusive interview coming up in mere moments with the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. We get his reaction to everything going on in the first 65 days of his administration, including the state of the economy, the state of foreign policy, and also his reaction to the breaking news just this morning, The Atlantic sharing new messages from that signal chain that's getting all of the left's attention right now. The president reacting to that, again, just mere moments from now. But first, unfortunately, in this country, privacy is a luxury. And without privacy, there's no freedom. But who has the luxury of privacy? Privacy is given to the government, tucked into millions of classified documents. It's no secret that the NSA is surveilling us. They're buying your information from data brokers, surveilling every move you make online. But what if I told you there is a way to stop that transaction and get your privacy and your freedom back? It's with a product called ExpressVPN. ExpressVPN is an app that sends 100% of my online activity through secure, encrypted servers. And that means that no data broker, government agency, or big tech company can track your online activity. Just within the last 12 months, ExpressVPN received over 400,000 data requests from tech companies and government agencies. And within the last year, do you know how many of their customers' information was shared? 0. ExpressVPN, very easy to use. It takes one click and it works on all of your devices. Right now, you can get an extra 4 months for free when you use my special link. So just go to expressvpn.com/Vince and get 4 extra months of ExpressVPN. That's EXPRESSVPN.com/Vince. Very honored today to have joining us on this program, the President of the United States. Here's how this is working. As I'm looking at the Rumble chat right now, over 30,000 people already piling in. The number's sure to grow in a big way as we have this conversation with the president. I just spoke to him just a few minutes ago. The president's schedule, as you know, always a very tight one. We just captured that. And I want to share with you now exclusively the conversation that we just had. And on the other side, I want to get your reaction to everything that we discussed. So send those messages because we're going to talk about them in just a couple of minutes. But first, here's the interview with the president. It's now my honor to welcome to the program the 47th president of the United States, Donald J. Trump. President Trump, great to have you with us, sir.
Thank you very much, Vince.
It's an honor. It's an honor, as always, to speak with you. And now on the platforms that Rush Limbaugh and Dan Bongino built, if you can believe it, we're heard nationwide here.
I've been watching your rise. I'm not surprised at all.
Thank you for that.
Very good.
Let me ask you about Dan while I'm on the subject. Dan is now working for you. as the deputy director of the FBI. What was that conversation like when you asked Dan to come work at the FBI with you?
Well, we wanted him, and we thought he might do it, but he had to get somebody very, very good to take his place. That's very hard. Then I heard it was you, and I said, I think we're getting Dan. That would be great. So we got 2 for 1 because you're doing great.
Thank you very much. Let's talk about your presidency, how things are going with you. We're now 65 days in, if you can believe it. And although it doesn't receive a lot of coverage, we've had a lot of positive news. Violent illegals are being rounded up and deported by the thousands. Border crossings down by 96%. Manufacturing jobs up. Inflation is going down. Gas prices are way down. Egg prices are down. Orange juice prices are down. Is this, in your view, going better than your first term?
It is. It really is. I mean, it's been very smooth. I would say probably as smooth as we've seen. They have polls that rate them. They rated me the best first and second month in the history of the presidency. George Washington was second, so you'd say that's pretty good. I would say, yeah. I mean, I think it's very different. It seems to be more solid. First term, I was fighting everybody, Vince, everybody. You know that. And I was fighting when I was fighting them good, but it was very unnecessary. They were doing the Russia hoax. They were doing a lot of things that were very bad. And this time they're with me. People are with me at a level like I think you have never seen, nobody's seen. It's been very good, actually.
It is amazing.
Very, very good.
Last week, I had Vice President Vance on the show, and he was a total star. He was great in that conversation. And I've noticed that the two of you seem to be working very well together as a team.
Yeah.
How is he different than Vice President Pence? What's it like working with now J.D. Vance?
Well, they're very different personalities. J.D. is more outward going. That's not to knock the other, but he's certainly more outward going. He's a younger guy. He's got a lot of oomph, and he's doing a great job. I was very happy with Mike. Different type of person, but I was very happy with Mike Pence. So,
yeah, Vice President Vance, I saw announced yesterday that he's joining that delegation to Greenland this week. That was originally it was going to be his wife, Usha Vance, who was going. She was kind of the top line visitor to Greenland, and now the vice president himself is going. What's the mission there? What are they up to, that delegation?
Oh, to let them know that we need Greenland for international safety and security. We need it. We have to have it. And it's a island that from a defensive posture and even offensive posture is something we need, especially with the world the way it is. And we're going to have it. And so I hate to put it that way, but we're going to have it. Modern day weapons. When you look at ships going up their shore by the hundreds, it's a busy place, and it's really something we have to have.
Do you think the people of Greenland are eager to become American citizens?
I don't know. I don't think they're eager, but I think that we have to do it, and we have to convince them, and we have to have that land because it's not possible to properly defend a large section of this earth, not just the United States, without it. So we have to have it, and I think we will have it.
Yesterday, Mr. President, you announced another round of executive orders that included requiring states to secure their elections or they lose federal funding. That seems like a really big deal. Do you think places like California, where they've got legalized ballot harvesting, will actually comply here?
Well, I think they have to, otherwise we'll hold back funds. And we did a lot of things yesterday having to do with elections, and that's long overdue.
Yeah.
And elections have been rigged at a level like you've never seen before. You know that. I think you're a believer in that. But anybody smart is a believer in that. But they've been rigged at levels that nobody has ever seen before, and it's time to unrig them. You can't have that, and you certainly can't have it in this country.
Yeah, one of the ways that the elections have been rigged is clearly by the dishonest media and the big tech companies preventing voters from even having knowledge of what's going on in their lives. And we're looking at I want to ask
many different ways.
Yeah,
they don't do as per the legislature. But they're also just ballot drops. Okay, we get into lots of ways, but they ballot drop. They cheat like hell. The Democrats cheat. Republicans don't cheat. Sort of a very easy thing to say, and they can't defend themselves. And we're having a lot of it when we go after law firms.
Right.
The law firms are being gone after very much, and they virtually admit that they cheated. We have them in a very strong position, but there's been a lot of cheating going on.
One of the law firms
people have never seen anything like it, and we have to stop it.
One of the law firms that you've been going after, Perkins Coie, which was responsible for contracting a guy called Christopher Steele to draw up a huge document of lies about you that led to all sorts of Trump-Russia collusion allegations for years. You announced yesterday that you also are declassifying all of the documents from the Trump-Russia collusion hoax from what they call Crossfire Hurricane in the FBI.
Right.
What do you think people are going to learn from those documents?
I think they're going to learn how corrupt the election was. It was a very corrupt election. You're talking about the second election, I assume. That was an election that I won. I won by a lot. And you're going to find that out. The documents are there. The numbers are there. We won that by a lot. Mm-hmm. We won 3 elections, and we did very well on the second one. Now, the third one, we blew it away. The third one, we said, too big to rig. And it was too big to rig. But that second election, it was the COVID nightmare, and a lot of that had to play. But that was a rigged election, totally rigged.
It's wild. Are you concerned about all these terrorist attacks that the left is employing against Tesla and against conservative commentators? We've seen these swatting incidents. And who do you think's behind all of this?
Well, I think it's a shame. The ones on Elon, because Elon's done a fantastic job here. And I think it's a shame. And I'm concerned about it, but we're doing a lot about it. We have law enforcement looking at levels like you wouldn't believe. We're finding people. And if people are involved, they're going to go to jail for potentially 20 years. They better get smart. They're not going to be happy.
Yes. These are dumb people, by the way, who are attacking these cars. Those cars are surrounded by security cameras. And you have people, their faces are completely out, Mr. President. Yeah. Their license plate numbers as they pull away after the attack, fully visible. Not a smart crew that's attacking these cars.
It's not smart. And even smart people get caught. Because you probably have some smart ones too.
Yes,
but it is not a smart crew. I would agree.
Yeah, Elon Musk had said on X that he believes that Act Blue and George Soros and Reid Hoffman are all the source of a lot of this going after Tesla. Do you think he's right?
I think it's right. I've heard that. I don't know for a fact, but they sound like typical guys that do it. They're bad people. And I would say, yeah, they're right. I'd say if Elon says it. Says it, I would go along with it.
Yeah. I was talking about all the positive news for your administration, and Democrats are very desperate to kick up some negative news against you right now. And one big item that we've seen in the last 24 hours is this piece out of Jeffrey Goldberg at The Atlantic, where he claims that he was added to a Signal chat between a bunch of your top officials. That's something that the White House has confirmed that somehow he ended up in there. There's an investigation going on as to how that occurred. But let me just start with that piece of it. Out of a country of over 300 million people, how is it that Jeffrey Goldberg, who hates you, ends up on this Signal chat? Isn't that bizarre?
It is bizarre. And he's a sleazebag, but at the highest level.
Yeah.
His magazine is failing. It's going to be out of business soon, in my opinion. It's bad. It's too bad we give it a little boost like this. But somebody in my group either screwed up or it's a bad signal. It's a bad signal, happens to. But it seems to be maybe came in with a staffer, and it was by accident, from what we can tell. We'll know pretty much today, I think. but we have some pretty good guys checking out the phones. But it's something that is not a big deal, other than you want to find out who did it and how they did it, because you don't want to happen. In the future, you can have that happen. But I've known him for a long time, and he is truly a sleazeball. There's no question about it.
The update we got this morning, the breaking news update this morning, is yesterday Jeffrey Goldberg was insisting that there were secret war plans that were discussed. There were plans, he insisted. And then just a short while ago, this morning, the Atlantic published some of these texts that they claim were war plans. And I noticed that in them, they refer to it, Secretary of Defense Hegseth is referring to known targets, but he doesn't say what the targets are. He just generically refers to them. Those don't sound like detailed war plans.
No, and there weren't details, and there was nothing in there that compromised. And it had no impact on the attack, which was very successful. It was a very, very successful attack. Then it's an attack that Biden should have done 3 years ago, but he didn't do it because it would have been a lot easier 3 years ago. But we're having very good luck on the attack. It's an attack that has continued.
Yeah.
But the thing like that, maybe Goldberg found a way. Maybe there's a staffer. Maybe there's a very innocent staffer. But I think we'll get to the bottom of it very quickly, and it's really not a big deal.
Yeah. On the foreign policy front, you mentioned all these strikes on the Houthis. I know when you were elected, one of the key reasons is that you would bring about a peace in all of these big conflicts, in particular in the Middle East and in Ukraine. Where are you most hopeful right now? Do you sense that one of these conflicts is more likely to end sooner than later?
I think I'm hopeful everywhere. Everywhere we're working, we're making tremendous progress in the Middle East. October 7th was a bad day, to put it mildly, and a lot of people were killed.
Yeah.
And they shouldn't have been killed. But we're making great strides in the Middle East, and we're making great strides with Russia, Ukraine.
Yeah, it sure seems like it. You're working with Democrats to some extent, although you don't need to at the moment. You've got the House and the Senate. But if one of the things I've noticed about these Democrats is that they don't have a leader. It's not clear who's even leading their party. So if you, Mr. President, were to try and negotiate with the Democrats today, who are you calling? Who would you even call to negotiate with that party right now?
Well, nobody knows. They don't have a leader. They have a girl named Crockett who is something wrong with her. She can't speak.
No.
She can't speak. She can't get the words out of her mouth. She's I can't see her going very far in politics. That would be a shocker. That would be a shock to the system. You have some young ones. You have AOC +3, I guess. They're hanging around. And, people are waiting to make their moves, I would imagine, like in the Democrat Party. But we have a party where we do have a leader. So strong leader, very strong.
That's right. And Jasmine Crockett, who you just referenced yesterday, video going around of her calling Governor Greg Abbott, who's in a wheelchair, Governor Hot Wheels. She's been called out for that. She later came out on Twitter, on X, and she claimed that she was actually just talking about when he was busing illegals around the country, which seems to me like a pretty brazen lie on the Congresswoman's part.
Well, it's a lie. And she lies, but she's a lowlife. And she's a very low IQ person and a lowlife. And I don't imagine the Democrats are going to have a person like that running their party. If they do, they'll never win an election again. It would be very hard. But I can't imagine she's going to last long.
And what do you think of Governor Gavin Newsom's? Sorry.
To be smart, you do need a brain. You can't get around with little quips. And I've watched her. I've only heard of her for the last couple of days, and I watched her make a speech, and she can't speak. And she truly is a low-level person on the very important chart of intelligence.
Yeah.
And really, it's nice to have intelligent people running your operation.
Yeah, it's somebody you can talk to, who you can have a good conversation with.
She was a comedian. I couldn't believe she was a congressman or whatever she is. and no, I thought she was a comedian.
It's unbelievable.
And she was sort of a little bit funny, but crude. And now I find out she's actually a politician, which the Democrats are going to suffer with this one.
Yeah. In some ways, finally, I kind of think that she's helping you in a way, because Democrats are just all cartoon characters right now. And people are looking at you.
Dream.
Yeah.
She's a dream.
Yeah, she really is. The President of the United States, Donald Trump. Sir, it is such an honor to talk to you again. Can't wait to do it again sometime.
Well, good. We're going to do it, and good luck. And you're replacing a man. Maybe he'll be back there someday. But when I heard you got the job, I said they cannot have done better, because you are terrific, and you're going to have a great career anyway. So whether you'll be there or someplace else, Vince, you're going to have a great career.
President Donald Trump, the absolute best. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
There he is. What an honor. What a complete honor to talk to the President of the United States. Great conversation today. Boy, I think he made a lot of news, don't you think? Give us your reaction here from this interview with the President of the United States, getting your reaction on the chat on Rumble right now. So many things coming in, and I'll just address right away. Everyone wants to know. Yes, of course, I wore a suit today for the President of the United States. I think I'm tied now, though. Now that it's over, we don't need to do this anymore. Get rid of that and move on to this word from our sponsors. And of course, your reaction in just a moment. Are you a yo-yo dieter? That's the question. You diet, you lose weight, but then you gain it all back plus a few extra pounds. It's dangerous. Studies show that can actually increase your risk of heart attack, stroke, type 2 diabetes, and other health problems. Breaking free of your yo-yo diet is a main reason the doctors created Lean. Lean's a supplement. It's not an injection. You don't need a prescription. The science behind Lean is very impressive. It's studied natural ingredients target weight loss in 3 powerful ways. Lean helps maintain healthy blood sugar. It helps control appetite and cravings, and it helps burn fat by converting fat into energy. Listen, if you're tired of losing weight and then gaining it back, Lean was created for you. Let me get you started. 20% off. Enter the code VINCE20 at takelean.com. That's code VINCE20 at takelean.com. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease, and is not a substitute or alternative for care from a healthcare provider. Also, you know, that April 15th tax deadline is barreling towards us. It's coming very fast. Do you have unfiled tax returns? Can't pay the IRS? The IRS is more aggressive than ever, and the longer you wait, well, the worse it gets. Wage garnishments, bank levies, even property seizures are all on the table. You should get ahead of this. But going up against the IRS alone, that's a mistake. Take my advice. Call the experts at Tax Network USA. They know the system. They've got an edge, a preferred direct line to the IRS. They know which agents to deal with and which to avoid. Whether you owe $10,000 or $10 million, their genius strategies are designed to quickly settle your tax problems in your favor. Tax Network USA's attorneys and negotiators have already resolved over $1 billion in tax debt. Tax Network USA can help you too, but you need to move fast. April 15th is almost here. Talk with one of their strategists today. No obligation. Stop looking over your shoulder. Put it all behind you. Call Tax Network USA at 1-800-958-1000. That's 1-800-958-1000. Or visit tnusa.com/Vince. All right, lots of nice messages coming in. Sophia with an F. That's a great way to spell Sophia. 62 says, happy for you, Vince. Thrilled to hear your conversation with our courageous president. It's wonderful to have an honest leader in the White House. 95 Shot Americ says, sounds like POTUS may have a touch of a cold. Yeah, I noticed that too. One of the first things you get in that interview is like, whoa, he sounds like he might be a little sick or something. I hope he's doing all right. But he was good. His mind was as good as ever as we were chatting with him. We've got Hemercheck saying Crockett will have to be primaried. Every constituent should be ashamed. Yeah, isn't that wild? President Trump, you may have heard me at the end of that interview. I kind of wanted to ask him about Gavin Newsom and his ridiculous podcast and his efforts to try and become the Democrat nominee, obviously, in a couple years' time. But President Trump just barreled forward. He just kept going off about how ridiculous of a human being Jasmine Crockett is. He's right to do that because she is ridiculous. She's totally ridiculous. Really, really very funny. Let's see here. Freedom Productions writing, to all of you patriots that have fought online for years to spread this movement, this is your day. You deserve credit for all you have done to save this country. You are all heroes. It's a sweet message and true. So many great Americans have fought to put us in this great position. Again, really good to have the president with us. I do think that if you're going to look ahead to sort of the media clips that might come out of this today, a couple of things. One, I'm interested in what the media in Greenland do with his remarks that J.D. Vance, the vice president, is on the way this week, and we have to acquire Greenland. We just have to do it. And I did ask the president, do you think that the people who live there are eager to become American citizens? And you heard him say, well, I don't think they're uneager. So that's interesting. And my sense, just like every other country, if the president starts talking about your region or your country, typically the local media will really pick it up. Also, asking him about the latest out of this Atlantic piece today. Here's the way the Atlantic piece has changed over the last 24 hours, really 48. 2 days ago, we got the original piece from Jeffrey Goldberg about, I was included on this Signal chat with all these top Trump officials. That should have never happened. And he insisted in that original piece that he doesn't want to share it for national security reasons because he's so patriotic. He doesn't obviously want you to see this because he wouldn't want to give up any secrets. And so he said, but these officials were discussing war plans. Just trust me, bro. That's the source. Trust me, bro. They were talking war plans. And I'm so smart and amazing and caring about the country. I'm not going to publish those at all. And so rightfully so, people were asking, really? There were war plans, right? You heard all these Trump officials testify before Congress yesterday. There wasn't even anything classified in these messages. So the Atlantic today, this morning, just ahead of our conversation with the president, published these messages. And in the messages, they describe these now, they've backed off of war plans. The headline now describes them as attack plans. So you can hear them. They're already hedging. Not war anymore. Now it's attack. Well, by tomorrow, it'll be skirmish plans. And then by the next day, it'll be disagreement plans. We're going to keep working our way backwards. In the so-called war plans, the attack plans, the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, refers to striking a terrorist at his, quote, known location. What known location? The messages don't say. Why don't they say? Because it's classified. In other words, Pete Hegseth is communicating with top government officials, the chief of staff of the White House, Tulsi Gabbard, the director of national intelligence, the vice president of the United States. Everybody's on this thing. And then Jeffrey Goldberg, apparently. And Hegseth shares that we're going to hit him at his known location. They don't say what known location. So in other words, once again, as I said yesterday, we're talking about something that we would consider sensitive information. It's sensitive. And of course, Jeffrey Goldberg should not have been included. But, these are the war plans? Oh man, the Houthis, they're really going to have an advantage here with those war plans being expressed on Signal. It's insanity. So that's worth paying attention to. Also, I don't know about you. Have you been sitting back and thinking a lot about how the heck, of all people, Jeffrey Goldberg gets on this thing? So just reading the president's reaction to my question here. My question was, out of over 300 million people in the United States, how does Jeffrey Goldberg, who is a top-tier Trump hater hoax artist, end up on that chat thread? How many people in the whole country have the initials JG? And somehow Jeffrey Goldberg, of all people, ends up there? You do wonder how that happens. Obviously, the reigning storyline on this subject is that it was just a big mistake and a misunderstanding. President Trump indicated both in our interview today and yesterday, he was saying that it looks like this was a lower level staffer for Mike Waltz, the national security advisor, who made an accident when they were compiling the group and somehow accidentally included Jeffrey Goldberg. But the president saying today that in my interview that it looks like they're going to get to the bottom of this today. That's the plan. They've got people looking into this. But the president sounds open-minded about how this could have possibly happened, whether it was an innocent mistake or possibly something worse. He definitely sounded open-minded on the answer to that question, and rightfully so. If you're President Trump at this point, wouldn't you be suspicious of everything? Right? President Trump, I know the media loves to go after him for everything he says, but wouldn't you be the most cynical person on the planet if the left had thrown everything they had at you, if every institution has tried to destroy you, if they've relentlessly tried to imprison you, if they've taken you off of ballots to prevent voters from choosing you, if one of their people took a shot at you and hit you in the ear?
while you were on a campaign stage, and then another one of their people tried to kill you again at a golf course in Florida, you might be a little cynical. You might pause a little bit and say, you know what? I'm not going to believe this story at first blush right away. And then lastly, just a note of gratitude about this conversation with President Trump. I really appreciate his compliments and his support for me in this role, both on the Rumble podcast, on the podcast broadly, and on this nationwide radio show from 12 to 3. President Trump, like us, is a man who appreciates the legacy of conservative media. He adored Rush Limbaugh, just absolutely adored him. And every day, I know Dan Bongino always felt like this too. We look back and we're so sorry that we've lost Rush. We wish Rush was here to talk about all of this. Just what an impressive, amazing talent. And so President Trump, like me, we have such reverence for what Rush built. And it is a total honor for me to be on live hundreds of stations across this great country at 12 to 3 each day in that position that Rush built. I'm over the moon about it. And President Trump, so nice to be supportive of me there and supportive of me on this podcast, on Rumble, this great thing that Dan built. Dan built this incredible audience and this incredible vehicle for spreading the truth about what's actually going on in this country. And isn't it kind of nice that President Trump is on our wavelength, that he's with us here, that he's embraced this, that he loves it, and he thinks it's valuable and important? It's because it is. And it was nice to hear him say that when he called on Dan and said, hey, would you consider coming in? And then when Dan told him that he was putting me in this position to be with you on this great platform, the president said, what did he say? That was a 2-for-1 deal? He felt very good about it. He felt very confident bringing Deputy Director Dan Bongino into the FBI. So that's totally fantastic. And God, what a blessing to be able to do all of this. Let's see. I've got some great comments coming in now on the chat. Janet 804. Dan was Rush Jr. Dan did such a good job. He never stopped talking about what an honor it was to be in that position. Sigma Stone. Vince, you're positive. You do good work. Mama Katafi saying Bongino rule hold here. I totally agree. Every time you have one of these dramatic scandals going on where people tell you that you have to be exercised, and normally what they mean is they want you to get really angry at Trump and they want you to stop the forward momentum of the Trump agenda. The recommendation to hold and wait for more information, baby, that's such good advice. You should definitely follow that. And that's a good life principle for what it's worth. Don't become hysterical. Figure out what the hell is going on. That's a great piece of life advice. You'll go far with that. So hold for sure on all of this. Let me move now into some of what's going on with the President of the United States and his agenda. And one of my favorite segments to cover this as the Trump agenda barrels forward, we're 65 days in, is that there are networks who are fully dedicated to trying to arrest his forward progress, arrest your forward progress. They want to stop you. MSNBC and CNN are fully committed to that goal. And it's pretty sad to watch. There are some notable exceptions from time to time on CNN. There's Scott Jennings or Sir Michael Singleton will get up there, or David Urban. They'll have a chance to express some rational point of view and then be screeched at by a panel of 40 lefties. But there's also just the reality of the data that confronts that CNN audience from time to time. And the guy who delivers these data reports, well, he's a little fellow we like to call Harry Enton. Take a look. Here's cut one, CNN's data dude saying, actually, Trump's doing pretty well in the eyes of the American people.
Let's start with this. Historically, you talk about Trump being sort of unpopular. What are the numbers showing us?
Yeah, I think sometimes it's important to do a little bit of reality check and take a little different spin at the numbers. I'm going to do that right here because all we talk about is how unpopular Donald Trump is. But in reality, he's basically more popular than he was at any point in term number one, and more popular than he was when he won election back in November of 2024. What are we talking about? His net favorable rating right now comes in at -4 points. Compare that to where he was when he won in November of 2024, when he was at -7 points, or March of 2017, when he was at -10 points. So when you compare Trump against himself, he's actually closer to the apex than he is to the bottom of the trough. And of course, that's so. Let's start.
So here's what I love about this. different number. This number is a massive improvement for Trump. So if you go from that number to this number, holy shamoly, it's an amazing change. And then his ceiling is now up here as opposed to his floor, which was down here. And he's doing like interpretive dancing for poll numbers. Have you ever seen anything like this? It's hilarious. It's really funny. And all of these segments end up sounding the same. And then the CNN person is always completely stunned by it. The host is always just reacting with just utter shock. I can't believe Americans like this. I cannot believe that the American people are for this. What is wrong with them? Oh my goodness. They become shocked. They have to cover their mouth because they're so shocked that the American people are on board. Not really that hard to see why. You know, I went over it in our interview with the president of the United States, and he's lamented this before. You know, it's funny. His view, including in the first term, is, hey, if we do good things, if we actually achieve wins, nobody cares. Nobody cares. And what he means by that is the media don't care. They don't talk about it. There's no focus on it whatsoever. But let's talk about receipts, shall we? What's actually occurred. 96% drop in border crossings. 96% drop in border crossings. That is massive. You are watching as violent illegals are being deported from the country by the thousands, including to some pretty high-profile places like maximum security prisons in El Salvador and Guantanamo Bay. So if you're the kind of person who thought to yourself before, maybe I should illegally migrate to the United States, what are you thinking to yourself now? Well, don't do that. I might end up in Gitmo, or I might end up in a maximum security prison in El Salvador. My chances of success are now non-existent. I better not do that. And so that has been a massive victory that at this point, just think about how much time you and I spent talking about in these last few years, how awful the immigration border illegal situation was. All of the drugs, the violence, the death. It was awful. Laken Riley, you can go down the list. We're in a world now where everything is changing into a positive indicator on that subject. It's all headed in the right direction. And so the media are not going to dwell on it. You're not going to see a bunch of headlines about this because in a lot of ways, it's not chaotic. It's not dramatic. It's not if it bleeds, it leads. It's success. And the press has a natural inclination to not report on success, but also it's Trump. And Trump's success in particular is where their natural inclination prevents them from talking about it at length. So this has been a big deal. It's such a big deal that you had Bernie Sanders earlier this week asked on one of the weekend shows, I think it was by Jonathan Karl, is there literally anything Trump has done that you support? There's securing the border, yeah, stopping illegals from coming across the border, and the fentanyl, going after the fentanyl. That's a good thing. Everyone, no one's for illegals, he said. Meanwhile, he was for illegals when he was running for the Democrat primary over and over these last couple of years, now pretending he's not for illegals. I'm not for illegals. Also, the data on what's happening economically is really good. You ready for this? This comes to us from our in-house economist, E.J. Antoni. It formed the basis of one of my questions to the president this morning. The federal government's payrolls have shrunk now by 10,000 people at least, while the number of people that are reporting that they were employed by the government fell to a 6-month low. It's a huge deal. You do not want an economy that's dependent on government workers. Here's another piece of data you have to know about government workers. For every one government worker on average, in order to cover their salary, their benefits, that includes their retirement, it takes 80 American taxpayers to cover one government employee. 80 private sector workers to cover one government employee. Now you tell me, is that a sustainable relationship? Let me ask, tell me, chat, is that something that we can do forever? Can we do 80 different private sector workers and one government employee? WTF, nope, that's a lousy ratio. It is not sustainable. Wow, 80 to 1, no, nope, hell no, F no. That math does not math. Nope. Nope. Yeah, no, the chat is all over this because it's impossible. You can't sustain that. The country collapses on that basis. And by the way, that's Another great piece of data from, I think, America's leading economist, E.J. Antoni, who's run the numbers on this, and one of Dan's favorite, literally, not one of, literally Dan's favorite economists. He loves talking to E.J. I love talking to E.J. He's great. What else do we have here? So government jobs going down by the tens of thousands. Manufacturing jobs have risen by 10,000 under President Trump. That was only, by the way, just to be super clear about the data here, that's in the first month he was in office. So by February 20th, you saw a 10,000 person uptick in manufacturing jobs. These are private sector jobs. These are productive jobs. They are creative jobs. They are jobs that actually make something. The government doesn't make, it takes. The private sector economy creates, it makes, it builds, and it leads to a flourishing economy downstream. So you want more manufacturing jobs, more productive, more industry in the United States means more thriving communities. And that brings us back on the track to success, which is what President Trump wants to do. When he says, make America great again, well, that's squarely in the wheelhouse. 10,000 increase in just a single month's time in manufacturing jobs in America, I'll take it. What else? The monthly inflation rate has been cut now by more than half. That is from previously an annualized 5.7% to now 2.6%. So yes, prices continue to go up. Don't believe the left's lies. When inflation comes down, prices are coming down. That's not true. So long as inflation is in positive territory, meaning headed up, prices are going to continue to creep up. But they're creeping up at a much slower rate now than the explosion that they were under President Biden. So a dramatic increase there. Also, inflation-adjusted wages have gone up in the United States of America. That is another huge data point. And so the president has a lot to be proud of in just 1 month's time. In 2 months' time, in his first 2 months in office, he was able to secure an additional ready, with a T, $1 trillion in investment and brought countries back to the bargaining table to open their markets to our exporters. So if you get $3 trillion in just 2 months' time of investment in the United States of America, well, that's a massive, massive deal. And in fact, every time, I forget what the monetary threshold is, but when major industries all around the planet want to bring investment into the United States, if it's going to be a massive amount of money, I have a recommendation for you, major industry. Contact the White House. Contact them because President Trump is going to want to do a press conference, stand next to you at a lectern and say, Mr. Bob has brought, or whatever his name is, has brought in $1 trillion, $50 billion, whatever the number is, of huge investment into the United States of America. He's proud of that, and he should be, as that will result in more American jobs right here. So bring that capital in. Mortgage interest rates have fallen in the first 2 months, about 40 basis points down. That's 0.4% down. So that's another big deal as mortgage rates are going down. And the left always crows about housing affordability. How are we going to afford houses? How would Americans afford houses? Easy. Stop importing millions of foreign nationals into our country and creating an inflated value to the housing market because everybody's competing for fewer places to live because of all of that. Vice President J.D. Vance talked about that on the campaign trail. And also bring down those mortgage interest rates, stabilize our monetary supply, stop all of this excessive government spending so that we can bring the rates back down. President Trump targeting on that. Also, the cost of breakfast has gone down. That's right. Remember when we started that the left was trying to blame Trump for the increase in egg prices? Well, egg prices are up. What about egg prices? They said as President Trump racked up victory after victory. They were like, well, what can we throw at him that's going to hurt him? Egg prices, they claimed. Never mind the fact that the reason egg prices were going up was because the Biden administration ordered the slaughter of a bajillion chickens in the midst of avian bird flu. It was a precautionary move. Killing a lot of chickens means fewer eggs to be produced. Once again, a basic market principle. But it's the end product of something that happened under the Biden administration. They didn't stop the spread of the bird flu, and then they tried to kill off the flocks. Well, egg prices went up as a result. They're down now. Egg prices have dropped over 60%. 60%. Stay tuned for that headline wherever you can find it. This month alone, egg prices are down. Look at that. Well, look, even CNBC is admitting that these egg prices are coming back down. That's the Midwest large white egg benchmark. People love their white eggs. You go to the store, You get the white eggs. You go to your neighbor who has chickens, you don't get white eggs. You get multicolored eggs. They're just as good. Great source of protein. Get your eggs, especially while they're going down in price. Additionally, orange juice is on for its largest quarterly price decline ever. OJ, we produce a lot of oranges in the US of A. President Trump has reason to be proud of that as well. And then gasoline prices. Remember, this is one that I'm looking forward to. And if I get another chance to talk to the president soon, I want to ask him about gas prices specifically. But gas prices, when he came into office, he said, I want to cut those in half by the end of my first year in office. So presumably that would be January 20th of next year. By that point, his target is to get to half the price. Right now, the price is dropping. The gasoline has experienced 4 straight weeks of decline in terms of price. And it's dropped about $1.30 per gallon, less than where it was a year ago. So we are headed in the right direction there. And once again, is this what you voted for? Is it? That's what I voted for. I voted for an improving picture on the economy. I voted for a secure border. That's what I wanted. And I got a lot more than that, didn't I? I got a lot more than that out of it. So that's, in case you were wondering, that's kind of the underlying data that was animating my questions today to the President of the United States. And I'm very grateful for that. The president has also been very busy, as you could tell. Not only is he doing well, according to the data, and Harry Enton over at CNN, he also made a special point of targeting election fraud yesterday with a big executive order that you could tell he was very proud of. He told us that today, right here on Vince. Take a listen to the president yesterday in the cabinet room at the White House, signing an executive order designed to end election fraud.
Election fraud, you've heard the term. Will end it, hopefully. At least this will go a long way toward ending it. There are other steps that we will be taking in the coming weeks. And we think we'll be able to end up getting fair elections. Perhaps some people think I shouldn't be complaining because we won in a landslide, but we got to straighten out our election. This country is so sick because of the election, the fake elections and the bad elections. And we're going to straighten it out one way or the other.
This is great. He's signing the executive order.
And it's an honor to sign this one. To sign all of them, but to sign this one is a great honor.
To sign that one is a great honor. By the way, I noticed in that clip, I just put 2 and 2 together. Didn't he sound a little under the weather in that clip too? So whatever bug he might be fighting off this morning, probably the same one that he had in the cabinet meeting yesterday. But it's not deterring him. He's getting everybody together. He's still working. He's very busy as president of the United States. And there he was saying, look, I'm signing this executive order to forbid election interference, election fraud. We're going to stop that. We want to have secure elections. Now, for those of you who've been following elections for some time, you may be wondering, well, how exactly does this work? Because every state, as we unfortunately know in many cases, runs its own elections. Some of them run them well, like Florida. Others run them into the ground, like places like Arizona or Pennsylvania. California is one of the most cartoonish places in the country to have an election because in California, they have legalized ballot harvesting. Are you familiar with that? It's when a political operative can go door to door, collect ballots, and then you have to trust the political operative is actually going to drop your ballot off. They do this. The left is specialized in this. This is why they want to make it legal because there's a lot of corruption in the way they handle ballots. There have been many cases of lefties who would go, for instance, into nursing homes and take advantage of very elderly people and then have them fill out ballots, help them with the process. Oh, just, fill out this one. You want to vote for this guy, vote for that guy. And then take their ballot from them, and then they only turn in the Democrat votes. That's not a secure system in any meaningful sense. So the president laid out in his executive order a number of ways to secure the system, including proving as you register to vote that you're an American citizen and making it so that election day is only election day, not election month, and that each of these states isn't allowed to keep taking ballots into eternity after election day is already over. Common sense stuff to not only make our elections more secure, but also to make them more believable. It's the kind of thing that Jimmy Carter once supported back when he was assessing the state of our elections. The late Jimmy Carter thought, paper ballots. That's a terrible idea. Oh, sorry, not paper ballots, mail-in ballots. Mail-in ballots is a terrible idea. We should have paper ballots to have a paper record of every vote. You should show voter ID to prove you are who you say you are, so you're not stealing somebody else's vote. It's about preventing voter disenfranchisement, not causing it. Even Jimmy Carter knew that in the early 2000s, did a big report on the subject. And of course, the left since then has abandoned all of that and said, no, our elections have to be complete chaos. Our elections have to be complete chaos because it's only in chaos that the left thrives. And President Trump says, nope, no more of that. And so the way that he can do this at a federal level, you heard the president talk about it today, is remove the funding. The federal government provides a lot of funding, your tax dollars, to support election systems around the country. Well, fine, condition the funding. You only receive the funding if you have a secure election system. That's what President Trump did yesterday, and it's a great step in the right direction. And he has not been shy about using these funding mechanisms to force compliance. So that's a huge, huge deal. Let's see. I also have a pardon to share with you. President Trump made a big pardon yesterday. He pardoned Hunter Biden's long-suffering former business partner, Devin Archer, who's been out telling the truth about the Biden family for a while, as the Biden administration tried to destroy him. Here is the pardon yesterday.
First, we have a pardon for Devin Archer. Devin Archer was a former business partner of the Biden family. He's was prosecuted relating to a fraud investigation, but notably, the tone and tenor of that prosecution changed dramatically after he began to cooperate with congressional investigators and serve as a witness against Hunter Biden and the Biden family. We believe that was an injustice, and therefore we're asking you to pardon him.
And many people have asked me to do this. I think he was treated very unfairly. And I looked at the records, studied the records, and he was a victim of a crime, as far as I'm concerned. So we're going to undo that.
We're going to undo that. Devin Archer thought that Biden would save him in the past, but then the Biden family turned on him, attacked him. He began telling the truth about what was going on.
All right. That's...
There
Devin
it is,
Archer.
holding up the signature.
Congratulations, Devin.
Congratulations, Devin, says President Trump. Now, the backstory on some of this is Devin Archer met with President Trump at the president's request over the weekend at the NCAA championship wrestling match. Devin Archer was in the crowd. I saw a picture of Miranda Devine, who I had on the radio show this week. She indicated she took a picture, a selfie with Devin Archer, standing there talking about how unfairly treated he had been. And apparently, according to Devin Archer, who spoke to Fox News last night, that's precisely where President Trump gave him the good news. Take a look at this.
First of all, I didn't think I'd need this because I never did anything. I was a victim of a financial fraud in which I invested a lot of money and was taken down on a whistleblower that was blowing the whistle on Hunter.
So you were collateral damage.
Absolutely.
And you believe that the Biden-Obama justice people targeted you to keep Hunter out of trouble?
Well, I think that there's some heroic reporting from John Solomon that came out very, very recently, actually in like the last 2 years, where originally they were saying, listen, we're going to take care of you. But that reporting, goes into FOIAs and finds, distinct emails from the Biden legal apparatus lobbying Preet Bharara to essentially put me in as the target and remove Hunter. So yes, I think it's, it's chronic of what that legal apparatus was. And I certainly was a victim.
Devin Archer saying I was the fall guy. I was the patsy for the Biden family's crimes, and I was targeted as a result of all of that. And President Trump coming through and saying, you know what? I don't like that. I don't like the abuse of power at the hands of the Biden family, the Biden administration. And so I'm going to pardon this guy. And why shouldn't he be pardoned? Think about it. Biden's entire family was pardoned by AutoPen, presumably, on the way out the door. Biden was sitting at Trump's inauguration waiting for him to be sworn in as the pardons popped out of the White House from the AutoPen of the entire Biden family being pardoned. Great. So, of course, Devin Archer should be pardoned as well. I would like to see, and I know you would too, justice to go beyond that, though, not merely some relief for people like Devin Archer, but instead prosecutions for the people who were selling out our country. How many years in a row have we discussed Tony Bobulinski, the old Biden family business partner, talking about all of the crimes the Biden family had been committing? And then saying that when he talked to Jim Biden, Joe's brother, that one of the reads from him was straight up that they didn't want, they did their best to keep Joe's name away from the family business. And so much so that they tried to limit his name being used in the communications that they had between each other. Now, contrast that, of course, with Trump officials talking on Signal, just being honest with one another, having a completely productive conversation that moved the ball forward. The Biden family's secret conversations consisted of even trying to conceal the fact that Joe was a part of the messages. And Tony Bobulinski asks, wait a second, what are you doing here? And Jim Biden responds, plausible deniability. Plausible deniability. The language of a criminal enterprise. Plausible deniability. So the Bidens, they deserve some scrutiny here. Boy, wouldn't it be nice if we could untangle the auto pen garbage and say, no, the auto pen doesn't count. It doesn't count. That President Trump's been saying this. The pardons don't work if they're auto pen because Joe Biden didn't sign them. And even if we accepted that auto pen is a legitimate way for the president to do his job, it's just like, it's like an e-signature on like a PDF or something. Even if you were to accept that on its face, Joe Biden was non-compos mentis. The guy's brain doesn't operate. So you're saying that an invalid can have a machine sign documents for him and he has no idea what's going on? Is that going to work? Does that actually count? Is that constitutionally sound? I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think that's what the founders intended, that some guy in a coma has somebody else doing robot signatures for him, and now it has the full force of the law. Please. That seems pretty crazy to me. Hey, look, I got a lot of chat coming in. The auto pen isn't legal. The only person who gets indicted is President Trump. I know, isn't that crazy? Everybody tell your friends to watch Vince. KBK 200, my hero. Everybody tell your friends to watch Vince. Yeah, baby. Please do. We got 74,000 in the chat right now. I shouldn't overstate it. 73,000 in the chat right now. Really appreciate that. Great conversation today with the President of the United States. Let me mention to you here about this program and all the programs we do during the day. We've got the podcast, the Rumble podcast. It starts live every morning at 10 a.m. If you want to be a part of the festivities, join us at 10 a.m. You might be listening on the podcast right now, but it's fun. You should see the people who are in the chat right now. They're just a hoot, great Americans, and giving great reactions to everything. The other piece here is the radio show. As I mentioned earlier, as the president was alluding to, I'm on from 12 to 3 Eastern nationwide on this radio show. We're on several hundred stations. I think last I checked with Jim Verdi, we're on a little over 250 stations right now. It is such a blast. We're on almost every major market. So if you're ever in your car and you've got a radio and you've got a conservative station in your town, flip it on anytime between 12 and 3 Eastern time, and chances are you're going to find us there. It's a total privilege to do that as well. And coming up later today, if you didn't get to hear the president's conversation, if you're listening live right now on Rumble, you will be able to hear it coming up at 1:35 Eastern on the radio show today. I'm going to play it there. A great chat with the president. One last thing on lineups and media consumption and notes. Rumble has an amazing thing that they've created. And the whole goal here is to, first of all, get rid of the big tech companies, the YouTubes, get them out of your life, and then move into a world that actually supports you. And in return, your support for Rumble has just been amazing. You can start your day with Avita. You move into me. It'll seamlessly take you into my program, and then off to Steven Crowder and Tim Pool and Russell Brand, and it just keeps going throughout the day. Chris Pavlovsky and the team at Rumble here have created a mighty alternative to the liars and the big tech censors all over the media, and an interactive environment that is totally unparalleled. There's nothing else like it. I am so completely proud to be a part of this Rumble lineup. I am so grateful for each and every one of you for making this the easiest transition I've ever experienced. You're just amazing, really just amazing. And I want to encourage you to stick around. because coming up next right here on Rumble is Steven Crowder and his fine program. He's got a lot of content for you today, and you're not going to want to miss it. So stay fixed to Rumble. Thanks for listening to and watching the podcast, and I'll be back with you tomorrow, 10 o'clock on Vince.
Thank you, Vince, and we welcome many of the new Vince viewers. Vince, of course, which in its original tongue, Latin, all the Romance languages are based in Latin, means, I know it doesn't necessarily translate, but welcome. Really glad to have you. You're watching the third hour of the lineup, exclusively on Rumble. No more streaming to YouTube. Vita, then Vince, and me, then Tim Pool, Russell Brand, Jeremy at the Quartering, Viva Fry, and we're adding more each day. This is the future of live streaming, but number one in the time slots across the country for about a week and a half running. That's because of you. We really appreciate it. You just keep on watching. It rolls into the next show, like the networks that you used to watch, only decentralized, where no one is told what to say. And today is going to be incredibly silly and childish because, this is a comedy show. So we'll be talking about President Trump beefing up some election integrity. People are mad about that. Crockett is a racist, but you already knew that. And the Signal debacle. A lot of news is breaking live as we will be covering this, but that doesn't change the fact that Jeffrey Goldberg is a piece of human excrement, and we will get into that. So enjoy this word from our sponsors, which is really, it's just us. It's Rumble, because we're trying to get you off of YouTube to Rumble. So sponsors means, you and us, and just watch.
I can't. Oh, thank God. Hey, Rumble, can you help me? I fell. I think I'm dying. Please come back.
No, yeah, get someone. I'm going to help you.
Oh, thank God. Oh, I've been all day just trying to.
Rumble is reimagining the video platform. YouTube is dead. Rumble did it. Watch the new lineup exclusively on Rumble Live, including Louder with Crowder at our new time, 11 a.m. Eastern.
Carlton! What? You know I'm trying to watch Louder with Crowder. I bought this mug to watch daily. You know I won't get my money, Lauren. It's your turn to feed the baby. He's hungry. Well, why don't you put them titties to good use then? Lord knows I use them. Why you gotta be so mean, Colton? It's what you were made to do, Josephine. That's your domain. I wish I could help you, but I can't. When it comes to providing and fixing shit, I'll step up. You know I always do. That mean you'll finally fix the pontoon? Fuck you!
You are now watching the lineup on Rumble Live, exclusively the official home of Louder with Crowder. And you can stream the entire lineup from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Monday through Friday. YouTube is officially dead. Rumble did it. Glad to be with you and glad to be here, part of the lineup. One quick thing that's really getting my goat. I just had I always have to spit my gum out before I use a spry gum to, clean my mouth. So I spit it out into a tissue because I'm not an animal.
Right.
But I have a new box of tissue here. And I don't know why in 2025 they haven't fixed the problem where the initial tissue that you pull out, it's always like half the box. There's only 40 in a box, and you try and pull out one, there's 19.
It's just pissed you off, and you're like, come on.
This is all a ploy by big tissue.
Well, the tissue gets excited just like you're excited when you need it.
Hey, I spit out my gum. I don't know what you do, buckaroo.
Bucko.
We already told you what we're talking about. Jasmine Crockett, the racist. Jeffrey Goldberg is a piece of crap. Yes, there was a screw up from this administration with the Signal app, and we'll get into that, the ins and outs. Who is most likely going to be the fall guy?
The screw up's not what you think, by the way.
It's not what you think. No, it's not what you think. Or it is what you think. But I don't know. I don't know what you think. I'm not a mind reader.
I don't think. I feel.
It's painful to think. Good news is that Donald Trump just signed an executive order to, secure our elections in the future. And of course, the left is losing their mind, but we'll get into that more. It's a live show weekdays, 11 a.m. Eastern. Tune in and enjoy the lineup here. Download the Rumble app. Follow us there. That way you only get notifications when we are live. Let me ask you this. There you go. Download it. If you have if the app hasn't been updated, update it, but not right now because you'll lose the stream. What's the worst thing you've ever seen at the airport? Now, I'll get to this first clip. I know you're going to say, why does it have to be a black woman? Well, because it was. I saw a black woman physically beat the life out of her child at an airport.
Did he deserve it? Does she or he deserve it?
It was a girl. It was an older lady and a young girl.
Wait, beat the life?
I mean, she didn't kill her. It's an expression.
Well, that would,
I was cleaning it up.
Come on, Tim.
But it came out of nowhere. Like, it wasn't that, there was no escalation.
Right.
You know, where you think like some talk back, and it escalates and there's a threat. And instead she just said something like, all right, now go over there to that chair. And she's like, I don't want to smack.
Oh, that was a horrible plane ride.
Yeah.
She just got her back from the dad. She didn't make a sound.
I saw it and I was like, should I do something? Should I step in? But I don't want to be on World Star. So, Captain Morgan, you are here, CEO. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. And of course, not _Firestein, Josh Firestein on X. It is not you because you were banned.
Me.
And that is clearly not you.
Not you.
Weirdest thing I saw at the airport was a plane on fire. It was my plane. It was on fire and smoking.
What?
Wow.
Yeah, and then they fixed it and then didn't change a plane.
Really?
I was so scared, dude. I was like,
wait. How have we brushed over this story?
I don't know. It wasn't a big deal. I made it.
And there's nothing you can do.
I landed. I was delayed a couple hours, but they fixed it, I guess.
I'm going to be on the plane that was on fire? Nah, it's fine.
Okay.
You sure? Yeah.
It wasn't the inside that was on fire. It was the engine.
Yeah,
or the outside. Or
Oh, yeah.
hangers.
That's not an important piece of the plane.
Guys,
hot.
We're wasting time.
Sorry.
None of us are pilots, okay? Let's trust those in authority. Unless it's a female pilot. Now, DEI spares no one. Speaking of airports, here's a video. It's making the rounds. A woman at DFW, the airport. We're not exactly sure what is going on. We assume she's there for either Spirit Airlines or Frontier. You'll understand when you see the clip. Now, the jokes effectively write themselves, but we decided to write some for you.
Oh, there's the pilot.
Now, that's what I call an easy layover.
Turns out that motherfucker is real.
Yes. TSA, more like TNA.
Pat down, how about a fisting?
Hey. Now,
looks like there was 3 landing strips at DFW yesterday. That TV won't break.
I'm willing to bet she'll get the complimentary cocktail.
Never when I'm in the airport.
No.
Dude, the View just does that to people.
Yes.
I love how security is backing up from her.
Yeah, she feels tough. Don't want to get me too'd.
Now, a couple of things, okay? In all seriousness, full disclosure, this turns out this was all just guerrilla marketing for Final Destination 18 crazy naked whores. So she was, the plane's gonna crash! But I will say this. Talk about a very different experience for a man and a woman. Like, how fast before you would assume yourself to be tackled and immediately tased in the testicles.
Oh, yeah.
If you were a man, like if we were to, if it was a bet, right? Tool Man or Dusher, like, okay, I'll give you $1,000 if you run around naked.
Yeah.
You would be tightening your joints, warming up, preparing to absorb
Head
the
on a
tackle.
swivel,
It
you
would
know
be
what
the
I mean?
number one concern. Like,
Yes.
when am I going to get physically harmed? At no point, I guarantee you, did it cross this woman's mind.
Why? Why didn't somebody just like form tackle this lady to the ground?
Yeah, Gerald's like, free
Okay.
group.
No.
It's free game.
Oh, time out. If it's a lady like running around with a gun, you still tackle her, right? Because, you know, like she doesn't have clothes on. I don't care. You're going crazy.
Some
in an
would say
airport.
it's a
Somebody
perk.
tackle
Honestly,
you.
that would go through my head because if it was a dude, you're right. I would absolutely step in and try to help.
Yeah.
As long as they weren't too big. I'm not an idiot. Okay?
Yeah.
But if it's a woman, I'd be like, oh, I should wait. You know what? I don't know. Maybe somebody's gonna. I don't know.
Yeah. Let's see what happens.
I don't want to accidentally. I don't want to accidentally grab an ashtray boob and then
Yes, exactly. But this is, look,
get a charge.
This is a perfect example. Female privilege. The fact that this woman can go this and is this disruptive and is damaging property and is not physically abused by a big, hefty, preferably from a minority background security guard means that women and men are treated differently. Hey, look, it's fine. I think women and men should be treated differently. Just accept the privileges on both sides of the ledger. Is that fair? Can you comment below and just let me know if you see it?
I also have one just quick question. When you go crazy, why is the first thing that most people do is take off all clothing in a public place?
You know what? I actually found someone told me about this. When they find people naked, when they find people stranded like in the woods or the jungle and they've died, they're almost always naked.
Why?
Because they start panicking and they feel constrained, and I guess your body heat, your temperature starts rising. It's just one of the hallmarks.
Airport. She's not like, you know, naked and alone on the.
Well, I think she's at the E gates. There's nothing good to eat there. I've been there.
Actually, I'm pretty sure it was the D gate.
Yes,
it was. It was the D
Or
terminal.
D terminal. Yeah,
Yes.
she's terminally ill, I think. But I think what happened is that
We're
those
looking for
terminals
the
are
D. I
very
don't know.
hot.
Yeah.
They keep it hot in there. I'm
Or you
always
know what?
sweating. Maybe it's because I'm fat.
I think I've been there. She probably had a couple of margaritas at Papacitas, and they use
Aha.
Mexican tap water. So
That happens.
who knows? It works its way into your brain.
Been there.
Let's move on to this. This is some good news. I mean, that was fun. It was nice, but it's not necessarily good news.
I thought it was good news.
Yesterday, President Trump signed an executive order, and we'll get into exactly what this is. You know, a lot of people have been calling for this, ourselves included.
Yes.
This is important. I don't know why it's being skimmed over right now.
I do.
An executive order to secure elections, and very reasonable, by the way.
Election fraud. You've heard the term.
I've heard it.
Ended, hopefully. Perhaps some people think I shouldn't be complaining because we won in a landslide. But we got to straighten out our election. This country is so sick because of the election, the fake elections and the bad elections. And we're going to straighten it out.
I can't do that. I can't pause during a signature. There's no way. That's a skill.
What's in that jar?
And it's an honor to sign this one.
It's water.
Sign all of them, but to sign this one is a great honor.
Now, this is important, right? Because you'll see a lot of people where they can never be pleased go, yeah, well, he's not delivering on all the promises. This is an important one. We've been talking about it for a long time. It would require him to be president. It would require a Republican to get into this, into the White House who's willing to do something. And we're here. This is a big deal. So what does it do? This executive order requires proof of citizenship to vote. I know some of you are saying that wasn't a thing before. Exactly. Voting system upgrades, and it requires states, by the way, to comply or risk losing federal funds. These are all good things. Also requires you to vote with only your hands, which really screws limbless Larry. Sorry, Larry.
Oh, I didn't think about that one.
And here's the thing, too. I want to be clear about proof of citizenship to vote. This is not an issue that should be controversial. It is not controversial. We'll get to other nations. By the way, this just puts us, really raises us to the standards of most nations in the first world, but it's become a politicized issue here. This does matter when you look at the numbers. From the 2024 presidential election, to give you an idea, in Arizona, President Trump won by 187. Total non-citizens in Arizona are 273,000. He lost it by about 10, 15,000, I believe, in the election before that. Georgia,
yeah.
President Trump won by 115 this last election. Non-citizens, 339,000. Michigan, he won by 80. Total non-citizens, 91,000. When you look at the margins by which he lost them in the previous election, hey, I'm not saying that all non-citizens voted. I'm saying that it's possible, and the margins are within tens of thousands of votes.
Right.
How can anyone be opposed to proof of citizenship to vote? Can someone please let me know the argument against it? It's like school choice. I haven't heard a valid one.
Well, and they're also against the voter ID thing. And with you states like Minnesota and Waltz up there running it, saying, I'm just going to give it to everybody.
Right.
Then that just makes these numbers much, much more terrifying because he wants non-citizens to have licenses and doesn't care if they go vote, apparently.
And by the way, just in case you didn't hate the media enough and the Democrat Party enough, and I do mean hate. It's okay to hate evil. We're not talking about people. We're talking about hating ideas, evil ideas. And these ideas are central, and they are what keep our legacy media system and the DNC running. In case you haven't hated them enough, just remember, this is about securing your vote. Do you pay taxes? Are you a citizen? Do you abide by the law? Great. You probably want your election secure. The media, the DNC absolutely do not, and they are throwing a fit.
President Trump, who still claims he won the 2020 election, he didn't, signs an executive order which would upend how U.S. elections are run.
Trump signed another executive order tonight on elections, which, among other things, demands that all states hand over their voter rolls to Donald Trump's top campaign donor, Elon Musk. Because Elon Musk will, I don't know, fix the voting rolls or something.
Which mistakes will be made in
require
identifying
ID?
who is a citizen, who is not, who should be voting, who is not, so on and so forth.
You must use certain voter ID on, in other situations, just outright making it complicated.
Yes.
What the hell did he say?
But to use single syllable words on your prompter are complicated.
That's true.
So I was going to go through some countries that do have voter ID requirements or proof of citizenship requirements.
Right.
The problem is it's so long. It's actually faster for me to give you the countries that don't. The only other countries that don't, Somalia, Congo, Laos. Okay, so this puts us up there with other nations.
Easier.
Yeah, 3. And I'm sure. Look, you can fact check me. I'm sure that there are some different nuances, but the truth is, it's not a controversial issue anywhere else in the world. It's just because you, the American worker, the taxpayer, you're supposed to be the charity for the entire world. They should have secure elections. Only citizens can vote there. By the way, only citizens enjoy certain privileges in places like Mexico, to be clear, in places like Quebec, where I'm from. The kinds of privileges that are available to everyone here in this country, including non-citizens who don't pay taxes. You, the American worker, the American taxpayer, you subsidize the entire world. You don't get to have free and fair elections so that the rest of the world can, as they stare down their noses at us. Nope, we're not going to be like Somalia, Congo, and Laos. We'll just be like, I don't know, France. That's the first time I ever said that as a good thing.
Pick a country in Europe. They do it better than us right now. This is a brilliant 80-20 issue that we've been talking about, that the Trump administration has been on the right side of. He forces the Democrats to be on the wrong side of, and the public 100%-ish supports some kind of thing. And that's me just making up a stat out of my head.
Yeah,
it's
fine.
It's just this is such a no-brainer for most people when you get down to the nitty-gritty of it. That's why I'm pissed off that we're talking about the next 2 stories that we're talking about. Because this is what matters.
We get it, Gerald. He's aggravated.
Very
you guys,
everybody.
I'm really on a tear today, Goldernit.
It just ruffles my feathers, okay?
That really sticks in my craw.
There is a craw. I don't even know.
I'm not entirely sure either.
I don't know.
when,
It's a
I don't know when there was
lots of them, though.
Apparently you found one.
Did we have an epidemic of goat getting?
I don't
to the
know.
point that became an expression.
You
It
got
really
my
gets
goat?
my goat.
Huh.
Okay, fine.
I think it's a Middle Eastern phrase.
Could be.
Probably.
No, that's
Yeah, that guy really got my goat.
Well,
I'm sorry to hear that. That's your wife.
Yeah, but why? But enough about your honeymoon. By the way, Rumble. This is the only reason we're able to do this. Rumble Premium. If you are not a Rumble Premium member, Mug Club is Rumble Premium. Rumble Premium is Mug Club. It's $99 annually, $9.99 a month. You can get $20 off today. Use the promo code Rumble Live. We are not funded by a foreign caliphate, not funded by the government. We are funded by viewers like you, and it all goes away if you guys don't join. And if not, we'll provide the free content for you, and we'll be around as long as you will have us. Let's move on to this. Jasmine Crockett. Just to be clear, so there's no confusion.
Big fan.
I'm anti.
Oh.
Yeah, see, that's the confusion.
Sorry. Yeah, that's why I was like, oh.
That's the confusion. See, I don't like her. And we had several different intros and stingers for this because the ideas just came to us.
Easy.
Kind of like the naked lady at the DFW terminal. So we just picked a couple. She is absolutely a racist, and she's the worst, and she's a race baiter. We couldn't pick the intro, so here's the first one.
Jasmine. Elon, if
Jasmine Crockett,
come through, boo.
racist extraordinaire.
White supremacist.
Jasmine.
So let me tell you something.
Jasmine Crockett, no rain beneath her weave hair.
Now that was funny.
Thank you, Kimmel. Of course, this last week, she threatened 2 people and even insulted and berated a cripple, which brings us to Crockett the Racist's second intro.
The only people that are crying are the mediocre white boys. I am tired of the white tears. I am truly here for very selfish reasons. Starting with on March 29th, it's my birthday. And all I want to see happen on my birthday is for Elon to be taken down. Yes, I think you're okay with you okay with punching. I think and I love Colin. And I think towards the end he started to punch a little harder. But it's Ted Cruz. I mean, this dude has to be knocked over the head, hard. Right?
Give it a shot.
There is no niceties with him. At all. You go clean off on him.
Congresswoman, will you condone violence at the test?
We in these hot ass Texas streets, honey.
Here it comes.
Y'all know we got Governor Hot Wheels down there. Come on now. And the only thing hot about him is that he is a hot ass mess, honey. The only people that are crying are the mediocre white boys. I am tired of the white tears.
Now, let me be really clear. I don't care that she made that joke. Honestly, that doesn't really bother. I care that she ripped it off, that it's a hack joke. It's terrible. And that the left tries to clutch their pearls when they claim that the right is offensive. Yeah, she can make it. She says it in a ghetto-ass way that is unappealing to me. But that's me, a basic white guy, wanting to preserve my white American culture with basic decorum and respect. But I'm not offended by the joke. I bet you Governor Abbott isn't actually all that offended by the joke. And to be fair, the joke may sound mean, but it makes sense when you see the recent renovations to the governor's mansion. See, now I made
it. He's got boosters on that thing.
So joyous.
He just needs some flames on the side. He'll be good to go.
It's like blank check with the water slide.
Yeah.
He hasn't been that happy since he could walk.
I don't know, Governor. Is this ADA regulation?
DC in 5 minutes.
So I'm not. Am I offended? No, you guys can comment. I don't want to play the outrage game.
No.
I get why you can say it's a double standard, absolutely, but I'm not going to play into an act like I am offended. That being said, she did rip off the joke, to be clear, from a 2021 Facebook post. It was a Facebook post that called Abbott Hot Wheels. It's overlay A3. So it's not original. And she was trying to set a premise like, we all know we call them Hot Wheels. We're like, wait, what? Hot ass mess. It's like, this is really, really bad writing.
Honey.
But she made it worse.
Honey.
When she took to X.
She did, honey.
To defend herself. She said, I wasn't thinking about the governor's condition.
Now I care.
Look, you don't have to think about it. You just need to look at him.
It's not a thinking
I was talking about his whip.
Yeah. It's not like it's a surprise at this point. Like he just wheels like, you're bullshitting. I wasn't thinking about the governor's condition. I was thinking about the planes, trains, and automobiles they used to transfer migrants back to communities led by black mayors, deliberately stoking tension and fear among the most vulnerable. You mean like people in wheelchairs?
Yeah, people who can't run away.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. You think that black Americans have it worse than paraplegics? Really? Is that where we are at this point in the oppression Olympics?
There are black paraplegics. That's a hard thing to say.
There are black paraplegics, and they probably have a different experience than white. But if I have to pick the life of a white paraplegic or an able-bodied black man, I would choose to be an able-bodied black man because I could probably run faster too.
Than the guy in the wheelchair? Yeah,
no, just than white people. I could jump higher. But I wouldn't be able to play golf unless I'm Tiger Woods. That's only half of me. You're about to say something, Joe.
I was going to say, so you're telling me that the most vulnerable people among us are in Democrat-controlled cities that are run by black mayors?
Right.
Are you saying that they probably shouldn't be in Democrat-run cities that are run by black mayors? Are you saying that should be the prescription, is to get out of those places?
Right.
So that you're no longer amongst the most vulnerable? I didn't care about this either. I didn't care about the joke because I'm like, whatever, comedy. I like it. I don't even care. It didn't bother me at all in this particular case. She's a complete fraud, though.
Yeah.
And she didn't have anybody advise her to say, hey, there's really no way out of this. Just lean into it and make people come after you for comedy. That's the best way to deal with this, right?
What did she
Go
say?
out and say I'm not thinking about his disability when I said, y'all know we got the Hot Wheels governor.
Yeah, it's
down
almost
there,
like you
right?
pointed to it.
What? I don't understand how you.
I wasn't thinking about his wheelchair. Look at the wheelchair, y'all.
What are those?
I used to have a Hot Wheel like that. You didn't. It didn't exist.
No, you didn't.
Okay, that's a lie. Now she needs to be mocked.
Yes.
Now I have a problem. Like, okay.
And what's funny is you'll get people more offended at the fact that I did black voice than her making fun of a sitting governor in a wheelchair. By the way, I've made those jokes too. Difference is I'm a comedian and I let the cards fall where they may.
Yes.
But you will have people more offended at me doing an impression of her. Does anyone not get the fact that by the way, she's faking it? She sounds like a ghetto hood rat. That doesn't mean all black women.
She didn't always, by the way. So you're not the only one who did black voice.
Exactly.
She apparently is doing it every day.
She's doing it every. She's the bitch dressed like a bitch playing another bitch.
That's nice. What is that? That's Tropic Thunder.
Oh, but I feminized it. Huh? So,
I love what she says busing these immigrants out of cities run by black mayors to where?
Yeah.
New York City. Eric Adams enters the chat.
Yeah.
Hey man.
Hey y'all.
We gotta do something about this. You don't want him either.
We're too vulnerable.
Here's the thing: we are quite sensitive here to the plight.
We are
of the cripples, the gimps. So much so that we've actually we made a mistake. We overextended. So we thought it would be very cool to have an X-Man here in the office, hire them because of their powers. But we made the mistake of, and I was under the false impression that if you're a wheelchair mutant, you have extra psychic powers.
Especially if you're related to one.
Yes. Turns out we got a discounted rate. We wanted Charles Xavier, and unfortunately, we ended up day rating his brother Chet, who is quite a useless X-Man.
You know, the American with Disabilities Act, it's there for a reason. There's no paper.
You got to read the fine print.
Yeah.
Oops. You're in charge of hiring, Gerald.
I wouldn't say that is my fault so much.
That's a you problem.
I'd like to step down as CEO.
Hey, you know what? Good. Lead by example, and maybe someone like Mike Waltz can take notes. And just to be clear, look, because people get so tribal with this, I think Mike Waltz is a decent guy. I like him. I think he's probably otherwise pretty good at his job. But this brings us to this story. You can't have a screw up of this magnitude and not take ownership of it, some responsibility. Is it a big deal to threaten? By the way, my headphone is just, I have a cone-shaped head, so it's being gay. I can say gay. We're not on YouTube. Mike Waltz probably needs to be fired. He probably needs to resign. So this story came out, and the defense made the story worse. That's kind of where we are at this point. The National Security Advisor, Mike Waltz, he explained or tried to exactly how the editor-in-chief there, Jeffrey Goldberg, who we'll get to in a minute at The Atlantic, I still don't understand, but here's his explanation as to how Goldberg was added to a high-level government chat, and then we'll get to the fallout, which makes it worse.
We're going to get to the bottom of it. I just talked to Elon on the way here. We've got the best technical minds looking at how this happened. But I can tell you.
Hold your finger.
I can tell you for 100%. I don't know this guy. I know him by his horrible reputation, and he really is the bottom scum of journalists. And I know him in the sense that he hates the president, but I don't text him. He wasn't on my phone. and we're going to figure out how this happens.
So you don't know.
I built the group my job is to make sure everything's coordinated.
But how did the
execute
number? I mean, I don't mean to be pedantic here, but how did the number?
Have you ever had somebody's contact that shows their name and then you have somebody else's number there?
I never make those mistakes.
Right? You got somebody else's number on someone else's contact. So of course I didn't see this loser in the group. It looked like someone else. Now whether he did it deliberately or it happened in some other technical mean is something.
Whether this is the problem here. It's like, just say, it was a mistake and we screwed up and it won't happen again. And Mike Waltz would still probably have to be the fall guy. Sorry. But in this case, the defense is worse than the initial mistake. Yes. You can comment, look, calling balls and strikes. I think most of us are in agreement here, right? And we'll get to the follow-up. But before that, interesting side note, Waltz's brother-in-law is actually Scott Stapp, of Creed. That's his brother-in-law. Yep. What's happening?
I don't know. It sounds like music.
It sounds like Creed. Was this your idea, Gerald?
No, I have no idea what this is.
We didn't.
What is? I know it's his brother.
Well, I just heard my phone vibrate. It seems that I've been added to a chain. My brother Mike made a mistake and jeopardized the United States. War plans wide open. They sent them to me.
Did do that.
We're going to Yemen to kill all the Houthis. War plans wide open. War plans wide open. Wide open.
Hey,
sorry.
Stop. Yeah.
Josh, can I have that for a second?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I think I'm getting fired.
Nice one.
It's true. He should. It's a little.
He for sure should get fired.
Should get
you
fired.
know what he should do? You were saying this earlier. He should resign. I agree with you.
Yes. Make it easy on everybody.
Let me give you the timeline here a little bit. And to be clear, Tulsi Gabbard, President Trump may not have known. Right. CIA Director John Ratcliffe may not have known. They said that there was no classified info that had been shared. Okay? So did Pete Hegseth, though. The problem here is that he knew because he would have been the one who sent them.
Yes.
So this morning, Jeffrey Goldberg.
Bluff.
Yeah, Jeffrey Goldberg, who I do not like at all. To be clear. And you'll understand in a moment just how much I don't like him. He released more texts detailing specific plans. So to give you an idea, here they are. Here's a timeline. References available. Link in the description. 12:15 Eastern. F-18s launch the first strike package at 1:45. Trigger-based F-18 first strike. Window starts at 2:15. There were strikes, drone strikes on a target there as far as we're dealing with the Houthis.
So this matters. This matters. This is definitely when the first bombs will definitely drop.
Yeah.
At a specific time.
Yes.
It's not a location. Fine. I get it.
These are the texts saying this is when the first bombs will definitely drop.
This isn't war plans.
There is there is no classified information. Is this not this is definitely when the first bombs will drop?
Well, son of a
that could be anything.
Yeah.
Okay, but they did drop right here, right? Coincidence? At 3:36.
We didn't say what kind of bombs it was going to be or how much they'd weigh.
You have the F-18, the second strikes begin to start. There was the first sea-based Tomahawks that were launched.
Oh, they did.
And then the texts also show the aftermath. So this is, again, look, you just have to be, people come out and say there was absolutely nothing classified. There were not war plans. And this guy goes, all right. I mean, I just don't understand how you mishandle it like this. And especially when you look at it now and you see Walter like, this is absolutely wrong. There's nothing classified.
Yes.
Well, he said there was classified. Then he said there kind of wasn't. And then Pete Hegseth said there wasn't. Again, Tulsi Gabbard and Donald Trump may not know, but Hegseth knows. Vance knows. So here are some texts in the aftermath from Waltz. Typing too fast. The first target, their top missile guy. We had positive ID of him walking into his girlfriend's building, and it's now collapsed. J.D. Vance, Excellent.
It's right after the strike in this text.
Right after
that's
the strike.
That part, honestly, that part is fine. But JD Vance, like these JD Vance
was responding. He knows that these are classified at this point.
He needs to advise President Trump really well. Like, hey, I was on that thread. I responded to that. Here's some of the information that was in there. Let's handle this differently.
If this was just about like, hey, look, we don't know how this guy got added and it should never happen again. And someone said, hey, the reason we went to Signal is because it's hard to know who to trust here as far as our encrypted apps that obviously other people have access to. And we had so many leaks in the first Trump term. We've tried to take precautions. We're going to do a better job. That's fine. The problem is the lie, saying there's nothing classified in there, and you give the left ammo. Don't give them an easy win. So then the administration made it, if you can believe it, worse.
Whoa, whoops.
And this is not to say, by the way, that I'm anything other than a fan of this administration and the people involved. And I'm glad that we're killing Houthi terrorists, okay? I just don't like that Goldberg has any wins in his column.
I know.
So the administration, you have Stephen Chung said, the Atlantic beclowns itself as they concede by releasing this that no war planning was going on as they had falsely alleged.
They said war plans. War plans.
Okay. So it doesn't count like, drop this. Does it have to have the latitude and longi?
Yeah. Do you think that distinction is going to be made by the American people, though?
No, it is
because
not.
The first part of that thread actually says this current time. All of that stuff was yet future when it was texted out.
Then
that's a bad thing.
Then Vice President Vance, again on X, said, it's very clear Goldberg oversold what he had. Remember when he was attacking Ratcliffe for blowing the cover for a CIA agent? Turns out Ratcliffe was simply naming his chief of staff. Well, he's right about that second part. And maybe he did oversell it, but this certainly would involve war plans that the American people be like, this should not be getting out. And by the way, to an adversarial journalist, what if it was some reporter from Al Jazeera?
It's not a good thing.
So it wasn't my fault. I don't know why the head of Al Jazeera was registered under Mima in my phone. Doesn't that happen to you? No, it does not. It does not happen to me.
Oh my gosh. So, and that's the whole point. Like there are easy wins here. But we're not talking about the easy wins because everybody yesterday that knew better went out and said there was nothing there. And then you had this Mike Waltz go on this show and inexplicably say that Elon Musk and the best tech minds on the planet are looking into how somebody got added to a Signal chat. Dick Tracy you added them, or one of your staffers did. Maybe Alex Wong added them to this. Lots of speculation going on about him right now. Fine. We could be talking about that. We could be talking about how it wasn't a CIA agent that was unmasked. It was just one of your staffers that was being named. Fine. We can also talk about when he found out that he was in a group that he probably shouldn't have been in with the vice president, did the reporter go, hey, I think you added me incorrectly here. We can't talk about any of that right now. All we get to talk about is you guys look like a bunch of assholes that went out and said that there was nothing there and he called your bluff.
Yeah.
I hope you're playing 8D chess and we find something else out that redeems this, but I want to focus on wins. That's why I'm pissed. I'm not pissed about the chat group. I'm not pissed about what you said. I'm pissed that we're focused on this story instead of fixing voting right now. Nobody else is talking about that because of this mistake.
And that's a huge EO. Hey, great. Proof of citizenship nationally. It's what we've wanted for so long. And instead, we're talking about the speculation regarding how someone may have broken into Mike Waltz's phone and switched his grandmother's contact info with Jeffrey Goldberg.
Whoa, dude, who added my drug dealer to the party?
Yeah, bro.
What the? How did you add? I guess we'll take a few grams. Whatever, dude.
Who sent this nudie gif? Wasn't me. So Mike Waltz went to X, said no locations, no sources and methods, no war plans. Foreign partners had already been notified that strikes were imminent. Bottom line, President Trump is protecting America and our interests. The last part is right. I agree. But I would say this. You are not protecting President Trump and American interests by bogging this administration down with this kind of controversy. At a certain point, you just have to go, hey, you know what? I'm just going to be too tied up here to be of any use to you. Step out, step back. That's. I mean, I disagree when you look at Nixon doing that, because Watergate is not the Watergate that we think it is. And then people got mad at Gerald Ford because he part of him just saying, you know what, it's time for the country to move on. At a certain point, if you want to do what is in the best interest of the country, don't make it about you. And your job is to block for your quarterback. You let one through, so kindly exit. This comes from...
Yeah, don't blame the linebacker.
Yeah, exactly.
He's doing what he's supposed to do.
This is from Politico. It said Trump was mad and suspicious. Kind of speculation that Waltz had Atlantic editor Jeffrey Goldberg's number saved in his phone in the first place. Yes, I would be too. If there was an adversarial journalist who I knew was out to get me, and we'll get to this in a moment, and I was President Trump, I would probably be suspicious. I would probably be upset. If you accidentally added someone, I don't know, from the New York Post or from Media Matters to one of our group threads, I'm like, why do you even have this person in your phone, Gerald? And we've had that conversation. And I know you don't have to be a friend to all people. We have plenty of friends. We could use a few enemies. So President Trump has every right to be mad. But like Gerald said, Jeffrey Goldberg he's not a good journalist. He's not someone to be trusted. He's certainly not a credible journalist. And the right thing to do here would have been him to go, hey, guys, I probably shouldn't be reading about the times and locations of these bombs dropping. I think you guys accidentally added me. I'm going to duck out. If he was looking out for the best interest of his country. And here's also what matters. We have undercover pieces that have been removed from YouTube. That's why we're on Rumble now, right? Investigative journalism is dead, where you have people on the left who don't believe in single-party consent laws, right? That kills investigative journalism. In this case, this journalist was not doing anything in the best interest of the country, wasn't fighting corruption, wasn't exposing corruption, was just revealing private information. This is entirely self-promotion. It's self-aggrandizing. It benefits no one, and the defense benefits no one. That being said, since we've also called some balls and strikes, I still need to get this off my chest. I can't stand Jeffrey Goldberg, so it's time for the latest installment of What a Piece of Shit.
He looked like a priest there.
I was gonna say, that's what he looks
weird,
like?
Yeah.
I don't know.
He looks
Seems
like a gay priest.
Yes.
Well, I mean, that's quite a few of them.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So in case you've forgotten, this is who Goldberg is. And this is why it's so concerning that this person could be added to the Signal chat. A few of his greatest hits. 2002, right, pre-Iraq war, a lot of his reporting focused on two now universally discredited points. So number one, he claimed that Saddam's intelligence agencies were closely linked and maintained ties to al-Qaeda. This was actually directly cited by Dick Cheney, to be clear. And then it was determined false by the Pentagon. They're like, yeah, it turns out we were wrong about that. Goldberg was the source of that. And so people came out back then and said, hey, hold on a second. You said that Saddam Hussein was tied to al-Qaeda, and now we all have egg on our face, including the vice president, who actually believed you. Oh, turns out you just wanted to increase your circulation and your notoriety, Jeffrey Goldberg. What a piece of shit. He then also alleged Iraq. All references available in the description. Please do your research here. You'll understand what this guy is about. He was the one who went out there and said that Iraq was close to some kind of a nuclear breakout. This comes from the New Yorker. He said, there's no disagreement that Iraq, if unchecked, will have them soon, and a nuclear-armed Iraq would alter forever the balance of power in the Middle East. So when people go after George W. Bush and they say, back then they go, no WMDs, no WMDs. Well, that's not true. There were no nuclear weapons, but there were WMDs. Even the New York Times said, we got to stop just sort of continuing to repeat this debunked talking point. But this is the guy who specifically said, they're there, right? Saddam Hussein is close with al-Qaeda. They have nuclear capabilities right now. And again, Vice President Dick Cheney repeated these talking points, which stemmed from Jeffrey Goldberg.
As President Bush has said, time is not on our side. Deliverable weapons of mass destruction in the hands of a terror network or a murderous dictator, or the two working together, constitutes as grave a threat as can be imagined. The risk of inaction are far greater than the risk of action. As one of those who worked to assemble the Gulf War Coalition, I can tell you that our job then would have been infinitely more difficult in the face of a nuclear-armed Saddam Hussein.
I would agree. He wasn't nuclearly armed. No. I sound like George W. Nuclear. It's hard for me to say. Nuclearly armed. Is that a word?
Just call them nukes.
They just call them nukes.
Armed with them.
Like the drug in RoboCop 3. What it was?
Nuke 3? It's definitely Nuke. I just can't remember which one it was.
Or like
Junkies in the,
Duke Nukem, my favorite video game.
That's right, Duke Nukem. It's the only game where you can kill strippers.
Not anymore.
Any 90s kids, you remember Duke Nukem.
Yeah.
So think about that for a second. People said intelligence agencies were wrong. Sure. The international community was wrong. Sure. But a lot of it the waters got muddied by people like Jeffrey Goldberg acting as though they were credible journalists with inside information that we now know was verifiably false. And if the American public would have known at that moment in time, myself included, very likely would not have been as supportive of the war in Iraq as most Americans were. Thanks, Jeffrey Goldberg, you piece of shit. Now, if you look at that,
that's where you go. Oh, excuse me.
That energy on Dick Cheney there, he seems a little bit tense. Doesn't he look like he could use a delicious cup of coffee?
Alice, you missed with the toast. You missed with the eggs.
Be a sport, Herb, and try the coffee.
Coffee. Oh, your coffee's always a real treat.
This is 1775 coffee, just like your mother used to make when she would entertain her male friends. Her great many male friends. For sex.
Alice!
You can't miss with 1775 coffee, unlike you on the golf course.
Alice!
Or like when you thought kissing cousins was a thing.
Alice!
It doesn't force an agenda down your throat, and it doesn't make your kids gay. They're the coffee of freedom. I can say whatever I want, and they're not going to judge me for it. You're going to love it.
That's great.
I knew it.
That's great tasting coffee, Alice.
So it's all right about the toast?
Uh-huh.
And the eggs?
Uh-huh.
And you're going to mow the grass?
Uh-huh.
Tone down the domestic battery?
Uh-huh.
And kick your lazy freeloading sister out of our house?
Alice! Great tasting coffee, Alice.
1775 coffee, revolting against shit coffee, supporting freedom of speech and the First Amendment. 1775coffee.com/Crowder. You're gonna love it.
That's right. And use the promo code Crowder for 15% off. The only coffee we use here, oh, wrong side. Only coffee we use here in the office is their Pea Berry. It's awesome. It comes in 16-ounce bags and fresh roasted. I cannot recommend them enough. And you know what? They don't give all their money to Democrats while claiming that they're a conservative company.
Hey.
Do your research. You'll find out the frauds. Boy, we are in it today.
We are a little angry.
We are going deep.
You get one, you go through one Scott Stapp impression. You just can't get out of it. I feel like Heath Ledger in The Joker. I can't get out of the method acting.
I'm in too deep.
Yes. Let's go to more current, I guess, bungles, just outright lies, let's call it, from Jeffrey Goldberg in September 2020. You remember the suckers and losers story, right? Do you remember this story? This was a story where it was claimed that Donald Trump said at a 2018 veterans, there was a commemoration in France, we'll have the clip here, that he called our armed servicemen and women suckers and losers, right? Well, that actually stemmed from Goldberg in The Atlantic, and it was pretty much just coming from him.
William Brangham reports on the fallout intensifying today over an article that alleges President Trump made disparaging remarks about U.S. troops.
It's a fake story, and it's a disgrace that they're allowed to do it.
President Trump is firing back after a report in The Atlantic magazine, and later confirmed by multiple news organizations, said the president several times called fallen American service members losers and suckers.
So you can thank Jeffrey Goldberg for that. The story was immediately debunked by a multitude of sources, and the only corroborating source was Goldberg himself. What a piece of shit.
I'm really glad he waited until September of 2020.
Yeah, exactly.
To put that. So, I mean, he had it since apparently 2018, but he just got to sit on it to do the American people a solid, right?
And this is why you can't give someone like this an inch with a mistake.
Nope.
If you do, admit your mistake, okay, all right, then move on. I get it. I also understand the logic. Apologizing to these people, they're just going to try and gain some more ground. I understand it. This is a bad person. This is not a good journalist. This is not an honest journalist. This is the kind of journalist who wants you to trust legacy media and berates new media journalists, the kind of journalist who believes that Mug Club Undercover, breaking some of the biggest stories of that year, shouldn't exist because they're not professional, but he should be allowed to spew and spread propaganda. That's really what it is. So October 2024. Remember this story?
Yeah.
Where we all heard, and Donald Trump had to run interference, right? So even if you don't make a mistake, they'll attack you. So don't give them a freebie. The story was, for those who've forgotten, President Trump disparaged this fallen Mexican-American soldier. Remember, he said, how much does it cost to bury a Mexican? Right. And he was saying all kinds of racist things. Well, again, this story that you heard and the media covered as though it was legitimate and corroborated came from none other than Jeff Goldberg.
According to attendees and to contemporaneous notes of the meeting taken by a participant, an aide answered, yes, we received a bill. The funeral cost $60,000. Trump became angry. It doesn't cost $60,000 to bury a bleeping Mexican. He turned to his chief of staff, Mark Meadows, and issued an order, quote, don't pay it.
Now, that would seem bad if there was any truth to it. It was immediately debunked by the soldier in question's sister, Myra. She posted this. She said, wow, I don't appreciate how you are exploiting my sister's death for politics. Hurtful and disrespectful to the important changes she made for service members. President Donald Trump did nothing but show respect to my family and Vanessa. In fact, I voted for President Trump today. So stick that in your pipe and smoke it, Goldberg, you piece of shit.
Huh. It is a terrible thing.
It's a terrible thing.
He came up with it.
Yes.
Yeah.
It wasn't like a misunderstanding or a misquote. He came up with that in his own head.
No. What happened, Josh, is that he had a completely unverified story, but they only come every 4 years when Donald Trump is running for office. So the first was September of 2020.
Yeah.
This one is October of 2024. Interesting that Jeff only gets stories when it's trying to torpedo Trump's campaign.
And the problem with Jeffrey Goldberg is he hides behind someone else. It's exactly like when we released the Nashville Manifesto, right? We found out this was a radicalized trans shooter. And the people who were opposed to it go, this hurts the families. No, I think the families were hurt by the shooting. And I think you lying about the shooting is also hurtful. I think the truth may sting, but the truth is not damaging. The truth is healing in the long term. Jeffrey Goldberg has never met a truth that he is interested in. In that same article, by the way, Goldberg alleged, let's just say Goldberg, because anonymous source, who cares, that Trump said at that point, I need the kind of generals that Hitler had. Now, the source for that was two people who allegedly heard him say it. It exists nowhere else on planet Earth aside from Jeff Goldberg telling you that two people say they heard Donald Trump claim he would like to have generals like Hitler. I can't even debunk it because it might as well not exist. It's a figment of your imagination. Jeff Goldberg, you are indeed, without a doubt, a huge, steaming piece of shit. And I know we have some.
That was a boiler.
And by the way, the people who are new, I know the Bongino Army, Vince. Yes, sometimes we do go up. We're very. This is the comedy. This is the only place where we do this. Fart sounds. They're still funny.
We're immature.
They are funny to everyone.
But there's a
even if
lot.
you don't admit it.
There's a lot to answer for here, right? Yes. The president was let down. They didn't block for their quarterback.
One of the biggest problems in this.
Yeah.
He should have been advised better, especially by these individuals who should have his back.
And here's the thing. I appreciate Donald Trump wanting to be loyal and saying, he made a mistake. He doesn't need to apologize. Donald Trump, for people who say Donald Trump just wants sycophants, if you make a mistake, but Donald Trump believes that you are loyal, and we've seen this throughout we've seen it broadcast, by the way, on Celebrity Apprentice. For crying out loud, Arsenio Hall won the Celebrity Apprentice. That guy shouldn't win anything ever.
But he came in doing woo, woo,
yeah.
woo.
He was not. Donald Trump does recognize that, and he will stand by. He will have your back. But, Waltz, to have the president's back right now, it's good that he has your back. That's a great thing. Have his back. Recuse yourself. Resign. That's the right thing to do.
Or handle it better. Like, I think you could make the case that this would blow over very quickly with a lot of other things happening because news comes and goes. By Monday, we're not going to be talking about this most likely, unless they keep doing things to keep it alive, which they've done.
Probably some kind of investigation, some kind of.
I mean, obviously, you wish you'd handle it better, but it's too late for that.
No, I know it's too late.
It's already. At this point, it's like you handle it terribly. You went on Fox News, called this guy a loser, a dork, or whatever you said, talked all your shit.
And by the way,
it was your fault, dude.
Yeah, all of those things are true, and this is your fault.
Yes. So it looks like we've got a little bit more information, or at least some speculation about who set up the group. So you can throw that overlay up on the screen for me really quickly. So this is from Mike Waltz. Team establishing a principals group for coordination on Houthis, particularly over the next 72 hours. My deputy, Alex Wong, is pulling together a Tiger team at chief of staff level. Right. So that's where this gets a little wonky.
So it could be Wong?
It could be Alex Wong.
Oh, we got the Wong guy, huh?
Well.
It wasn't me. No. It was the one-armed man.
So Alex Wong is he's kind of the principal advisor, it seems, to Waltz. But according to reports, Wong is married to U.S. Attorney Candace Chi Wong. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly. A Chinese woman who is one of the key attorneys involved in prosecuting January 6ers. So there is some speculation right now about, is there any kind of a connection with Alex and anything that went on there. Obviously, in setting up the group, it looks like he probably was the person that set up the group. It's then like, oh, okay, well, is there anything else going on here? Was Alex the reason that this person got added to the group? Right?
Why is this guy working for?
I know.
Yeah. Now, look, I know that he's not his wife, but you know what? If I'm President Trump, nope, disqualified. Sorry, you can't. Why? Well, because your wife worked on prosecuting January 6ers. It was a trumped-up hoax. You can't be here. I hope you understand.
Yeah.
And if I was in that position, and I said, that's how the president thinks I can best serve, aye, Captain, I got it.
Yeah.
That's what these
100%.
people need to do.
Yeah. And look, these are all the things that we should be talking about. Like all of these things.
Yeah.
Right. And people, I literally put out a post that I'm pissed. I want to see if there's more information, but I'm really pissed off about how this happened. And immediately people are like, way to do the job of the mainstream media. I'm not. I don't care about what was in there. I care about the response to what was in there because it takes your focus off of what we're here to do.
Yeah.
I'm not mad at President Trump. I don't think he even really knew a whole lot about what was going on with this. Obviously.
No. Look,
every play.
I'll use a personal example here. We know, obviously, we've helped President Trump quite a bit. He's quoted us at his rallies. That's the reason that, he was able to run for president when we had our DOJ story. I know that he would have done this show, and I know that people in his circles, oh, it's risky. That's an edgy show. And you know what? I don't think it is, but guess what? I'm fine with it because I don't want to put him in that position. And I think some people may have ulterior motives. They want to direct someone to another show that maybe is run by a nonprofit. Fine. I just said, okay, I'm not going to push. Still going to support him. Still going to say you should vote for him. Still going to say he's the best president of our lifetime. But look, I'm a comedian. I'm not in this administration. I don't exist to serve a politician. But in that case, I was going, people think it'll be more harm than good for him to appear on a comedy show. He appeared on Howard Stern where they had strippers playing the harmonica with their vaginas. But I guess it was a different time. All right, fine. I get it. Walt should go, hey, it's not necessarily fair. This is too important to let it slip through our fingers. I get it. The media, you don't want to give them an inch.
Yeah.
The inch has already been given when the response was false. They said there was nothing regarding war plans or that was discussed. They knew, even if Wong did it, Waltz knew at that moment in time what he had sent.
Yes.
That's the issue. They got Breitbarted by the left, and I think this is the first time that's actually happened.
So who do you protect first? Do you protect Alex Wong or President Donald Trump?
Yes.
Hey, I found out that when I gave it to one of my advisors to set up that there was an accident that was made. The advisor no longer works for me. This won't happen again. We'll get down to the bottom of everything else that you guys are talking about.
Right.
I think that is a very palatable response.
Yeah.
Has he not gotten rid of Wong?
No, I don't think so. I mean, we can't say definitively that Wong was the person responsible for accidentally adding this person to the group or intentionally, whatever, but it looks like it. So if that's the case, that's a very easy argument to make and go, I would have gone, okay, that makes sense. Let's move on to the next thing because guess what? These strikes were incredibly effective. And that's the message that people want to get out. Fantastic. Let's do that.
Right. Yeah.
I just don't like how it was handled. And I look, give me crap for it. I don't care. I
agree with
this
you.
Helps the Trump administration, not hurts. I'm not here to try to pile on, and I'm not going to be talking about it next week either when things move on. But right here, right now, this was a mistake. Don't do this again.
You know what else? Now, unfortunately, the fallout is Tulsi Gabbard probably can welcome an investigation.
Yes.
Because did you know President Trump now may have some kind of investigation?
Or Kash Patel didn't even say anything. He's like, I'm just in the chat, guys. I don't know.
Yeah.
He's getting roped in. What?
They all get roped in. What they should have waited, said nothing. And the first focus is if you are in the cabinet or if you are in this administration, you are appointed by the president. You exist to serve the president. No, I'm not saying oligarchy like Bernie Sanders.
Right.
That's the reason you're there. That is your primary objective. Understand that the anger here is with people who knew better and didn't protect the president of the United States. He's the quarterback. They're supposed to block for him.
Yes,
they screwed up.
Always.
And they let another opening. They allowed for another opening by screwing up in the response. This has to get a little more buttoned up. It has to be tighter. We have to be better. And you know what? I really wish that we could spend more time. We probably will tomorrow on the executive order for voter integrity, proof of citizenship. It's what you've wanted, what we've wanted. And I'm telling you, here's the thing too, giving the left an in. They don't want to talk about voter ID. They don't want to talk about proof of citizenship now. You know why? Because they know that it is an overwhelmingly popular issue with all Americans, black, white, Hispanic, right? They don't see voter ID or proof of citizenship as racist. So they don't want, we've now given them a free pass to gloss over it.
Look at what CNN's covering.
Yeah.
They're covering these hearings right now. So we should be talking nothing about, like, I wanted CNN to go crazy on the voter stuff. I wanted them to go crazy over Donald Trump. Issue. Exactly. I wanted them to lose their minds. I wanted Crockett to go out. I wanted every single Democrat to come out and say something against it. Fine. Fantastic. We're going to win on that argument 100 times out of 100.
Yeah.
Let's go have that fight. Instead, right now, they're doing this with hearings. Now, I've heard some really interesting conspiracy theories, like the CIA really hates Donald Trump's plans around the world, and so they did this, and they planted this right before these hearings. So I don't know, maybe.
Could be.
Nobody has said the Jews yet, which I'm still waiting for. I know it'll happen.
Could be that too.
Yeah, Goldberg.
Oh,
there we go.
They're saying it.
Yeah. Are they saying it really?
Yes, in
Oh,
chat.
I haven't seen it.
You're not looking at chat.
Okay.
So long as no one's being harassed on private chat,
that's fine.
Not anymore.
It's just
they have to take their integrity, seriously at this point, because if they don't, then it just makes it easier to call into question anything from here on out.
Yeah, no, that's what they'll do. Yeah. And you know what? Unfortunately, now Pete Hegseth is also implicated because he said there was nothing classified or warped. And I get you can have an out on the technical terms, whether it's classified or not, and that also depends on how you define it. The definition of is all that. But the fact is, this is not going to play well. You know what would play well? You know what absolutely will play well? And a big part of that is because of the work that you have done, Mug Club, Rebel Premium members, and the investigative journalists out there. What plays well is proof of citizenship to vote. Mm-hmm. That's a popular issue. And we could be talking about that for most of the day today. And I would like to see, but they've been given an easy out. They don't have to cover it. They'd much rather cover a mild or severe screw up from this administration. That we have this sometimes, right, where we go, hey, we're about to do something really big, whether it's the election. We go, so everyone here, you just got to be extra careful. Button it up, cross your T's, dot your I's, because when you have this kind of a success that's coming, they're going to be looking for a reason. Do not give it to them. And by the way, we are going to continue. If you are not a Rumble Premium member, you can just keep watching. Tim Pool is coming up next. You'll be taken to him, whisked over there automatically. And if you are a Rumble Premium member, or you want to be, click that button below. We're going to go on for another 45 minutes to an hour. Actually, we will be discussing, this one's fun, a little bit of a palate cleanse.
Yeah,
Snow White. It turns out Snow White is not doing very well, but for reasons that won't surprise you, it's going to be an entertainment minute. All right, let's hit the numbers, Toolman. I'm sure people want to hear about this.
Explosives, firebombing vehicles, smashing them up, smashing windows, shooting BB guns at them. But it ranges from the lowest tier of knocking your hat off your head, screaming in your face, to actually threatening you with Yeah, this edition is Who'd Have Seen This Coming?
Maybe the Wicked Witch, or what's her name? The Queen, or what the? I don't know.
Gal Gadot with the worst acting chops ever. Noodles, you actually said before we get into Snow White and the abysmal box office performance, which is direct proof of far left content not doing well, you said that there's something more current on this too.
Yeah, so speaking of Disney, apparently Marvel's got a big announcement coming out today,
Yeah.
but as far as streaming is concerned, we're beating it.
Oh, great.
They care.
This is so let me give you some quick numbers. 43 million is what it took in the United States. Okay, that's the second worst premiere of a Disney live action movie ever.
What was the other one? What was worse than that?
It was only beat, I think it was beat by the Lion King prequel, Mufasa.
Oh my gosh.
I think so.
Yeah, I wasn't really interested in that.
Yeah, so it hasn't
been cool.
It hasn't done very well. They need
No?
250 million to break even. Here's the lesson.
Gosh.
You can be, I mean, most people in Hollywood have been Democrats, or certainly more liberal for a very long time. When you actively insult, attack, and berate your audience, however, they will turn you off. Now, the job that we have to do, and we have to be effective in doing this, is making sure that Americans realize this is taking place all the time. Like, for example, a lot of people up until Colin Kaepernick thought that, my God, the NFL was patriotic. And then they realized that wasn't true. Or Bud Light. I remember hearing someone go like, I drink Bud Light because it employs Americans. I was in Michigan. I was like, there's only 50 breweries if I were to drop a pin right now that you could walk to.
You drink Bud Light because in 18 cases under $20.
Yeah.
Yes, and because of the marketing. You're pay of the $20, $19.50 is spent on marketing. So this has been going on for a very, very long time. And it's been going on for such a long time that the left became comfortable doing it, where they were more, I guess I should say, out in the open in attacking you. But this is not new. And at this point, Americans have rejected it. So not only the critics also didn't really like it all that much. 42% as a critic rating on Rotten Tomatoes, 1.7 out of 10 on IMDb.
Wait, was that a 74% fan
score?
That surprises me.
That is maybe it's good.
Maybe it's good. I'm willing to bet that you probably have a bunch of activists going like, "Come on, we have to make this. This is one for the girls."
Mm-hmm.
Now, if there's one thing to glean from this, it's actually the sheer quality of the negative reviews. So let me read you some quotes. It says, I paid nothing to watch the trailer, but I want my money back.
Oh, that's nice. Nice job.
And funny, this is a joke I made years ago, but if they streamed it on an airplane, I would still walk out.
Yes. That's
an old joke.
That's theft.
I'm rooting for the poison apple.
Oh, boy. Oh,
Mud
boy.
Brown and the 7 Discord mods.
Nice.
In short, hey ho, don't go. Gene Shallot's getting some edge.
That's weird. Yeah. Did you see that there?
I say, hey ho, she's a lying whore. Okay, Shallot.
So there were some midgets protesting this, by the way. Little people. I don't know really what to call them to be sensitive, but nonetheless, it was.
You're supposed to say dwarves, which seems
There's
more
a difference.
offensive.
It does sound.
There's a difference between dwarves and midgets.
Okay, so people that are small that could have played this role.
Yeah.
The 7 dwarfs. So actual dwarfs were like,
What is a dwarf versus a midget?
I don't know the difference, but I know there is one. I knew one angry midget, which, by the way, I think they all are. But I met one. I knew one. He's a comic in Tacoma, and he was talking about it. There's like an actual association, like the Association of Midgets. It used to be the Association of Midgets. Now it's like the little people.
It's a small group.
So
I thought the dwarves, because dwarfism is the appropriate medical nomenclature. I thought that they were like dwarves, which just seems more
I could
offensive.
be making this up, but
I think you're making it up.
I might be fishing for an admonishment here, but I stand by it.
I think dwarves are what we used to refer to as midgets.
Is that
the point? Is
or can we just say midgie?
Midget, dwarf? They're out of work. They're replaced by CGI things. Like, this is just a perfect
Imagine
example.
that.
When there's
Thing
no
one and thing 12.
there's no guiding principle, just progress for the sake of progress, and you're just trying to weave around offense after offense. And someone goes like, "Hey, 7 dwarves is offensive to midgets." You're like, "Oh, okay. So let's just not employ any of them."
Yes, Peter Dinklage.
Okay. So apparently the difference is midget refers to a person who is very short but normally proportioned.
That's not true. That's not how I use. That's not how I use it. That's not how society has used
See
it.
the other side. What's the dwarf?
Dwarf refers to a person with one of several varieties of a specific genetic condition called dwarfism. A dwarf has disproportionate body parts.
So a midget could be like 3 feet
huge
tall, but everything is proportionate. It makes sense. Like the arms and the legs
and
make
a big head.
Yeah, but dwarf will have like little tiny body but bigger arms or a big penis
That
or whatever.
seems like that seems so much worse, because there's a process where you have to meet the qualifications, where someone's like, "Oh gosh, your hands are way too big for your body. I guess you qualify."
So kids are technically midgets.
Yeah, but we've never.
No, because that's their age.
Yeah.
No, it's they're equally proportioned.
No,
What about Asian?
It does say adult, an extremely short adult.
Well, that doesn't matter.
So
Nobody
Asian-
uses
you're right.
it like
Asians
that.
are midgets.
Yeah, well then I guess
No,
it'd
they
be
have
like
to be under a certain height, right?
Danny
Well,
DeVito. Is Danny
58
DeVito like a barely passable? He's kind of between the two.
I think Danny DeVito technically is a midget.
He has
Midget
to
or
be a
dwarf?
Midget? Because he's
Super
proportionate.
short.
He's not very proportionate.
He is
Well, the belly's
4'10".
not. That's
He's 4'10" and he has
he's not
orangutan.
Oh, he's not a midget then.
Yes.
No,
Maybe
I
he's a
think,
dwarf?
I think I'd be at like under 4'6", and I'm making that up for sure.
No, you're definitely making that up. I think it's if you're under 5 foot, you get midget money for college.
No, he makes it right on the dot. It says under 58 inches, and he is 58 inches.
So he's not a midget.
So he is a full-grown man.
He is just barely.
How did he get a career in acting?
Well, he's a good actor.
He's amazing.
No, I
He's
know.
hilarious.
I'm just saying, like, it's just, it boggles my mind, though, because in every movie, other than twins, because they actually make a big deal out of it.
Right.
In every other movie, I don't really know that he's that short.
Yeah, they don't.
I mean, average height at least in America is like 5'9".
Yeah, he's substantially shorter.
So that's a foot shorter?
That's a lot shorter.
It's less than a foot shorter. It's not that much.
That is a lot.
Especially for an Italian guy. I don't know. I'm trying to pull this out of my ass.
Yeah,
right now.
I think I know. I definitely.
You're working on it.
The point is, they don't harp on it. It's like he's little. We know, but he's a good actor.
He's that good. Yeah, I guess that's the best answer. I've never. I mean, we grew up with him being like a big movie star for us. Like, and I've never thought of him as being short, other than in Twins.
We'll put it this way: the difference between Steven and I in height is the same as the difference between Danny DeVito and I in height, which is crazy because me standing next to Steven is wildly different.
Wow.
Yeah, it's we're standing next to Gerald, but you know, he's only got 3 years left.
Gerald's a monster.
Listen, that's not true.
Tall guys do not last long.
Well, they'd last somewhat shorter periods of time.
No, it's tall guys, black guys, and midgets.
Gerald's great uncle got killed by David.
That makes sense.
I don't think so. Doesn't that make me a Philistine?
Yeah,
makes you a giant for
Your
sure.
great uncle had a big mouth. You know what? He got a rock right here. A stone and a leather stroke solved it.
We moved to Germany after that.
Oh, that's why Gerald has a no slingshot policy.
Yes, he does. He has a no slingshot policy.
It always feels wrong. I don't know why.
It does. I understand it, right? Family first. I get it. So with Snow White, let's go through this, right? There's no prince. Woman doesn't need a prince.
Oh, Lord.
Really? Okay. Good
Shut
luck back then. It's just so stupid. Like, of course you do. It doesn't need a prince to save her, and not surrounded by 7 weird people. Oh, okay, just CGI fictional goblins, I guess. And then she came out and said that, what did she say? That she had no empathy for Trump voters. Like she was.
Oh, it was worse than that.
What's crazy about this is Disney has been so careful and controlling for a long time as far as the narrative and protecting their brand.
And what their actors say. I mean, there's a famous video of Avengers Infinity War backstage where one guy was like I can't remember which one. One of them was taking a video of all the Avengers in the same room.
Right.
In like plain clothes. And someone's like, that's an illegal video. You're going to get sued for that if it gets out.
Yeah.
And it's like they kept so much of those stories under wraps.
Yeah.
And I get it. There's a difference between spoiling and whatever, but to go out and badmouth everybody and talk smack about, I mean, older movies in the same franchise, the canon story, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know, dude. I feel like they would have had better control over that.
Well, no, I do wonder if it's generational because we've also struggled with this in the office. For example, people from a different generation and from our generation, and really anyone outside of Gen Z or younger millennials, you understand that when you are employed by someone, there's an agreement and you have to abide by certain terms. And this is something I've always been very clear about, like, hey, YouTube, for example, X, these are open. These are supposed to be platforms, not publishers, right? So you are supposed to be able to upload anything you want because it's a digital town square. They're afforded those legal protections. I understand that if I write for the New York Times, or for example, when I was working at Fox News, if they say you can't discuss it, well, that's part of the deal with the employer. I understand that. Young people feel like, what? So now you're anti-freedom of speech just because you're signing my check? It's like, yeah, we've had that here too, where remember, we have NDAs here because we have an investigative journalism unit. Yes. And we had people who were working here, young people going out talking about it. We're like, hey, you can talk, you can say you work a job, whatever. You cannot talk about trade secrets and certainly not compromise our investigative journalists in the field. What? So no free speech? These people could get shot.
That's
true. Also, you're not the government.
No, exactly.
You don't have to work here.
No, exactly.
It's like, yeah,
we're pretty loose.
You choose to work here? Okay, well, here's the condition.
So I wonder if this girl's like, you know what? You are not. And by the way, this happens with people on the right too, who take the money and then want to act like they're a martyr afterwards and speak out against it. We have consistently we've said, no, I can't take that money because that's effectively blood money. If you pay me, then tell me what I can or cannot say. That's why I own 100% of Loudermilk's credit. Then I can't bitch about it. This girl took the money and then decided that she wanted to go out there. And you know what? I'm going to take my stand. Well, you should have made that stand before you took the money to promote a film, because that's not in line with your job description.
Right. I think this is their policies coming back to bite them. They went woke.
Yeah.
She went out and said stuff woke that was going to hurt the film. They couldn't come out and go against her, because then you're going after somebody for saying what you say you believe.
Well, they pulled her
that would
premiere.
have been a ton of backlash. Now, they moved things around, but they didn't can this girl. They didn't pull her completely and scrap the film and do it again or whatever. Maybe it was too costly at that point to do it. But I understand you can't spend another $250 million on this for reshoots. But at the same time, like, I think going forward, they're going to be like, hey, shut up.
Yeah.
Tight-lipped. Otherwise, guess what? We're clawing back some money.
Yeah. This would have been a lot better if they, had a strong male along with her, a prince, if it wasn't about socialism, if they didn't remove the dwarves, if they had real dwarves. Crying out loud, it's one of the perks. You get to watch Snow White.
I think they could have done all that woke shit. You want to cut woke? They could have done all that still. And as long as she had gone out and been like, well, we just have a different story. I like the old story, but we're doing a different one this time.
You're probably right.
The backlash would have been 10 times.
Yes. You're probably right.
The opposite of 10 times
because
worse.
A lot of Americans, unfortunately, even people who vote for Donald Trump, they're easily fooled by that. And I'll be watching and go, you see what they're saying, right? What? I didn't get that. I'm like, every single white male is a piece of shit, and the woman is the hero, and all authority is bad, and all business is bad, but government is good as social. And most people don't know what they're watching. She, unfortunately, sort of pulled the curtain back and people knew exactly what was going on. Yes, Toolman.
Yeah, I have a clip of it.
Oh, okay, great.
Her being a retard.
Okay.
It's no longer 1937, and we absolutely wrote a Snow White.
That laugh.
That is
not going to be saved by
You
the
wrote
prince.
it?
She's not going to be saved by the prince, and she's not going to be dreaming about true love. She's dreaming about becoming the leader she knows she can be.
Our rights are on the line, folks.
The
Our
right to buy
reproductive
Cosby
rights.
sweaters?
Come on.
That's the face
Go
of a
vote blue.
serial killer.
And if you disagree with the sentiment, just hit the unfollow button. I don't need your business.
Noted.
Thanks.
The original cartoon came out in 1937, and very evidently so. There's a big focus on her love story with a guy who literally stalks her.
Say it louder so your other eye can hear you.
So we didn't do that this time.
You don't particularly see people who, look like me or are me playing roles like that. So it was definitely when it got announced.
He wasn't a stalker, by the way.
Thing that was like trending on Twitter for days because all of the people were angry. And so it was like
those people.
very much this, yes. It was this
people that we
awakening
need
of,
to educate, the people that we need to love into awareness.
love them in the right direction.
No, the people who you need to entertain, the people who you need to serve, the people who pay your salary. And by the way, that's what I've said here too. I have to serve you right now. Mug Club, Rumble Premium. Yeah. Otherwise I have to serve 10 sponsors a show, or I'd have to serve a giant nonprofit, or I'd have to serve someone else who owns the company, or I'd have to serve a government or a foreign entity funding us. You always do have a master that you serve. I much more appreciate this dynamic now, seeing what happens here in Hollywood, because everyone is serving a master.
Yeah.
Everyone is serving a master. It's just her going, we need to change. No, you don't. It's not your job. Your job is to entertain. You are paid to entertain. That's what this is. Also, it's very disturbing to me that I am noticing that lead actresses in live Disney films, their eyes keep drifting further and further apart.
What is that?
You got Little Mermaid and you got her, and it's like the super soaker that can shoot around corners.
It's very
turning
awful.
into Ice Age. It's fetal alcohol syndrome.
I was about to say, I think that's what it is, right?
Down genetically. Like if one mother has fetal alcohol syndrome and she passes it to a child, it's there forever.
Well, it's sort of, it's the child has fetal alcohol.
Like they're very far apart.
Yeah, but then it carries on to
No, I know. But the way you said it sounded like the mom had it. The mom doesn't have it. The mom drinks too much and gives it to the child. Yeah.
There you go.
So,
yeah. Point is, she's an idiot.
One glass, but it's really big.
And by the way, if
That's
you have
my
not,
theory.
please download the app, follow me, follow yours truly on Rumble. That's the best way to you just get notifications when we are live. Please do that, because we don't know what's going to be happening with any other social platforms. And the last thing I want is for you to lose touch. Rumble is, it's the best game. It's the only game in town as far as being able to say what it is that you believe in never having any interference. That's why you see this lineup. Everyone has different points of view. It's independent, but we banded together so that we can support one another. Hey, isn't that wonderful? It's like a commune without the nudity.
Or Terminal D without the nudity. So,
Yes, that's true.
Neither is good.
I think I'm just going to go there for lunch. Every now and then I like to hang out at the airport.
You can't. You have to buy a plane ticket
See
to get
what's
in
going on.
I think at a lot of airports you can buy a visitor's pass. Actually,
Yep.
No.
Yep. That's what I'm going to do.
Really?
Yep.
I have
I've
my
never heard of
afternoon
that. Is that
planned.
true?
Yep.
That's interesting.
A friend of mine had this one thing too that he used to do with his girlfriend. She traveled a lot, and he would buy a refundable ticket. Like you can get refundable ticket, like a main cabin or whatever it is.
Yeah.
And he'd buy a ticket for a later flight that day, and then go hang out with her in the terminal, and then get a refund for his ticket and go home.
That's funny.
Nice.
I don't know if you could still do that. I don't know if you could if they've got wind.
Getting on a plane used to be like getting on a Greyhound bus.
I know.
There was this one guy a while back, this Chinese guy who figured out how to game the system for the lounge, the America. I don't remember. It's like this Air China lounge or whatever. And he would eat like breakfast, lunch, and dinner at the airport.
Oh, it's an easy trick. I know how to game
and then get the refunded ticket. So maybe they're catching wise to this kind of thing.
No, it's super easy. You just fake a seizure out in front of the lounge.
Well, I mean,
yeah, you just fake a seizure, like, and they go, oh, do you need anything? You go, I think I just need to lay down, but where would I lounge?
But then after a while, they catch wise to you.
No. They just think
that guy again.
They just think I have a condition.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but why are you always there?
And if I'm really lazy, I just tell them I had a seizure, but it was an absent seizure. I just go, lounge now. It's like, all right.
They see you at the bar. They go, hey, aren't you? They go,
$16 a pint.
Free. They're free in the lounge.
Yeah, they keep. By the way, like now, if you get a first class ticket, you still don't get access to the lounge.
No, you have to have lounge access.
You have to have the double, triple, quadruple platinum, which is it makes no sense anymore because
that is true, Joe.
Anyone who flies with one airline,
I fly way more than you.
You fly first class?
Yeah, quite a bit, yeah. You'd be surprised how much money I got, dog.
No, I'm not talking money,
you
bro.
You classist son of a bitch.
No, if you're flying internationally first class, they'll do it.
It's not
some of
first class otherwise?
But yeah, not first class. It actually ended, I want to say a year or two ago.
Oh.
Yeah, where it's like, because people were going like, oh yeah, I got a first class ticket from Seattle to Spokane. 45-minute flight and they're getting drunk at the bar. It's like, wait, okay, right? We got to put a stop to this.
Yeah. You don't belong here, sir.
My favorite was when I was sitting behind Bernie Sanders in the flight from Washington, D.C. to Vermont, and he was in economy plus. It was first class without the free cocktail.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, he was right behind it, just I fly coach. Like, come on, man.
A lot of airlines give you a free drink and premium now.
Oh, really? Maybe he did get a free drink. I have no idea.
He probably did.
I just like that.
I didn't get free drinks from the airline. I got it from one small donut.
I like to get loose.
I fly Spirit only.
That's why he sits back there because he knows someone's going to buy him a drink.
Yeah, probably. I should have confronted him, but I didn't. I figured he
like
was
a sad.
The rules of engagement. He was walking down the hallway like Brooks from Shawshank, and this poor guy. I don't want to sandbag him.
And here he is, still banging around the country doing rallies.
Yeah.
Jerk, you could have helped us.
Him and
you chose not to.
Absolute morons. All right, do we want to grab? Are there any other news updates? Because I know we don't have enough time for Stallone or Coach. I don't think. Do we?
I think we do.
You think we do? Do we have a story, or do we want to play Stallone or Coach or chat?
I don't know of any stories right now that are breaking. They're still doing these hearings, but that's about it. So,
do you want? Hey, Chet, do you want us to play? A game of Sylvester Stallone character
we're gonna wait.
or football coach, or do you want us to take chats? Because I know we take chats every Thursday, but
so Steven, he just moved off the screen. The guy with the beady eyes, the guy with like the eyes that are real close together.
Yeah, he looks like a Clay character.
Yeah, but if it's fetal alcohol syndrome that does the opposite and makes them go apart, what makes them go together?
No, he's Rosemary's
An extra
baby.
chromosome.
An extra chromosome makes that happen?
Yeah, Down syndrome.
Yeah. He is, in fact, Rosemary's baby. All grown up.
Not Down syndrome. No.
Yeah, that's why. He has soulless beady eyes.
He does, but
he has only pupils.
Really close together.
Yeah.
Like if you went to get glasses, they'd be like, no, those don't
We're
work.
not making fun or poking fun at anybody, but that is a fact. People with Down syndrome have close eyes together.
No, I know, but I'm not sure this guy has Down syndrome.
No.
Oh, you asked what causes that? Down syndrome.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. There was a specific
just the guy who looks
weird.
CNN.
Like my brother
we're
and
spending
Selena
way
Gomez.
too much time.
I'm buying time.
I understand that the eyes are the window to the soul, but I can't even look in that bitch's eyes, so it's irrelevant.
It's true.
Like, look at me.
You can look in one.
No. Both. Look at me. Oh, that's right. You can't. All right.
Just pick one.
Sorry about it. Well, your movie flopped. Are we doing Sylvester Stallone or football coach?
I'm looking through. It's pretty evenly mixed, but it looks like Game is winning.
All right, Game. It's time to play Sylvester Stallone or Coach.
Nothing is over
All right. Shake it out
do
because I am the
this.
champion. I start with the champion's point. And
jeez. Rigged.
To be the champion, you've got to beat the champion. Toolman, the rules to this game are pretty simple.
Yes, I will show a name on screen, and you have to guess whether that name is a character in a Sylvester Stallone character in one of his movies or a college football coach.
Or a college football coach.
Okay.
And because very much like Arnold, the names that they come up with do not represent
so stupid.
Sylvester Stallone at all.
All right.
And they are obscure universities so that Gerald doesn't know it and can't cheat.
That's true.
And the answer key is here. It was here overnight, and I don't know if Gerald looked at it. So
Oh, he probably did.
Oh, he definitely did.
Definitely.
Hold that in our back pocket.
Yeah.
I didn't know.
I was wondering. I heard him walking down the hall going, BBAC, BBBA.
I heard him yesterday tell the guys out there. I tell Mission Control. I heard him say, "Hey, let's play Sylvester Stallone, our football coach, tomorrow."
Yeah, I heard him
None
say.
of this is true.
That's what I heard.
And then I also heard him go to the edit bay and say, I said no blacks.
We have cameras.
Yeah, I know.
To prove none of
We'll
this
show
is
that
true.
you said that.
Bring it up.
Yep. We'll bring it up tomorrow. When I have enough time to run it through AI. All right. Number one, Toolman.
Jack Crow.
Hey, I'm
Jack
Crow. Hey, Coach Crow. I think you're wrong. I think you're going to be eating some me.
Sounds like something you would say.
It's better than his brother Jim.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, I told you he knows it.
You know, he gets all the attention, but
That's the assistant
I
coach.
was the brains behind. Look,
I'm the one that came up with the rules.
literacy tests.
What do you think there, Gerald?
Jack Crow. That's got to be a football coach. That
All right.
doesn't sound like a Sylvester Stallone movie.
And Josh?
I'm gonna say it's a Sylvester Stallone character.
I'm going to say a Sylvester Stallone character too, because honestly, it's a 50-50 shot, and I hope that it is.
Detective Crow. I bet he's a cop.
Yeah, I bet.
He's always a cop.
Toolman.
All right, the answer is
My first head coach, Jack Crow, got fired in my very first
Oh, Gerald
game
got it right.
of my freshman year.
Oh, surprise, surprise, surprise.
Hey, you know, I really like your soul patch.
You get angry when I get a question right. That's how perverted this game is.
All
like
right.
I said, this was left here overnight.
So if Gerald had not cheated, he would have gotten the
Gerald
point.
was in and out
Number
of the
two,
No, I did get
Toolman.
Cheated points don't count, Gerald.
Yeah, they don't count.
Son of a god.
Ray Breslin. Hey, it's Breslin. Ray Breslin. Ray. People, my name is Raymond, but people call me Ray.
That sounds like something you would say.
Hey, Raymond was my father's name.
Yeah.
Call me Mr. Breslin.
Yeah, right.
Just based on that, I'm gonna go with Sylvester Stallone myself.
What do you think?
Me too. Sylvester Stallone.
All right, let's all go Sylvester Stallone at this point.
All right, the answer is
Ray Breslin. He possesses a
There you
unique
go.
set of skills. He is
Oh,
able
Gerald, try
to
it
break
again, huh?
out of any prison designed.
Well.
What's weird is that Vincent D'Onofrio, like, he's either an amazing actor in incredible films or he's doing complete utter crap.
And that was crap.
It's just bizarre.
Yeah. It just sounded bad too. Like looked
Yeah.
bad. I'm like, oh.
Yeah.
He's like, look, you deliver your lines. I'll sit there pensively because I can reflect everything through the windows of my soul.
And I'm really old.
They're not too far apart, are they? I got some work done to bring them back. Escape Plan is the name of the movie and what you have to do before you go to the movie. That's right. Yeah. Make an escape plan. Yeah.
Escape from the bridge of my nose.
Yeah. Especially if you're going to see the movie in Aurora, Colorado.
Oh.
Hey,
it's been enough time. It's over.
All right. Number three.
nothing's over. Next one.
Ray Quick.
Another Ray?
Another Ray.
Please tell me it's also
I
Stallone.
always play Ray.
Ray.
Yeah.
They call me. They used to call me Ray Slow. That's right. Until I filled out. I told them to change the script to make me quick. Yeah. At first I suggested Ray Fast. I said Ray Speed. Then they said, how about Ray Quick? I said, yeah. I tried to tell them Alex Acceleration, but they wouldn't have it.
Yeah. What do you think? You think it's...
I think he's a football coach.
Yeah, what do you think, Gerald?
This is where the game comes into play, like the gamesmanship, because I can beat you. I'm tired.
And Coach Ray Quick wins his fourth championship.
I'm going Stallone. Stallone. It's Stallone. Got to be Stallone.
I'm going to say Stallone just so I can box Gerald out. And I hope it's Stallone
Right,
because I
come
really
on.
hope he has a lot of characters named Ray.
This is where I catch up.
All right, the answer is
Dang it!
Hello, Mr. Davis.
My name is Jack Carter, and you don't want to know me.
Wait,
what? Wait, what?
Oh,
that was Jack Carter.
What? Did you put the wrong one in, or is his real name Ray Quick, and they call him Jack Carter? Because I remember Get Carter.
Hey, my name is Jake.
This is answer 3, guys. Q3, A3. So.
Yeah.
Hey, my name is Jack Carter, otherwise known as Ray Quick.
Someone's like, what? Why would you have two different names? They're not even related. It's not
a
like an
shorter
abbreviation.
name.
I guess it's shorter, but it has nothing to do with Jack Carter.
What happened?
Well,
why would you have to go from Jack to Ray?
Question 5.
They're equally short.
Weird. Oops.
They give us the wrong one?
Yeah, I think the key was
play the correct answer.
Well, no, I'm not going to play the correct.
Why not? Because we answered it, and I know I'm right.
We just have to get rid of that question.
Yeah, you know what?
Yeah, we gotta
this whole thing is just foobar. Gerald cheated. They got the wrong answer. It's been a busy. It's not as bad as a signal screw up, but someone is going to have to go out on their shield on this one because you don't play around with Ray Quick. We all know that Ray Quick is not Jack Carter. That character is a national hero. I am rendering this.
Trying to pull a fast one on us.
No. This is a no contest, which of course means it stays with the champion. It's Vince Stallone, our football coach. I win.
Nothing is over. Nothing.
But see, unlike Gerald, I can control my emotions.
I have an idea. One day,
I don't think so. I think you're so Ray Quick to false. Never mind.
I stopped talking for that.
I didn't falsely accuse. They got it wrong. They got it wrong.
One day when you're not here, we're going to play this game. And because you're not here, you automatically are disqualified. And so one of us will win.
Okay, you know what? You would feel good about a garbage win like that.
Yes, I would, because Mr. Champion's point.
That says a lot about you and your character.
It does.
I wouldn't feel good about it. I would forfeit in solidarity.
No, you wouldn't.
And then he would win. He would win by double forfeit.
That's why you and I are like this. What I'm saying, Joel, is it doesn't reflect kindly on your character.
Champions.
Well, speaking of Gerald's character.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Should I set this up with do you have the tweet? So somebody sent me a post yesterday. Gerald needs to be admonished on yesterday's show. 14308, he said she didn't shift one county red when talking about Kamala Harris.
Oh, yeah, that's
Should
true.
have been blue. Please, he needs an admonishment.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Thank you very much.
Prepared something
Thank you very much.
special. I hope it's actually good.
Okay. The hallmark policies of the Democrat Party today. So they have to pay people. It's not new.
We also just had an election. I don't really care. Kamala Harris had big crowds. See how that worked out for her?
Yeah.
Like she didn't shift one county red.
Right.
Yeah. On the map. But we looked at it. All 7 swing states.
Blow.
She shifted quite a few counties red.
Yes, she did.
Yes, she did. That's fair. Sometimes that happens. You say it
of course it happens.
backwards. Oh, well. Hey, thank you for that. I appreciate that. It's unlike this bogus crap that I'm dealing with on the game. That one's actually deserved.
Yeah. No, they're all deserved.
Well, Gerald, you were 3. Actually, you were because Ray Quick is a Stallone character.
Thank you.
Okay,
The
it
answer
is.
key. So
right.
No,
Gerald
doesn't
was.
matter. Doesn't matter. No.
Victory.
Well, thanks for ruining a surprise. We could have saved that for the next installment. But thanks to him, man.
Oh.
The kind of kid who shakes your presents. It's a Power Wheels.
Yeah.
That's a big shake.
It's Hot Wheels. Ooh, Governor.
I did that one time. I found out what my Christmas present was, and I was like, this is stupid. It ruined the surprise. I'm never doing this ever again. And I never peeked.
But you
I never
want to
shook.
know, like you just don't ever want to find out for sure.
Yeah, I don't want to find out. It was a power pens. Remember those? Power pens. They were pens, like some of them shot like darts.
No.
And then one of them was supposed to be like a spy listening device where the end of the pen folds and it amplifies sound. It doesn't do anything. You just hear some distortion. But
that's funny.
Yeah.
My wife always gives it away.
Oh, no.
Like little hints.
Oh.
She's like, you're never going to guess what I got you. I'm like, oh, no, I won't. She's like, yeah, it's just something. You love it. It's like your favorite thing. I'm like, oh, my favorite thing? She's like, yeah, it's gonna be, I don't want to say anything. It's going to look great on your head. On my head? Yeah, I mean, your size is 7 1/4, right? I'm like, is it a Padres hat?
Yeah. Whoa, you said favorite thing. I know it's not liquor and whores.
And then she'll go, dang it. I got to get you something else.
Yeah.
You just do that to get more presents. That's actually a pretty good play.
It's not me. She's the one that starts it.
Yeah, I know. You blame her.
My wife is the opposite. If I say anything, like, I got you a gift today, she's like, is it this? Yes. How did you know?
Yeah.
Every single time. Like, I can't say anything.
I'm pretty good at that, so I just try and not guess. Same thing with movies and how they end. It's just, it's like it's a useless skill, but it's a skill that I have. I'm like, this is going to happen. And then, by the way, it turns out he's a ghost.
Like, I'll be in the lobby when you're done.
Or whatever.
You want to come down?
Yeah, power pens. There you go. See the one that has that 90-degree angle. That you put in your ear, and you were supposed to be able to hear people.
And you bought that?
That's goofy, dude.
Turns out that actual spy gadgetry is more expensive than like $14.
And also, you shouldn't be sticking something like that in your ear.
Not
There's
at all.
So many injuries.
Oh my gosh, no.
Hey, parents, get your kids this toy that gets stuck in their ear.
Yeah, they'll never hear again, but it'll be cool.
Give the gift of tinnitus.
From the same company that brought you crayons and nostrils.
Yes.
Spy Zone.
And I had one of those spy.
Is that paste toxic?
Yeah. Yes. I had a spy. I don't know what movie it was around or if it was just random like spy stuff where you actually had like something that unfolded and you could see around corners with just a couple of mirrors and stuff. Like they were actually, they were very basic, but they actually did what they said.
Yeah.
You know, it was like, oh, okay. Not like that where, you know, they just lie to you and sell you a pen.
You didn't have to set it up in a public stall, but hey, you know,
yes, you
he's
did.
resourceful.
It actually said, please open first in a public stall.
Yeah, ask him about his mirrors on his shoes. But he's a different man now.
I am.
On the front or back?
Both.
Oh, okay.
Listen, 3 weeks ago is definitely in the
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I remember, by the way, what were they thinking with Play-Doh? Where they give you Play-Doh that smells like strawberries.
Yeah.
You have the little molds that make it look like strawberries, but it kills you.
It doesn't.
No,
It doesn't
you
kill
can
you.
eat Play-Doh.
I know you can now. I don't think that was always the case.
I think it's always the case.
I don't know. Let me guess. You ate Play-Doh noodles?
I ate
Of
plenty of
every
Play-Doh.
Guess what, Steven? You eat the Play-Doh, parents got to buy new Play-Doh.
That's right. That's right. And I love how it dries out and completely becomes like stone.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, now I got to go buy it again.
What I hate is that my kid we always get them the multiple colors and then they just mix them and then now we have brown Play-Doh
Yeah, I know.
all over the place.
Silly. I was more of a silly putty guy because you could make it bounce.
That's true.
That was a lot of fun with silly putty.
I hate the sand, the kinetic sand.
I know.
I banned it in my house. My wife secretly does it when I'm not there.
You can do as long as it's on like hardwood or tile floor, and then you just take the sand and you use it to clean up the other sand. But if it's on a carpet, it's done. You have to recarpet.
You have to burn the house.
Yeah, it's
burn the house.
Take off and nuke it from space.
Yes. Like these toy makers. They don't care about parents.
They don't.
They're just like, yeah, good luck, have fun with it, enjoy your kinetic sand, easy cleanup. Put that in a box. Let's grab some chats.
All right, first chat from Sometimes Problems. Does the Fed have any other leverage over states than cutting funding? Should the Fed be giving money to states when the states should not be reliant and capable of raising their own funds?
Well, come on.
Well, are you talking about when you say do you mean the federal government or are we talking about the Federal Reserve?
Not reserve government.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. If we're talking about the federal government, not the Federal Reserve, because it's often used to say like, and the Fed means the Federal Reserve. Can I read the question one more time?
Sure.
Okay. Do they have any leverage? No, that's pretty much the only leverage that I think they have that's honestly of consequence. And I agree with you. They shouldn't, in most cases, they shouldn't be giving money to the states, for example, the Department of Education. But so long as we exist within that paradigm right now, I think it's a useful lever to be able to pull. Where it's like, okay, hey, you're not going to, we talked about this, right? I think you and I had a slight disagreement, but not so much. We were talking about, hey, states have their own laws regarding elections. And I said, yeah, but it's a national election. And I think we should have some national standards.
Yeah.
And then states
how you enforce it. Like you've got to I
Yeah.
think the way that Donald Trump is doing it and tying it to some funding is the enforcement mechanism. It's like, I don't know how you do it otherwise.
Yeah.
There are some things I think that the federal government does need to pay for, or at least feels a responsibility to pay for, because if you just make the states responsible for everything that they have, then you're really going to take a hit to national infrastructure. You're going to have some states that are like a third world country and some that are like, elitist havens where people are getting gentrified out and having to move to a poverty state. There's a middle ground for sure.
Well, the middle
we're
ground
giving
is
too much, I think, at the moment.
Let me give you an example, and maybe this might help you with it, because I understand that. Unfortunately, you have people who take that, which is an honest premise, and then they use it as an argument for socialism, right? They go, well,
okay,
do you like your roads? Do you like your military? Okay. The legitimate purview of government, right, is to keep the citizens safe, both from external, internal threats. That would mean that obviously a military, some kind of a guard, is necessary to keep people safe. And then where it makes sense for the government to step in is if something is non-fungible or non-rivalrous, meaning like, let's say, a road. Even though there are exceptions, for example, with toll roads in Texas, where if more people are added, it doesn't increase the profitability to the company. So it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to invest in that kind of infrastructure if it's no greater cost to them, or if really it's the kind of thing where it wouldn't make sense for someone to compete. So things like roads, infrastructure, you could still have state-managed fire departments, obviously, because you could have state funding for that. But when people just try and act like, oh, all of it, so you like these things, well, it's pretty clear as to where it makes sense for there to be a federal government. For example, like a bridge might make sense. It could still be done by the states, but if you keep it within those confines, you still eliminate the risk of it just becoming a wish list.
Yeah. Well, the other part of that is that you don't want. I understand that point too, but you also are taking away one of the key motivators for change, which is dealing with the consequences of your own actions, right? So like Detroit, for example, if Detroit, if by this kind of standard the states are kind of left to their own to figure this out, then Detroit goes down in flames decades ago, most likely, right? And now you go, okay, well, we can look at it. It's gone down in flames pretty much, but
it comes back like a phoenix.
Propped it up, yeah, exactly. And so,
oh look,
you take away that motivation.
An embarrassing search that we were doing for a Photoshop.
Sure, it was. That was your own thing. We never did that search. So I think it's good to have that motivator. But the reason that I said, "Oh, come on," when you were reading that last part of the question is
fat, gross housewives.
Get
off my iPad.
Sorry, I was trying to bring up the term of non-rivalrous.
Yeah,
and I'm trying to remember if it was non-rivalrous and non-fungible or there's another term, but non-rivalrous.
So I just think because we're paying federal income tax, yes, if all of the money goes to the states first, then I think you can have a much better system. But if we are paying federal income taxes, then yes, the federal government does need to put funding back down into those states. Not proportionally necessarily, but it does need to come back to some degree. Otherwise, the states would just have to levy a tax on their own.
Yeah.
And that can screw a lot of things up. And I just think if you're going to do it, fine. Cut the federal income tax. Let it be a state level. State has to pay X number of dollars into the federal government based on population to provide for an army and all the other stuff that we need.
What were you going to say?
Remember the holy trinity of the internet that we were discussing?
Oh, no.
Back in the day?
Oh, no.
You found it, huh?
I forgot.
All three.
No, not all three, but it was close. It's hard to find these days.
The unholy.
So my brain is distracted.
What you got to do is...
Thank God I have it in inverted mode right now so that it doesn't reflect. So I didn't see the whole thing.
What you got to do is you got to download it, save it to your photo. Okay, we'll talk about it.
Yeah, we'll talk about it later.
And print it out? What?
If people had the search history in this,
put on a floppy
Photoshops
disk.
Or cover stories, we're like, who's going to have to search this?
I think it's hilarious when somebody has to go buy certain props. I'm like,
yes, we're like, oh boy. All right,
I got the shivers. Oh.
Next chat.
All right, next one.
It's usually noodles.
Amanda the nice one. Question for crew. Do you think it would be worth the time and effort to prove that the 2020 election was stolen?
No.
Not just to prove Trump won and was right, but to prove our elections are not secure.
It's a good question. No, not worth a ton of time and effort at this point because you need to move forward. But I certainly do think that having a few fast facts that show some of the discrepancies is important to have. So you go, look, okay. My approach is, and we were on that like a dog on a bone when a lot of conservatives said, don't touch it. And I certainly would make a mental note of any conservatives now who go, well, there's no proof. That's an extreme, which is not true. Where you go, look, okay, maybe we know how these discrepancies happen. Maybe we don't, kind of like Social Security rules. You go, but this just safeguards, it just makes sure that it doesn't happen. Proof of citizenship, right? So that way we don't have to keep bickering about it. Let's find common ground. Let's not keep having this argument. Proof of citizenship, like every other country aside from Somalia, Laos, and one other, Congo. Yeah, so we're not like those three crap holes. Yes.
He gets to vote.
Basically 3 nations that don't.
No, I 100% agree. But I also think like there's not enough clear legal evidence that you could go in a court case with to be able to make this case. If something like that came up where it was like 100% bulletproof, yeah, go make an example. Fine. But there's nothing like that
sure, but it's
go and win
we're
it.
5 years removed, and I think it's in the same territory as the Epstein files. Like,
yeah.
Any proof or evidence is gone. It was hacked by that, especially by the previous administration. Like,
Mossad.
Don't let this
well, like we could prove that people voted from people who didn't exist, voted from addresses that aren't even there. But that's not enough to prove the 10, 20, because you then have to bring it to someone who can prove 10, 20, 30, 40,000. You can prove the small cases and go like, we don't know how big of a problem it is, but this non-citizen voted, or there was an error here.
Right,
so this is just something, hey, other nations have it. It's basic. It's a freebie. Let's make sure that only citizens vote. That's my approach to it. And I'm very mindful of people on the right who tried to denigrate folks who believed that there were issues with that election.
Right.
And we've been very clear with that too.
Like mind right now too. It must be a recent something that popped up.
Now on the flip side, Mike Lindell, he had this whole thing with Dominion. And we were going, oh no, he's wrong. We had some data analysts go, actually, no, that's something that would take place. It doesn't prove anything.
No.
And his heart was in the right place. But that, again, that's why it was dismissed, because something verifiably false was championed as though it was the Kraken, as though it was the truth. And we were dealing behind the scenes with people who were asking us questions. We said, look, here's our data. Here are the voter rolls. Here are the ones that we can 100% prove. And instead, they went with something bigger, which was proven to be a red herring, if you will.
Yeah.
And that's why I say don't. Just please focus on the ones that you can prove that are airtight. If your argument is strong, just make sure that you use the substantiation, the evidence that is equally strong. Meaning, if you know that your argument is strong, hey, we should have voter ID or we should have proof of citizenship. That is a strong argument. Yep. And you have very, very strong evidence to substantiate it. Go like every other nation. Or, for example, A, B, C, D. Give some examples of non-citizens who have voted. That's not hard. That can be proven. But if you go, hey, we need proof of citizenship, therefore I'm going to take this that cannot be proven regarding Dominion voting machines. Oh, now people discount your argument as weak.
Right.
It doesn't mean that I don't even believe some of these theories out there. I don't even want to say conspiracies, but if I can't prove them, I would be doing you a disservice championing them as though they are verified. Now, I always try and let you know, this is my speculation. I have a hunch, and I try and delineate between the two. Unfortunately, that doesn't play well in the era of engagement, farming, and clickbait. So, and this isn't me just patting myself, it's everyone here too. Like Lane the Brain, our people here, and like these are people, we have people who are lawyers. We have people who could punch their ticket to go work anywhere, and they do appreciate that we actually, as a comedy show, and do silly fart sounds, try and really bring you accurate information. Because long term, I think it matters. And Gerald and I know this. Like we've seen it. I've been around since 2009. How many times have we seen like a flash in the pan? Someone comes out with something really crazy, controversial, and it's a hot new ticket. I go, yeah, it's not going to last because this is going to be disproven. Long term, we and you have built something that is going to outlast a lot of it. And that's if you have a strong argument. It's really not that complicated. This is the Crowder doctrine here. Remember, this is the Bush doctrine when they asked about it. So the Crowder doctrine is if you have a really strong argument, only use the references or the substantiating arguments that are equally as strong. There may be some others that are more interesting or bigger, but if they are not equally as strong as your argument, get rid of it. Otherwise, your argument will be discounted to be just as weak as the references and substantiation you have. That's you give them a win if you do that.
And too many people argue like that. They go to the thing that's the most interesting to them, but it's something where it's like you can't prove that. Like you're giving them an out. They don't have to focus on your strong points now. They can focus on that because it's a weak point.
Right.
It's just like this. Like going out and saying what they said about the signal issue gave them the out. Instead of us talking about CIA thing where he's like, hey, he said this, and Jeffrey Goldberg being a piece of crap and not raising his hand the minute he was added to a group he knew he shouldn't have been a part of, which maybe would have disclosed classified information. Those are all, you can make arguments both sides, but we would have been talking about that. Now we're not.
Right.
We went to their strongest argument now.
Yeah.
And it gave them kind of the win on that. So yeah, I agree 100%. But Mike Lindell actually just on his website is selling signed copies of this executive order. And it's basically my secure elections. You're going to love. They're going to be your my voting booth. Going to be your favorite voting booth.
He sells
made of the finest
he sells
Egyptian
everything.
cotton. Every single freaking thing you can sell, he sells now.
Yeah. And nice guy. I like him. He was
He's a little loopy,
wrong.
though.
He was wrong on that.
But
it's the same thing, for example, when people go, Epstein, Mossad is, look, I have no doubt that Mossad, that Israeli intelligence, has been involved in espionage and blackmail the same way the CIA, the FBI, the
KGB,
Kremlin,
FSB now, MI6,
the KGB, the Communist Chinese Party have.
Yes.
I have no doubt, okay? But do you really think that I'm, for example, paid off by the establishment when we recreated the entire Jeffrey Epstein cell down to the centimeter and had a newtometer and an event in which I put on a neck brace and tried to see if I could physically break that, I believe it was C4, C5 vertebrae, and come out and definitively say there is no way that this could have been done, let alone cutting the bed sheets right into a rope in that allotted time? No, I absolutely know. Now, I know because I can prove that. Matter of fact, the Epstein example is a really good one. You had some people going out saying, oh, well, it's unlikely that he would break his hyoid bone, or say, I think that's the kind of floating one right here. And I believe that only requires about 30 pounds of force to break. So then the left came out and said, actually, that's really easy to break. He easily could have done it. We did some digging and said, yeah, but that wasn't the only bone that broke. Bone that broke that would require the most amount of force is this, I believe it was C4, that the bone between C4, C5, it was somewhere in your cervical spine, right? It wasn't the hyoid. And I believe that required 60 or 80 pounds of force to break. We said, okay, so that's the rate limiting factor. In other words, if someone gets into a car wreck and they break their finger, but they also break their femur, to find out how much force, right, was involved in this car wreck, you need to know how much force is required to break the femur, because it's at least that baseline. Sure, it's a lot less to break a finger, but the femur was broken. So obviously the force would have to be at least as strong as is required to break a femur. So the right came out. Some people were misinformed or maybe uneducated, jumped the gun a little bit. The left refuted it and said, see, here you go. And we said, no, here's the truth. Here's the amount of time that the cameras stopped working. Here are the kind of bed sheets that he had. Here's the exact cell, the exact kind of bed that he had in his cell. Is this possible? The answer is no. Now, do I think that there are intelligence agencies who would be tied up in what is effectively a blackmailing scandal of powerful politicians? Do I think so? Yeah, I think it's likely, especially when you look at royalty and you look at the connections of Maxwell, but I can't prove it. I can definitively prove, I can bet my life that Jeffrey Epstein did not kill himself in the way that you were told. And the reason you know it is because we did it. And I will tell you that, and I will delineate between the two. And I just ask that people on our side, look, there's so much momentum right now. And I mean it, like the American people are turning off. The reason they're turning off to the woke left, and for those of you who are here, hey, go show Tim Pool you love him, and Jeremy at the quartering, please continue on the lineup. We're going to send you on over. The reason that the left has lost all of their momentum is because they are seen as unreasonable. Right? This last election wasn't just about the economy, and it wasn't just about men and women's sports, and it wasn't just about voter integrity, and it wasn't about open borders. But when you add it all up, it was about what we know to be true, what is referred to sometimes as common sense, versus clearly an agenda that is to be pushed at all costs, regardless of whether it flies in the face of common sense or not. That's why people rejected the left. They go, you know what, I'm sorry, it's common sense now at this point. We can't have open borders. It's common sense. You need some kind of idea to vote. It's common sense. Biological men are stronger than biological women. What are you doing? So they are seen as unreasonable. As crazy as it seems, the former reality show host, right, Donald Trump, the left uses it to denigrate him, was seen as more reasonable than the lifetime politician Kamala Harris. That's how far the left has gone. That's why they are losing. And we have a lot of momentum right now. And so please, just don't make that same mistake of appearing unreasonable. Now, that doesn't mean compromise your values at all. It doesn't mean that you shouldn't fight back. You have to keep fighting harder than ever to keep the momentum going. But don't veer off into things that you can't prove, even if you believe that they are true. And the reason for that is because there is so much that can be proven beyond any shadow of a doubt to be true that you can use to win over people. Do that. Focus on that. Don't allow us to become what the left allowed themselves to become, where people hijack it, who go, what about this? Stay on point, stay on message, stay on the issues that you know you can prove. And I don't just mean winning issues. I don't mean avoid issues like abortion if you are pro-life. I don't mean avoid social issues, culture issues. I don't mean that at all. I mean, even as you wade into those issues, focus on the information and the arguments that you can prove beyond any shadow of a doubt. And I can tell you this, pick any hot button issue. There is an argument that you can make that is airtight. May not be the most interesting one, may not be the one that appeals to you the most, whether it's abortion, whether it's immigration, whether it's the Second Amendment, whether it's the First Amendment, whether it's voter ID, take your pick. There is an argument to be made that can convince someone beyond any shadow of a doubt. So why give them a win? Keep the momentum. Don't become like the left. Enjoy Tim Pool. We will see you tomorrow.
Questions asked. We're not allowed for any reason or no reason at all. What does Oklahoma do? Let's consider an alternative scenario. The woman gives birth to the child. The child is 1 day old, and she packs her bags in the middle of the night, and she takes the child and drives to go to Colorado for a sex change. Okay, maybe not a day old. Well, let's say it's a young child that she's determined needs a sex change. Now she's kidnapping. It's a very interesting scenario, isn't it? When the baby is in the woman's womb, it's not kidnapping. She's allowed to just leave. It's her body. But as soon as the baby is born, it is kidnapping. I made this joke on X, and I triggered a lot of pro-lifers. It's funny. They don't seem to understand my X account. I said, if a woman is pregnant at 9 months, she can enter a casino and do whatever she wants. But the next day, if the baby is on the other side of her skin, she can no longer enter the casino because the baby's not old enough. Checkmate, pro-lifers. The joke being that they consider the baby, like, it is kind of funny if you think about it. As long as the baby is inside the body, pregnant women are allowed to walk around a casino or a bar or whatever. But you can't bring a baby into those places because now the baby is outside of the body. It's kind of funny. I don't think it actually has an argument towards anything, but the point is this. It creates weird conundrums in law. So my point is not to get into the abortion debate, but to point out these bifurcations in worldview are extreme and these states border each other. So what happens as we move forward? I don't got good answers for you. It may just be that these are the roaring 20s, the tumultuous 20s, we'll call it that. And in the 1820s, there was talk of civil war. Civil war didn't actually happen until 1861. Granted, you had bleeding Kansas as well. Maybe as much as we talk about the rising conflict, it's still 40 years before something bad happens. But with that being said, Strauss-Howe generational theory suggests we have about a year's country. They say every 80 years. So you get the American Revolution. 80 years later, the Civil War. 80 years later, World Wars I and II. 80 years later, here we are, my friends. What comes next? I don't know. Smash the like button, though. Share the show with everyone you know. Become a member of Rumble Premium to catch to watch the Green Room podcast. We're going to read your Rumble rants, my friends. We're not going to leave you hanging. And if you go to castbrew.com, buy some of our coffee, use promo code RUMBLE10. You get 10% off everything, including subscriptions. And we got a bunch of amazing flavors for you guys, a bunch of different blends. Appalachian Nights is everybody's favorite. Ian's Graphene Dream, selling by the thousands. It's crazy. Available now. So again, use Rumble promo code. Use promo code RUMBLE10 on Castbrew, and you'll get a discount. Smash that like button. Follow me on X and Instagram. Every like is 1 year in prison for Dr. Fauci. Here we go. Huron X Bearcat says, my disabled veteran friend just lost his service dog and needs help with vet bills. Every little bit helps. He's got to give, send, go. GF7B3. Best of luck. I also want to stress too, shout out to Mug Club, Stephen Crowder, for boosting my morning show. I really do appreciate it. Russell Brand, I believe, is next on rumble.com. So we will be sending you his way when he does pop up. When he does, I believe it'll be Russell Brand. And but in the meantime, we got you for a few more minutes. We're going to grab a few more of these Rumble rants. Arsonist YT says, the reason behind these terrorists isn't to stop Elon. It's to shift the vote to the left. And it will work on the normies, just like 2020. We need the DOJ and a strong campaign against it. I'm not so sure I'm convinced. I'm not so sure. The actions of the far left are terrifying regular people. They don't want to live this way. Yo, they were cheering. The left was cheering Elon. They were cheering for Elon. I was going to say they were cheering Elon on several years ago. Green vehicles, man. Now they're threatening terror. So if you were a regular working class liberal Joe and you bought a Tesla, now they're threatening to burn your car and shoot at you and smash your car and attack you. Do you want to live that way? Arsonist goes on to say, Tim, I know you're just reading the news, but we can lose easily if people don't show up due to overconfidence. Please go out and vote no matter what. One win isn't enough. Indeed. Indeed. Antisocial News says, Tim, I love you, but I was trying to finish Mug Club and it literally shoved me in here. I've tried 4 times. Please tell Rumble about this glitch. It shoved you in? Well, I'm not sure. I think it's not supposed. So the way it works for Steven is that he's got his premium show for the Mug Club members. It's supposed to only move over free viewers. So it's supposed to be like a regular hourly lineup. So every hour it shifts. So in 3 minutes, you guys will jump to go watch Russell Brand. We're treating it like a hybrid of network and internet. And I think that's the right move. So you've got a combination of core viewers who are going to watch your show no matter what. And then you've got your network viewers who watch the whole lineup in the morning. And I think it's empowering each and every creator. We're expanding our reach beyond these spheres. So for instance, my morning show was getting between 20 and the highest we had was 35,000 on YouTube. 20 was about average. Right now we have 61,000. So that's the network effect. Rumble as a network is more powerful than an individual creator trying to create their own channel, but that's always been the case. That's why there are networks. So the Rumble lineup has helped expand the reach, but it's largely about you guys choosing to watch the Rumble lineup, which empowers us and you guys in turn, and makes Rumble the #1 spot for live shows in the country. Out of all the live platforms, you got Twitch, you got Kick, you've got YouTube. Rumble owns the space. Rumble owns live. It's amazing what y'all have built this community. So I will say, in response to that argument about we could lose if people don't pay attention, go to timcast.com, click join us, and get in our Discord community. It's beyond just, look, here's the way I put it. Don't just be a passive observer of the news. That's fine if you are. I respect it. A lot of people don't watch the news at all. But I say be a participant in the culture war. Join in, have your thoughts heard. If every single person who felt the way we did was active and spoke up every day, we'd never lose again. Because we know woke is broke. We know people didn't want to buy woke Bud Light. But how is it that in the institutions in the mainstream, we don't see this massive outpouring of support? It's because many people are passive observers. And again, that's fine. It's better than nothing. That's why we won in 2024. But we got midterm coming up. I know it's crazy. The cycle is just never ending at this point. Join our Discord server at timcast.com. There's 20,000 plus individuals. There's fitness chat rooms. There's dedicated content creation and partnership. Maybe you've got an idea. Maybe you wrote a song and you're like, this song's massive. And I know that the message in it will reach the people, just like Oliver Anthony did, but you don't know how to get started. Find that community. That's why we built it. So you can come in and say, hey guys, here's a song. Guess what? People are chatting with you. They're going to say, okay, I'll check it out. Maybe you're like, I'm trying to lose weight, but I don't know how. Bro, there's a fitness chat room. More importantly, the founding fathers fomented revolution by gathering at pubs and bars. We need to bring back those connections because culture is breaking apart in this country. My friends, I prepare you now to raid the quartering. I'm sorry, not the quartering. He was before. Now we're going to be jumping to Russell Brand. So I'm going to get that queued up for you guys. I believe Russell is set to go. Is it not Russell? Oh, he's live right now. Russell is live. So we are going to send you guys to go join Russell Brand. I'm a big fan. He's such a good dude. I have tremendous respect for him. I appreciate all of you guys watching. So make sure you follow me on X and Instagram at Timcast. We're live here every Monday through Thursday at noon. Fridays, we're actually live at 11.
Brought to you by Pfizer.
In this video, you're going to see the future.
Hello there, you Awakening Wonders. Thanks for joining me on Stay Free with Russell Brand today. A special welcome to those of you joining us from Timcast. Thanks for the raid. I hope you're enjoying Rumble's new lineup. Crowder, Timcast, me, then we'll be raiding. I'm going to say raiding, even though I'm not fully comfortable with the term because it sounds a bit piratical, over to the quartering. Let me know in the comments and chat what you want us to cover. Do you want to see Hillary Clinton talking about censorship at an event that literally has New World Order adorning the boards in the background? Do you want to see my government in the UK threatening Russia with a nuclear war? Britain threatening Russia is like me threatening Conor McGregor. I'll nibble your ball bag, Conor. I'll nibble it till you wince. I'll make you submit. We'll be talking about potential civil war as protesters or campaigners or rioters or insurrectionists. I don't know what to call people anymore. It depends what side they're on and what side I'm on. Call for the death of Donald Trump? Let me know in the comments and chat whether or not you think we're on the precipice of civil war. I'm talking to you, the unholy deity, and you, Robert Rumble 52, and you, BB Drifter, all of you in the Rumble chat. You might be watching us on YouTube. Remember, you are ensnared in the cyber arms of a global grim reaper over there. Get on over to Rumble. Paul Schrober, nibble your ball bag. What are you now? The Killer Bunny. It was a kind of Monty Python reference. So, yes. Hello, Jose Drivera. First time watching us. Welcome. Get involved in the chat. We're here for free speech. We're here to hear your opinions on a variety of subjects and to be informed entirely by your views and inquiries as to what to cover. One thing we're certainly going to get right into without any further delay is this. Did you see Colorado State Democrat Amy Pascal playing a coloring in game during a debate on gun control? Did you see Jasmine Crockett calling paralyzed wheelchair-bound governor Greg Abbott Hot Wheels? Yeah, Hot Wheels? Yeah, but when I called him Hot Wheels, I wasn't talking about his wheelchair. I was talking about the way he'd use transport to move things around. Like, when I called Bernie Sanders is a bald cock. But when I called him a bald cock, I meant like he's got the spirit of the bald eagle, the national bird of America. When I said cock, I mean like a proud cockerel. Oh, what you thought I meant like because he's bald and he's a bit of a cock. What's he doing? Do you stand by this onesie? Do you denounce this onesie? We'll be talking too about Jay Bhattacharya and Marty Makari, both friends of this show, now 4 years after they were pariahs during COVID, ascending to the heads of important positions within the HHS. Jay Bhattacharya is now the head of the NIH, and Marty Makari is now head of the FDA. It's 5 years since Hollywood celebrities got together to tell you that everything was going to be okay during the pandemic. Imagine all the people. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Now, you can say I'm a dreamer. Yeah, I'm not the only one, though. We'll work it out. We'll use this correctly. We'll rehearse it. But I'm going to... we'll work that out. Imagine being so wealthy, you think that you can tell ordinary people how to think. I remember at the time, I think I got asked to do it. Or either I got asked to do it. Gareth, can you remember? Either I got asked to do it or I was upset that I didn't get asked. Wow, what a relief, man. Some of the invites I didn't get, I'm grateful for. Don't ask me to be in that Imagine song. Don't invite me to Epstein Island. I might not have had common sense enough to say no. But a lot of people did go to that island, and we'll be talking about the people that accepted the invitation. And some of them have got the surname Clinton. All that coming up. Let me know what you want us to cover. First of all, let's have a look at Jasmine Crockett calling Greg Abbott Hot Wheels and then claiming that she meant it in the nicest possible way.
Because we in these hot ass Texas streets, honey. Y'all know we got Governor Hot Wheels down there. Come on now. And the only thing hot about him is that he is a hot ass mess, honey. So yes.
Right. I would say that probably is a reference to the wheelchair. Let me know in the comments and chat. Is Democrat Representative Jasmine Crockett there using the phrase Hot Wheels as a reference to Greg Abbott's wheelchair? And also, by the way, maybe we can engage in rhetoric where we make jokes about one another's physical appearance, but that's certainly not the framing the Democrats were giving us in the last 4 to 8 years, where there was a lot of censorship, a lot of control, a lot of amplifying the rights of vulnerable people in order to escalate control. That's what I think. Simple words from Armageddon on the Rumble chat. She's a twat. You did take invites from Diddy, Russell, says Central Scrutinizer. I went to one white party, and I'll tell you the truth, it was actually a little bit boring. Certainly, I didn't get a whiff of baby oil while I was there. If I did, maybe Diddy might have sort of slipped past in Crocs and socks. Little whiff. What's that smell? What kind of... Yo, Puffy, what brand of baby oil are you using over there, man? That smells tight. Okay, let's hear Jasmine Crockett attempting to walk back that comment. That is what she's done. Oh, yeah, there's a post on it. I wasn't thinking about the governor's condition. I didn't even notice. Is he in a wheelchair? Is he in a wheelchair? I was thinking about the planes, trains, and automobiles, all of which that have Hot Wheels, that he used to transfer migrants into communities led by black mayors, deliberately stoking tension and fear among the most vulnerable. Yeah. When I called AOC a saucy hooker, I mean, she used to be like a barmaid, didn't she? Selling sauce. And hooker, she hooks in new voters into the Democrat Party. What? You thought when I said saucy hooker, oh, man, you're sick of mind. You're sick of mind to even think that I'd be saying that. Let's have a look at Colorado State Democrat Amy Pascal doing a colouring in game during a debate in a gun control bill, which would lead me to believe that they don't care about things in the way that they claim to. Because if you really cared about gun control, like, you wouldn't be like, it's just going to add a little bit of peach there. I'm going to draw this Carmen Miranda with fruit on her hair. Just colour that banana in yellow. That cherry, nice shade of red. There's no point getting worked up when you're colouring in. It's just to relax during a congressional debate. Let me know if you think she's telling the truth. Let's have a look.
Procedures necessary for the implementation of this section. Let's see, that section goes 4, so 3. Let's see, go back to 1. Let's see, we need to get back to 1. So section 3, firearms training, safety, record. 2. Sure, I guess that goes all the way back to section 3. So section 3, so this would be...
She's an innocent child of God, really. That's pretty amazing. Okay, it was 5 years ago during the pandemic that celebrities like Wonder Woman and other celebrities, I can't remember all of them, got together to tell us to imagine everyone being in peace. When in truth what was happening, I believe, and let me know what you think about this in the comments and chat, is that global powers were practicing the degree to which we could be controlled. What happens if you tell people to get in their home? Will they do it? The large majority of people will. Let me know in the comments and chat if you did. What happens if you tell people to take an experimental medication, calling it a vaccine? Will the majority of people do it? The majority of people did. Let me know if you did it. Do you know what? I didn't ever take one. I never took one. Thank you, Heavenly Father and Lord, for informing me through my childhood and through my life that you never, ever trust authority. You only trust the holy and divine authority, and trust based on facts and relationship. That's not really trust at all. It's somewhat transactional. I've probably got to work on that. I don't trust people, man. I find it very, very hard to trust people. So did you imagine 5 years ago that in a relatively short period of time, certainly in terms of the epochs of politics, you would have Jay Bhattacharya being moved from pariah to the head of the NIH. We'll be covering that story later. Marty Makary, who's also been on this show, head of the FDA. These are the people that said things like, well, you might want to be careful vaccinating during a pandemic. Where's the clinical data that suggests it's wise to vaccinate children? Have you even tested it against transmission? Imagine all the people sharing all the love.
Imagine there's no heaven.
She's quite sweet. I don't know if I'm with her. She's a nice person. Yeah, do not comply. I like it. Do not comply, says Winter Chilsko. Do not comply.
It's easy if you try.
Oh, why did people do it? Why did people? It's making me feel unusual. Is it giving you a little shudder?
Try.
No hell below us.
Of the famous people, I don't know who they are.
No hell below us.
Above us only sky.
Imagine all the people.
I've done films with him. He's all right, James Marsden. She's all right, Gal Gadot.
All the people
living for today.
She's all right, Sarah Silverman. Like, I know you hate anyone who's liberal, and I'm just going to stop there when analysing the reasons you might hate Sarah Silverman. But that was not a good idea to do that Imagine thing.
Imagine there's no.
Oh, that makes me. No, that's not good. That's not good. People shouldn't have done that. They shouldn't have done. That's actually worse, I think, than the many people that died of adverse injuries. Like, hey, my son's got myocarditis. He's only 25 years old, and he was a brilliant, promising young footballer. He's just had a heart attack. Yeah, but Fucking hell, have you seen like Sarah Silverman trying to hit a top C? Yeah, all right. Everything's perspective. Everything's context. Everything is context. I love Sarah Silverman. She was pretty kind to me when I was locked into that crazy world. Hey, let me know in the comments and chat. What story do you think is most important? Hillary Clinton in Europe talking about censorship, the civil war coming to your country. At least that's what some people are claiming. My country, the UK, saying they're going to nuke Russia, the lunatics. Do you want to see us analyse J.D. Vance's speech on globalization? Oh, and guess what? Having said that Bitcoin is evil and crypto is evil, guess what we're looking forward to now? The digital euro. Seems that electronic currencies and cryptocurrencies are okay when they're centrally controlled by global bureaucracies that are unelected. Your country, so you own it now. No, Paul, like I would say your country to a French person or your country to you, an American. I don't think that I own America. I don't think I own anything except this moment that we participate in now. Let me know in the comments and chat what you want to see us comment on after that. It's a trap. You better believe it's a chat, Liberty Gardener. Yep, it's a crazy world. Yep, it's a crazy world. Diets are racist now. Yep, diets are racist. UK fucking sucks. Oi, leave my country alone. Leave my country alone, you lot. All right, let's have a quick look at what's been going on. I mean, I can't believe we're covering this, but I think you're going to find it amusing in a way. It was Paris Week, Fashion Paris Week. No, it was Fashion Week in Paris. Here are some of the highlights. This is going to be one of those things that's going to antagonize you and make you angry. If you're watching us on YouTube or X, remember, ultimately, we need you to find your way to Rumble. Enjoy Rumble's new lineup. Me, Crowder, Tim Pool, The Quartering. So many sensational pundits and commentators over on Rumble. And if you get Rumble Premium, you don't just get the first hour. We hang around for another half hour. I'll be taking your questions. We'll be chatting, reviewing a lot of news. Coming up, we're going to be doing the Civil War. I'm going to be doing that in a minute. Is America on the precipice of civil war? With AOC and Bernie supporters saying that Trump should be killed. Before we get into that, fashion, turn to the left. Fashion.
Windows and show in Paris.
May I say you look extremely beautiful this evening. I looked across the room and I saw you shuffling in your silvery makeup, and I thought, there is the woman. Are you a woman that I want to? Oh yes, your tits are out. There's the woman that I'd like to one day marry. Will you make me the happiest man in the world and accept this invitation to be my bride? Sorry, you're a bloke. Sorry, I didn't realize. Like, that is actually like a literal depiction of the end of the world, isn't it? Like when you sort of see this topic, like say a film like Luc Besson's Fifth Element, or I don't know, Blade Runner, where they do futuristic depictions of a society that's so yielded to technology and materialism that it's become utterly godless, believing that only hedonism and Epicureanism can provide us with any respite from the tragedy of knowing that one day you'll die. That's the kind of shit people wear in that, isn't it? Moronic. It's moronic, isn't it? I know, like, yeah, Hunger Games. Yeah, it is a bit Hunger Games. Like, I know, like, if you've seen that film Devil Wears Prada, Meryl Streep, who might be the best actor there's ever been, do you reckon she's an amazing actress, isn't she? Like, when Meryl Streep goes to Anne Hathaway, because I know you guys are crazy about the Devil Wears Prada, all you lot down there, you keyboard warriors and that, all MAGA and hard up and craving the Frazzle Drip stories and the Pizzagate stuff, and knowing that the world's been captured, knowing that a global elite is dominating you, knowing, like J.D. Vance, we're going to be covering that story a little bit later, said that globalism has failed, that globalism is a masquerade, and we need to return to some form of populism, some form of nationalism, some form of tribalism, hopefully informed by divine principles and love and compassion and kindness. But globalism was always a coup, was always a racket, and you know and I know that COVID was an attempt to usurp all of the barriers and bulwarks against totalitarianism on a global level. Thank the Lord, enough of us woke up during that period to oppose it. Thank the Lord, enough of us did. Thank the Lord. We're going to be covering that story and so many more later. But Paris Fashion Week, anyway, in The Devil Wears Prada, she goes, Meryl Streep, like, you know, when you think that fashion is all sort of ridiculous and it's nothing to do with you, she goes, look at that crap thing you're wearing now, that crap blue jumper. That color blue was first debuted at like Milan Fashion Week 5 years ago, and then people like made derivative fabrics and used derivative colors, and then eventually it found its way down to some drab little high street store where you probably bought that. So all of us might think we're outside of the culture. That's elite esoteric culture, that, isn't it? Fashion Week. It's very sort of highfalutin, absolute nonsense. You know, that's Nero fiddling while Rome burns territory, totally. But we are all affected by it. We're not free from it. I mean, when was the last time you, for example, ate a McDonald's or ate a Doritos? Kamala, I ate Doritos all the time. Me and my husband eat Doritos. He looks like a third world dictator. I know I don't. There's flowers on the back of that. Check that out. You won't get that on the back of a dictator, would you? What did my wife say? I look like a Nazi florist. My wife said I look like a Nazi florist, but she should know it's her bloody jumper. And what do you think about the pants? What do you think about the rippling abs, baby? Hey, what about that Florida? Florida. Oh, no. Hey, can you come back on? Because I turned off locals, and I love locals. I see my friends over there like Pride Folks. Yo, Isaac, will you please get out of that synagogue and come and turn... Isaac's Jewish, which I never failed to mention. Get over here, please, and turn on locals. I shut down the chat. Che Guevara, but a little gay. Che Guevara was pretty anti-homosexual. If you knew anything about the executions that took place after that revolution. Right, go on, get us back on, baby. Do you need this thing? Didn't he? Che Guevara, you're Cuban, and as well. Cuban and Jewish. Your wife's Cuban. Pick a side, mate. Pick a side. Pick a side. Well, yeah, you can't be everything. All right, let's get back to Fashion Week. Okay, let's get into our first story, the Civil War story. If you're watching us on YouTube, we'll be with you for a couple more minutes. Oh, Tucker's dad died. I didn't know that. Sensitive Hearts. I didn't know that. Yeah, I will say a little prayer. I'll say a little prayer for his father. I'll reach out to him. Thanks for telling me. Well, that is sad. That is sad. But this is the nature of this is as Hyman Roth says in Godfather 2. This is the life we have chosen. Okay, let's get into this Civil War. Chuck Schumer seems to suggest Democrats are sending activists into Republican districts to protest and threaten them. Do you think that's plausible? And what's the difference between the J6 protesters and these bloodthirsty protesters? Let's get into it together. Here's Chuck Schumer saying that Democrats are sending activists into Republican districts. Let's have a look.
We are mobilizing in New York. We have people going to the Republican districts and going after these Republicans who are voting for this and forcing them to either change their vote or face the consequences. This is a long, relentless fight that we fight every day. And I am confident that we will bring Trump's popularity, numbers, and strength down if we keep at it and keep at it and keep at it.
Okay, so here are further open calls for violence against Trump at both AOC and Bernie. It's apparently a joint rally by Bernie Sanders and AOC in Denver. Open calls for violence. Let me know in the comments and chat what you think about that. Did you see Bill Burr's recent appearance on The View where he said we need to start tempering and calming down our political discourse, that we need to start looking for alliances, that we need to begin to, I mean, if you're going to have a United States of America, then you have to reach out in the spirit of fraternity and national pride and love to people that have different views from you. I mean, your country from its very origin, after the rejection of British imperialism and over-taxation, was built on the idea that discourse and democracy and conversation and consent were the founding principles of your nation. So let me know in the comments and chat what you think about that now. Do you think that there's a sort of a hypocrisy going on? Do you think that when Republicans or people on the right are critical of left-wing figures, it's amplified, and when the left do it, it is denied and masked? I guess that's why we're talking about Jasmine Crockett there. I don't think it's that bad to make a joke about someone's wheelchair. Most of the people that I've ever met in wheelchairs, I don't want to generalize, but are pretty spirited people because they've had to overcome something that's extremely difficult. If you've like lost one of your senses or lost the use of your limbs, then you have to go into yourself, I suppose, because thank the Lord I've never been through that. You have to find resources within yourself that help you to overcome a lot of obstacles, and probably you're a little bit hardier than to be hurt by someone saying something. I mean, I don't know, Isaac, Jake, have you guys, has he responded, Governor Greg Abbott? I bet he has, and I bet he says something like, you know, having gone through the life I've gone through, it takes more than someone cussing me out, blah, blah, blah. Don't you think? Is there anything like that? Has he responded? This is a good time to try out your camera and your thing. Let's have a look at you. Let's have a look. Come on then. Blade, now, how much of a cue do you guys need? Right, so you've tidied up that audio. You've obviously never tested that feedback.
Yeah, we have.
And have a look for Greg as well. All right, right, turn that off because it's echoing terribly. Come back to me. Right, so I'm gonna continue the thing, but watch that audio. That's something that obviously needs to be tidied up. Right, let's have a look at this Denver rally. Here's Bernie and it's a Bernie Sanders. Bernie, I call him a bald cock, but by that I mean bald like a bald eagle, and by cock I mean like a proud, noble bird fighting for what's right. Do you denounce this one thing?
Beheaded Donald Trump. Are you calling for his death?
I am. Yes, I believe it's time that the people.
It's like Fashion Week, isn't it? She looks like she could be at Paris Fashion Week.
That the people straight cut his fucking head off.
Mine says, if you want to know how fascism ends, ask Benito Mussolini.
And they hung him, right?
Yep, they hung him by his feet from a lamppost. That's exactly what every fascist deserves. The only good fascist is a dead fascist.
Now, are you calling for that to happen to our president right now?
I believe that the minute that Donald Trump decided to start ignoring judicial orders, he gave up the right to be the rightful president of the United States. He's an enemy of the nation. And yes, I'd like to see him hung by his feet by a lamppost.
But you wouldn't necessarily call for violence, would you? Are you supporting violence?
I think there's the people in power. That's all they're going to listen to at this point. I feel like we've done the rallies, we've done all these things, and they don't listen. And that was something that finally got people to listen. So I personally don't. But if that's what we need to do for people to listen, then that's what we need to do.
I would say that's just sort of empty rhetoric, wouldn't you? Let me know in the chat. I mean, these aren't people that are actually going to be able to enact executions of public figures. I mean, look at that fiddler in the high-vis vest or the person wearing the numerous hockey masks and stuff. I would take threats a little more seriously from people that look like they're able to deliver on them. And I would say that this is just an example of the escalating incendiary rhetoric we probably need to move away from. It's low-frequency stuff. People that are in positions of absolute power benefit when the majority are squabbling about tedious matters and tedious issues. Let's have a look at Steve Bannon, who recently claimed that there is a plausible potential for Trump to run again in 2028, which is going to be like catnip to those people that want to Mussolini Trump up from a lamppost. Let's have a look.
Firm believer that President Trump will run and win again in 2028. So I've already endorsed President Trump. A man like this comes along once every century if we're lucky.
Look at Bannon's eyes. He's mucking around, isn't he? He's being provocative, mischievous, and Machiavellian. Like, your country's got some pretty clear constitutional restrictions on anyone running for the presidency more than twice, or being elected, more than twice.
Century if we're lucky. We've got him now. He's on fire, and I'm a huge supporter. Want to see him again in 2028.
And obviously, anybody who doesn't like what you say, but judges it as a function of a lack of intelligence, doesn't know anything about you. I don't make that mistake. You're a smart guy. You know he's term limited. How do you think he gets another term?
We're working on it. I think we'll have a couple of alternatives. Let's say that. We'll see. We'll see what the definition. We'll see what the definition of term limit is.
All right. Well, so you're talking about litigating this issue, because I don't want people to listen to our interview and say Bannon's cooking up an insurrection. Bannon is cooking up. You know what I mean? I want people to get a straight take on where your head is. What are you suggesting?
Chris, as you know, I've had greater long shots than this. When we supported President Trump after the election, I realize you don't believe the election in 2020 is stolen. We do. We fervently believe that.
Okay, so there you go. It seems like the rhetoric is amplifying and becoming more and more incendiary and exaggerated. Let me know in the comments and chat whether you see this as hollow words and verbiage or the potential for a civil war. Let's even consider this. Would America be better off in a state of secession? Should you allow the red states and blue states to separate and have their own governance and governors? Do you think it's possible to achieve reconciliation with all of this media seemingly benefiting from the language of conflagration? Let me know if you think that Bannon's just mucking about. Let me know if you think those people at the AOC and Bernie rally would be capable of carrying out a political murder. I wonder if they're capable of even keeping their bedrooms tidy. I mean, look at some of those outfits. I wouldn't worry about them. In fact, if that's like, I've had death threats before, and if I got a death threat from them, I'd be like, oh, thank God. It's them. Brilliant. A death threat that I can handle personally. I won't be reaching for 911 for that one. But that's just what I think. Let me know what you think in the comments and chat. Wherever you're watching us, X, YouTube, we want you to make your way to Rumble. And if Rumble Premium is within your means, acquire it. You can participate in Rumble's new lineup. Me, Crowder, Paul, but people like Kim Iverson as well and Rubin, all of Rumble's great free speakers accumulated together to participate in conversation with you. In a minute, we're going to be talking about the appointment of Jay Bhattacharya and Martin McCurry. What a shift up. What a switcheroo. What a difference 5 years makes. We're also going to be talking about my country, the UK's nuclear threat to Russia. Should we be taking it serious? We're going to be looking at J.D. Vance's speech on globalization. And we're also going to be covering Hillary Clinton advocating for yet more censorship in that home of free speech. Deutschland, speak freely. But first, a quick message from one of our sponsors. Chuck Norris, the legend, octogenarian. But you wouldn't think it to see him or his wife. Chuck Norris. He's doing better than ever. We've invited him on our show and on Dave's show, Shoot Me Straight. If you ever wondered what happened to him, he must be pretty old now. Must have known that was ages ago with them filmed. Well, check it out. He's in his 80s and he's still kicking butt and he's very, very active. Frankly, he looks gorgeous, and I was willing to ignore my marriage vows for a moment when I saw his vascular arms. A bit wrinkly, but so's a ball bag. What's even more shocking is he's stronger, can work out longer, and he's got plenty of energy left over for his grandkids. He did this by making just one change. He still says he feels like he's in his 50s. His wife even started doing this one thing too, and she's never felt better. She says she feels 10 years younger. I bet she's at least 10 years younger than Chuck Norris, isn't it? Like, Chuck Norris ain't going to marry an 80-year-old, is he? Going to get himself a nice young woman. They've tried to tiptoe around that. She feels 10 years young. If she keeps feeling too much younger, Chuck Norris is going to end up in jail. Chuck made a special video that explains everything. Make sure you watch it by going to chuckdefense.com/brand and tell Chuck we want him on, and then Dave can have him and we're fulfilling Dave's wish. Show how young you feel, Chuck, by coming here. Go to chuckdefense.com/brand. chuckdefense.com/brand. It's going to change the way you think about your health. Just a reminder, the legendary Chuck Norris is now a whopping 84 years old and yet has more energy than me. No way, he doesn't. I'll fight him. I'll fight Chuck Norris. I'll fight you, Chuck. I'll follow your health protocols. I'll take a Viagra and then I'll fight you naked. And the one of us that can maintain an erection and win the fight is declared the victor. He discovered he could create more dramatic changes to his health by simply focusing on 3 things that sabotage our body as we age. Watch this method by clicking the link in the box below, chuckdefense.com/brand. That's an offer, Chuck. YouTube, we're out of there, baby. That was an ad, wasn't it? That's the way to advertise a product. Chuck Norris, I mean, no disrespect. I was mucking about. YouTube, we're leaving you mad globalists. We know how you were formed. We know how Serge Brin and Larry Page got access to Google Earth content by doing back channel deals with the CIA because Mike Pence told us so. X will carry on there for a few more minutes. We're going to be with you for another half hour on Rumble and then another half hour after that on Rumble Premium. That's why you got to click the link in the description. Join us over on Rumble, home of free speech, to see us talking about dun 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 COVID origins, dun 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 Hillary Clinton, Thomas Beard in the locals chat. Don't fight Chuck Norris. Yeah, you're probably right. Even at 84, he'd smash me up, wouldn't he? I mean, don't you think that with my BJJ, like, yeah, right. All right, look, put it this way: if Jake Paul can beat Mike Tyson, can I beat Chuck Norris? The answer is no. It's a clear no, particularly with my mad suggestion that I'd pop a Viagra and fight him completely naked. I mean, that was a mad idea. What was I talking about, Trish McLeod? What was I talking about, 33rd Eye Open? What was I thinking about, Your Highness? What was I thinking about, Paul Schrober? What was I thinking about, Carlo 99 and Lion King? Chuck Norris kicked me in the nuts and my balls popped out of my ears. I like that Bill Hicks joke. Do you want your grandmother dying on a... Do you want your grandmother dying in hospital, her last heartbeat making its way through a translucent vein? Or do you want her to meet Chuck Norris? Wow, he kicked her head right off her body. Terminally ill stunt people. Terminally ill stunt people. One of the great Bill Hicks bits, I would have to say. We're going to be talking about Russell. Don't do it. No, I'm not going to do it. I'm joking. Tyson sandbagged the contract. Do you think so? I don't know. I'd watch them fight naked, says Debbie the Donut. David Fox 79. Your brain must never shut off. No, it doesn't. That's why I need Jesus, because otherwise I just think all the time. It's absolutely exhausting. It's a complete, total knackering nightmare. Okay, hold on a minute. Let me think about what to do next. We do Hillary. Hillary Clinton has been speaking at the World Forum on the future of democracy about social media information control. Now you're on Rumble, presumably because you care about free speech, presumably because you reject authority, presumably because you're sick of being lied to, presumably because you're sick of powerful families like the Clintons telling you what to do, claiming they're helping you, going over to Haiti with George Soros, helping with clammy hands. The Haitian people will tell you that help, it didn't really work out for us. Same as we saw, oh man, you're going to love this bit of content we've made about an African ambassador to your country, the United States, saying that USAID stuff, it didn't help us at all. The bills, Clinton and Gates, are about as welcome as Bill Cosby at a sorority party. Bill, do you want to have a sleepover? Oh man, yeah, let's go to sleep. Bill, get out of Africa. Get out of Africa, both of you Bills. Let's have a look at Hillary Clinton at the World Forum talking about the future of democracy in Germany. And let's talk, and now that Zuckerberg's admitted that they were on the blag the whole way through the pandemic, Hillary will crack my phone. Let's do it.
There's no way to sugarcoat it. There's no way to explain it away. Autocracy is on the march, and we now have a government in the United States that has thrown in its lot with the autocrats, which has made a choice to support those who wage war, not peace, who have given enormous power to the men who control the information flow in our world, who have all pledged allegiance to the continuation of algorithms that not only addict us, but poison us with hatred and fear. So moments like this, which are too few and far between right now, need to be underscored with urgency.
Left Flow 1120 in the Rumble chat. She eats children. Don't hold back. Don't hold back.
Urgency. And it is certainly my
chimp says, please remind the world that you're not suicidal if you're going to talk about Hillary Clinton. There have been points in my life where I have been suicidal. Suicide is a serious, serious issue. Suicide is what happens when the shame gets too much to bear. But with God, there is a way out. With Christ Jesus, there is a way out of despair and shame and hopelessness. Thankfully, the Lord has come to me. I have come to the Lord. I am not suicidal. I am strongly opposed to globalism. What I mean by globalism is various unelected institutions cooperating in order to ensure that the liberty of ordinary people is never allowed to flourish. We may have a variety of opinions here. Look at the Rumble chat. Look at it. Some people are, well, actually everyone is pretty anti-Hillary Clinton, but you'll find people that express some pretty strong views on a subject like Israel. You'll find people that talk about Hollywood in pretty incredible terms. In fact, I'd love to unpack that post, mate, that you did My man Wayne posted about like sort of pedophilic symbols in pop videos. But I'll check that before I talk about it because it might pertain to people that I know personally, and I wouldn't want to make a terrible blunder. What I would say is this, that without a personal spiritual ascent, one way or another, we will worship the culture. If you're worshiping the culture on the right or the left, it doesn't really matter, I don't think, ultimately in the end, because you will ultimately end up ensnared by systems of control, material control, rational control. What we need somehow to do is hold the immanent and transcendent ideas simultaneously. The idea that God is within us and yet God is above us, that we can be guided, that we can overcome, that we can improve, that we don't need to be bound by low desire, by fear, that we don't need to be corralled like cattle by a culture that don't respect you, that sings patronizing songs to you, that you don't need people like the Clintons that continually claim that they're there to help you, but when you investigate their endeavors, you discover that the Haitians weren't particularly helped, or many of the supposed recipients of their philanthropy did not feel helped. I'll say it again, let's get it as a post this time. Philanthropy is the lipstick on the whore of corruption. And Hillary Clinton is wearing a lot of lipstick.
My hope that when the World Forum ends, those of us privileged enough to be here will continue to speak out and work for the betterment of democracy and humanity. I was so struck listening to all of the speakers, but one of the themes that really stood out to me was what Maria said about information, what Natalia said about information, and what David Sinclair said about information. Information determines how we think, and how we think determines what we say, and what we say determines what we do. Whether it's about aging in the human body or preserving and protecting our freedom and our democracy.
Let's have a look at how free speech has been going in Europe. Germany started criminal investigations into social media user for mocking politician for being fat. So you've got old Jasmine Crockett calling your Republican Greg Abbott Hot Wheels. Over in Germany, some free speech is being deemed, go back if you don't mind, some free speech is being deemed undesirable or impossible. Indeed, there are some people you can offend and others you can't. European countries where insulting the head of state can land you in prison. UK man arrested for social media meme. I will meme you so hard. Here, Zuckerberg admits that Biden administration pressured Meta to censor COVID-19 content. The reason that we pull up those old headlines is to remind you that there is no regard or care for the principle of free speech. There's only a desire to permit certain speech and control other speech. As we have discussed before on this show, you shouldn't need to know who the protagonist or antagonist is in a particular story. If you've got principles, you won't care. If you were to, for example, talk about a foreign war, a superior aggressor has invaded the territory of another nation that doesn't have the same ability to arm themselves. Is it good or is it bad? You should be able to answer that question without knowing whether we're talking about Russia, Ukraine, or Israel, Palestine. It shouldn't matter to you. It shouldn't matter. I'm not suggesting that there aren't nuances and differences when it comes to all conflicts. Indeed, that's why you need principles. That's why you need an idea of the universal. That's, in fact, why you need a God who dictates to us what the rules or preferences are of that God's way. Then you can ignore those rules if you want to, and you will likely pay a high price for it, whether you're an individual or a nation. The one thing that has to be avoided at all costs is behaving like you yourself are God. And that's what globalism has at its heart. The rejection of God, the rejection of Christ, so that globalism can lay claim to the authority and power that it denies to the sublime entity. They want to tell you to get into your house. They want to tell you to take a particular medication. They want to tell you which wars are good and which wars are bad, which free speech is good and which free speech is bad, which victims matter and which victims don't matter, because they, I believe, are ultimately controlled by dark and perhaps even Luciferian forces. In fact, this little bit of scripture, forgive me picking up a Bible, but I am a Christian. What do you expect? Like this little bit of scripture from Luke 4. In fact, can Jake, would you locate that for me? Because it's a hard thing to do on camera. Can you find in the Gospel of Luke the temptations of Christ? It's around Luke 4. But what I like about it is when Satan tempts Christ in the desert, the first temptation is, if you're hungry, because Christ's been fasting for 40 days, why don't you turn this stone into bread? And Christ goes, I'm not doing that. That's not what I'm all about. I'm paraphrasing. The second temptation is, and I love this, it says that Satan takes Christ up to a high place in an instant and shows him all of the power and dominion of the world, which Satan says to Christ, I can grant you because I've been given authority over it. This fascinates me for two reasons. Thanks, Jake. One, because it happens in an instant. That to me is an indication that it's happening outside of time. In an instant, because you can't physically show someone all of the dominions of the world in an instant, can you? You can't do that. You would have to be operating outside of time. And also I know that he takes him up to a higher place. Now, what interests me most of all in this discourse between good and evil, good personified by our Lord and Savior Christ Jesus, evil in the form of the fallen angel Lucifer, which means the potential for good exists in Lucifer. The fallenness of Lucifer comes about when Lucifer says, I want my own kingdom. Are you and I not participating in that very same dynamic right now? Are you and I not constantly faced with the choice of whether or not to serve ourselves or to serve a higher, indeed the highest principle, which is God? Even people that don't believe in God would take the definition that the highest principle is tantamount to God, equals God. And I do believe in God. We have to make the decision whether or not to serve ourselves or whether or not to serve the highest principle. Let's have a little quick look at that bit of scripture. Then Jesus, being filled with the Holy Spirit, returned from Jordan and was led by the Spirit into the wilderness, being tempted for 40 days by the devil. And in those days he ate nothing. And afterwards, when they ended, he was hungry. Understandable, because he was fully human, like you and me. And the devil said to him, if you are the Son of God, command this stone to become bread. But Jesus answered him, saying, it is written, man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word of God. Every word of God, the vibration form, the waveform before it collapses into the particular under observation and participation. That's a quote from Deuteronomy, it says here in this Bible. Then the devil, taking him up on a high mountain, showed him all the kingdoms of the world in a moment of time. I liked the translation that I got the other day, but even in this translation, it makes clear that this is happening instantaneously. Wittgenstein, an atheist philosopher, says, if you consider eternity not to be a really large temporal duration, but the quality of timelessness, then eternity belongs to he who lives in the present. You and I can make the choice to live in the present, or we can live in our memories of the past, our trauma, or we can live in our projections of the future. What's happening in this discourse between fallen good collapse into evil and the limitless potential of good personified by our Lord and Savior Christ Jesus is a discourse between which way do you want to go. Now, this is the bit that I really like. Tell me what you think about this in the comments and chat, even if you're not Christian, particularly if you're not Christian, particularly if you think, oh, this stuff's made up, it's a fairy story to make people conform. If Christianity's so good, what about the bloody Crusades and the nonsense in the Catholic Church? All institutions are fallen. Anything can be used to create human power. Of course it does. That's the temptation that you face and I face. Are you going to use your gifts to serve God, or are you going to use your gifts to serve yourself? Let me know in the comments and chat. And the devil said to him, all this authority I will give you and their glory, for this has been delivered to me, and I give it to whomever I wish. The devil says there, I'm in control of the world. So next time you're thinking, why is it that the world is so corrupt? Why is Fashion Week so demented and crazy? Why is Hillary Clinton, while claiming to be helpful, so clearly redolent and alive with what you might recognize as a type of evil? Because those that worship the world are by default fallen into evil. This is the challenge that you and I face in this moment right now. There is no other moment, only this reality. Access Christ through the vertical, convey Christ through the horizontal. Don't go into that diagonal though, that's some crazy territory you don't want to get into. We've all seen the trouble that you get into there, whether you're a Nazi or Elon Musk. Some of you saying, hey, what's the difference? It amounts to the same thing. In the moment is where we have the opportunity to live by the highest principle. If you live in worldliness, you live in the fallen kingdom. And the fallen kingdom is based on things like desire and fear, the primary tools by which we are controlled by systems of evil. You note the other places in the New Testament where it points out that the world is controlled by evil. John talks about it in Revelations. Paul talks about it in Ephesians. And you know it in your own heart. That's why you cannot trust these bureaucracies. That's why you have to grant freedom, free speech, freedom of action, freedom to follow your own conscience. But if you're going to grant people that level of power, you have to have some universal principles that you're following. If you abandon them, you're in serious trouble. But that's just what I think. Why don't you let me know what you think in the comments and chat? If you're watching us on X, we're going to do the last 15 minutes on Rumble. Then we'll be exclusively on Rumble Premium for another 20 minutes. Remember, we want you to participate in Rumble's new lineup. Crowder, Paul, me, Iverson, Rubin, the Quartering, so many content creators to participate in. You got this wrong, says my friend Vered on Locals. The culture is being destroyed by the globalists. They want us without culture, without traditions, without heritage. Culture, my friend, is not an absolute term. Think of culture in terms of biology. It's what grows in a petri dish. There is a culture. They are cultivating a culture. What do you think that all of the kind of new age, pagan, political correctness stuff or wokeism is about? It's about the reverence and worship of the individual, voided of the principle of the divine. You can be whatever you want. You can say you're a man, you can say you're a woman. Of course, there are cases, rare cases, where people are truly non-binary or hermaphrodite. And indeed, me, if you want me to call you doctor or madam or sir or Buffalo Bill or SpongeBob, I don't bloody well care, because I have a principle in Christianity called kindness, and that helps me to solve that complex little dilemma. But the culture is being created by the globalists. They don't want you to have a tradition, a folk tradition. That's true. I will agree with you on that, Vered. But they are creating their own culture. KB Meltzer, I like this. Yeah, I'm glad you like it. Nice, thanks. I appreciate your comments. Love the new raid feature. Goes all day, says Flux. Yeah, that's right. Viva Fry is going to be coming up later. I love Viva Fry. Viva Fry is a good guy. He's interesting. Buffalo Bill. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Hillary Clinton has eaten Saber 1PC. Check that comment. Check out that. That's some good stuff. Nope, no username. Yep, you are fired. Trump will do it. Some of the comments are difficult to understand. Come on, let's all try and participate in good conversations. What if I want you to call you my wife's boyfriend? Well, Chris Hodge, you better get ready for some serious conflict and be ready to back it up, baby, because that's a sacred pact that I've made with my wife. So, you know, what you got in your locker, mate? What you got in your locker? Bring it on. What do you want, me address? Okay, what's next? We've done the holy word. Let's talk about globalization. You've heard my definition. Let's have a look at J.D. Vance's. Let's do it, baby.
Because there were two conceits that our leadership class had when it came to globalization. The first is assuming that we can separate the making of things from the design of things. The idea of globalization was that rich countries would move further up the value chain while the poor countries made the simpler things. You would open an iPhone box and it would say designed in Cupertino, California. Now, the implication, of course, is that it would be manufactured in Shenzhen or somewhere else. And yeah, some people might lose their jobs in manufacturing, but they could learn to design, or to use a very popular phrase, learn to code. But I think we got it wrong. It turns out that the geographies that do the manufacturing get awfully good at the designing of things.
Very good point about manufacture and material power there by J.D. Vance. Lovely comment from Andrew Rickson in the Rumble chat, who's also donated $10. That's nice. C.S. Lewis says about the present being in the present as God dwells in the unbounded now. Yes, of course, God is atemporal and aspatial, and as the creator of time and space is not bound by those things. Excellent quote. Very, very helpful. We'll be returning to that J.D. Vance video in a minute. But first, did you ever wonder what happened in 1775? It wasn't just the British getting egg all over their red coats. No, some fantastic coffee was conceived of that day. Here's a quick message from one of our partners. partners. 1775. It ain't easy for me as an Englishman to say 1775. It was a tough time for us and the Redcoats, but 1775 coffee is a revolution that we can all participate in. You wake up every morning, you're like a cripple, aren't you? You're like Stephen Hawking without the brains. You're just a shuffling, wretched cripple. Well, what if I were to tell you that 1775 don't just put pep in your step, it's the fountain of youth. It's the literal fountain of youth reversing time. It actually made you younger, like reversing, I want to use these exact words, the ticking time bomb of existence itself. That's a pretty bold claim. The ticking time bomb of existence itself, that's a Faustian pact you're making there. Well, apparently 1775 coffee went full alchemist and brewed up Rejuvenate. Don't panic in the comments. It's spelled J-U, Rejuvenate, not none of that stuff. It's got CAAKG, an ingredient scientifically proven to fight aging at the cellular level. Great. Because who the hell wants to just exist when you can flip the bird to aging along with every single cup? That Mephistopheles, read Goethe. And it's still all the good stuff you'd expect from 1775, single origin beans. Can you hear the word bean without thinking of a clitoris? I can't. Small batch roasting. Specialty grade coffee. Small farms that probably have goats with PhDs in them, bean picking. Don't like hearing bean picking after I've just made it a clitoris. But now every cup is cranked up to superhuman levels, boosting energy, firing up metabolism, repairing muscles, and allegedly turning back the clock by up to 8 years in 7 months. And yes, actual science back this up, not some capitalist scam. Rejuvenate officially launches April 15th, but you can pre-order it right now like a proper rebel against the inevitability of entropy. Head over to 1775coffee.com, use the promo code BRAND for 15% off, and start drinking your age away. I mean, because normally drinking, it exacerbates the conditions of aging, but not this time. Oh, and every dollar you spend entitles you to win a cursed Cybertruck that damn near ruined our lives, and $30,000 cash. A Cybertruck that could be a Trojan horse, which contains spiritual warfare, and 30 grand. That's very funny, man. Massey, that's good editing. Well done, mate. You made good choices. Tommy Boy Foley in the Rumble chat. Man, I miss Dan Bongino. All caps. And then the next one, pedo. I'm not paedophile. That's an outrageous claim. Actually, that's not right that you say that. How dare you? How dare you accuse me of that? Russell Brand, is the 1055, is the 33 on your wrist related to Masons? I've done that so many times. I'm not answering that again. Go and you'll watch one of the other times I've said that. All right, okay, let's get back to JD Vance talking about globalization.
There are network effects, as you all well understand. The firms that design products work with firms that manufacture. They share intellectual property, they share best practices, and they even sometimes share critical employees. Now, we assume that other nations would always trail us in the value chain, but it turns out that as they got better at the low end of the value chain, they also started catching up on the higher end. We were squeezed.
Bongino army, Bongino army, Bongino army, Bongino army. That's out of respect for Bongino. He had to take that job, though, didn't he? He had to take the FBI gig. Who wouldn't? Stack Overflow, $20. Pump.fun is the epitome of evil and greed run rampant. I allegedly reallocate a couple of million quid to random addresses. Now, I don't actually know what that means, mate, but there you go. I donated $20 already.
On the higher end, we were squeezed from both ends. Now, that was the first conceit of globalization. I think the second is that cheap labor is fundamentally a crutch. And it's a crutch that inhibits innovation. I might even say that it's a drug that too many American firms got addicted to. Now, if you can make a product more cheaply, it's far too easy to do that rather than to innovate. And whether we were offshoring factories to cheap labor economies or importing cheap labor through our immigration system.
You got to say he's more clever than Kamala Harris, isn't you? Like, as a vice president, I know people sort of do that meme a lot where he looks a bit like Chucky. I don't know why that started happening. You know, like where he's got sort of a bit of a puffy face. And I think he's actually, it's because he's too groomed. Yeah, look, America First PHL, he's too groomed to trust. Let me read that. I wonder what was behind it. Out of nowhere, he became VP. Another Bush is all I see. History will tell. No, I think he's pretty clever. Like, Bush was never clever, mate. I don't know if you've gone back and looked at him. What do you mean the first Bush? Like the CIA Bush that was a bit, no, come on now, listen, we got to get those hostages. That one. Nah, man. I think he's all right. I met him once and he was pretty cool. I met him twice, as a matter of fact. And both times he was all right. I think he's a good dude. He loves the Lord. He's a good dude. I mean, I don't know well enough. But also, he's from nothing, innit? I trust people that grew up poor. I think that's a good marker. It's a good marker. I don't know. Manscaper, central scrutinizer. I know what you mean. What people's too well groomed. But I don't know. That's like that's not that bad, is it? Like he spends too much time in his beard. Or you think that he maybe shaves his nut bag too much or something? Is that what you're worried about? Do you sometimes meet people and think, I bet they shave their balls? I mean, I used to do that when I was living the single life because it mattered what went on down there. But as a married man, as you know, no. Anyway, let's not get to that. That's actually private. Soul Spirit on Locals, poor and a heroin addicted mother, real struggle. Yeah, that's what I like. His mum was she was banging down the brown. She was smacked right up. She was chasing the dragon all over town. Every single vein in her body is collapsing. That poor bitch couldn't stop relapsing. You gotta respect somebody that's come through hell. That's somebody who's got a story to tell. He called it his hillbilly elegy. And that's the kind of story that I want to see rather than all them people getting pumped out by the Ivy League, although he made his way there eventually. And that's why I can trust JD. And you can't have a beard too groomed for me. I'm going to take this one down a little. Do you think it's aging me? I don't know. Does it matter anymore? Should we just surrender to atrophy and entropy? I don't know. Tell me, Lord. I think he's pretty clever.
System, cheap labor became the drug of Western economies. And I'd say that if you look in nearly every country from Canada to the UK that imported large amounts of cheap labor, you've seen productivity stagnate. I don't think that's not a total happenstance. I think that the connection is very direct.
Mum's 5 Force says you said nutbag and Apple turned you off. Is it? What, like I said nutbag? What do you mean, Apple? What was you watching it? Russell, where is your suit? I don't own a suit.
Connection is very...
Alicia does an avast. Stop rapping. I have stopped rapping. Russell supports single stripper mums. You got it.
Connection is very direct.
Oh my, Russell, you're a little exhausting. Well, watch something else.
Connection is very direct.
Russell, do you think Brits will take their country back? Yes, I do. JD Vance, Rick Sturd says he's in a public eye every day. Of course he's well groomed. Yeah. I mean, you're on the TV all the time. There's no harm in trimming the old beard.
Now, one of the debates you hear on the minimum wage, for instance, is that increases in the minimum wage force firms to automate. So a higher wage at McDonald's means more kiosks. And whatever your views on the wisdom of the minimum wage.
I mean, it's certainly more lucid than when they were on that Signal chat, isn't it? Where they were just like, fire, man. Yeah, we're going to bomb the Yemen, motherfucker.
Wisdom of the minimum wage. I'm not going to comment on that here. Companies innovating in the absence of cheap labor is a good thing. I think most of you are not worried about getting cheaper and cheaper labor. You're worried about innovating, about building new things, about the old formulation of technology is doing more with less. You guys are all trying to do more with less every.
We used to be 348. Yeah, do shorten your name. It is too long.
Do more with less every single day. And so I'd ask my friends, both on the tech optimist side and on the populist side, not to see the failure of the logic of globalization as a failure of innovation. Indeed, I'd say that globalization's hunger for cheap labor is a problem precisely because it's been bad for innovation. Both our working people, our populists, and our innovators gathered here today have the same enemy. And the solution, I believe, is American innovation.
Now, Arnaud Bertrand, who's a writer that we got turned on to, or Gareth, who prepares and produces our content, he likes him because Glenn Greenwald likes him. Glenn Greenwald also on Rumble. I mean, I don't think we don't raid Glenn. We don't do a raid with him. Does raid sound a little bit too much like saucy sexiness? Or are you guys happy with that kind of language? No, I'm going to raid you. Man, I'm going to raid Dave Rubin. Then I'm going to raid me Tim Pool. Then I'm going to raid me some Crowder. I'm going to raid you. I'm going to raid you to an end of your life. Glenn Greenwald's great. And he turned us on to Arnaud Bertrand. He is, I'm really happy with how I'm saying that name. Are you? Arnaud Bertrand. I'm doing it really well. Arnaud Bertrand. Anyway, let's see what he said about globalism. Oh, my God. All right. I should have checked this before the show. This is actually an extraordinary admission to make for a US vice president. Vance explains the idea of globalization, was that rich countries would move further up the value chain while the poor countries made the simpler things. Yeah, I'm sure that was explicitly what it was. But he laments that it didn't quite work out this way. As he explains it turns out that poor countries, mostly China, didn't want to just remain cheap labor forever and started moving up the value chain themselves. Yeah, and because they're an autocracy, a communist plutocracy, they can control the labor market a lot better, which is why globalization was a failure. I would disagree with that. I'd say that globalization has, don't stay on the page, yo, Isaac. Like, I would say that, and then cut this up if we use it in other formats elsewhere. Sorry, I don't mean to edit, but I just want that to stay on the page. I would say that globalization is sets of institutions, some bureaucratic, some apparently elected, some corporate and commercial, that have so many shared and aligned interests that it makes everyone else irrelevant. Now, obviously, China are going to succeed in the same way India. If you've got a big peasant class, you're going to succeed in these areas. It's sort of like having a natural resource, isn't it? If you're like India, you've got like 100 million people that work for nothing, or China, where you've got total control in post-Maoist China over the workforce. It's like being like Saudi Arabia or those sort of relatively modern Emirates nations that have got the resources of fossil fuels. You've got the resources of people that are controlled. In democracies that are somewhat more, I want to say the word advanced, I guess, probably because J.D. Vance is on my mind, but at least have had a different journey through democracy and into secularization. You can't control the labor force in the same way because of trade union movements and all that kind of stuff. So I don't agree entirely with this analysis of Arnaud Bertrand, but he might know more about this stuff than me. Meaning that the objective of globalization wasn't to reduce global inequalities, but very much to maintain them, obviously. To institute a system of permanent economic hierarchy where rich countries would maintain their hold over the most profitable sectors while relegating poor countries to perpetual subordination, lovely language, in lower value production. The problem is this: I believe that true globalists don't care about nation. They migrate and move around. That's not an anti-Semitic trope, by the way. I know it sounds like it because of the diaspora of Jewish people, and you're probably thinking about the Rothschilds and all that sort of stuff. I'm not interested in anti-Semitism. I mean, I don't think it's a good thing. And I also think that power goes beyond the power of religious groups, although I do believe there might be an occultist dimension to true globalism. I'm just disputing Arnaud Bertrand's point that the aim was to have rich countries and poor countries because the people with most power in countries don't care. For example, look at my country during the First and Second World War. Like, Germans and English people were all marrying each other and moving around. Like, their countries were at war. Working class people were dying, tens of millions of people dying on the battlefields of France and Belgium, and like they're marrying each other and bobbing about like Queen Victoria. There's a very good joke in Blackadder, which Massey will find. Can you see if you can find it? It'll be mainly Isaac won't be able to find it because he's American and Jewish, but Massey would probably find it pretty quick. There's a bit where, like in Blackadder, which is set in the First World War, a soldier under pressure says, "Look, I'm as English as Queen Victoria. I'm not a spy. I'm as English as Queen Victoria." And he goes, "What? So your father's German, you're half German, and you married a German?" Because that is a description of Queen Victoria. Like, Victoria, up until Queen Elizabeth II, the longest reigning British monarch and a kind of feminine avatar of British power, she was bleeding German during a massive war. So, and they're not Jewish, they're Christian. So there are international elites and bloodlines that are nothing to do with Judaism at all. My personal belief is, I'm a Christian, so I'm down with the Old Testament and I'm down with the 12 tribes and all that kind of stuff. I do think some interesting gears gone on with Israel and everything. There's no question about that in my mind. But do you believe that Israel has the right to a homeland? The answer to that question is yes, they do. And if you start pulling at the strings of colonial settlers, well, America, Australia, then if you start looking at imperialism, Britain, France, everyone, it all starts to fall apart. In a way, maybe it needs to fall apart so we can have new systems of government that are more localized. That's what I'd be advocating for. But hey, maybe you don't care. My granny survived 82 death camps in Poland. That doesn't seem likely. I don't think there were. The best British Queen was Judi Dench, says Paul Schober. You're a shithouse, you, mate. You're always trying to cause trouble. Right, come on, let's carry on with this article. I'm enjoying this. Oh no, 63 minutes. Right, to see me finish it, you have to join us over on Rumble Premium. Before that, here's a quick message from one of our sponsors. Free speech is under attack, but Rumble Premium refuses to back down. I won't back down. Like Thomas Petty, he won't back. He's actually dead, but we're actually better than Tom Petty. We've always believed in empowering voices, no matter how unpopular. Now we're taking the fight to the next level. When major advertisers conspired to pull their dollary dues, even brands like Dirty Dunkin' Donuts, which I think of as being a bit like the Dunkin' Donut of that Tesla guy that wiped his hand on his butt. Remember him, this guy? Dunkin' Donuts is the donut equivalent of that. The free speech hating pigs, claiming that Rumble had a right-wing culture. How dare they? I mean, look at just some of these comments.
Rumble does not have a right-wing culture. We are doing our very best to include everyone. That's from Mr. A. Hitler. Look at this one. Rumble is my favorite site. I love it. I listen to it every night by firelight. That's from a Mr. Ku Klux Klan. Like, how can anyone have a problem with Rumble, one of the great stations? We're not here to fit a mold. We're here to defend free expression. That is the milk of free speech coming out of the tit, or just a tit, really. To strengthen this mission, we're excited to offer you Rumble Premium, a completely ad-free experience with exclusive benefits for viewers and creators. You'll find exclusive content from creators like Russell Brand. Hey, I'm him. Dr. Disrespect. That's my actual doctor. Timcast. Yeah, Timpo. The Mug Club. Yeah, go on, Crowder. We're going to come there. We're going to go on that show. It's more than a subscription. It's a stand for free speech. You're subscribing to freedom. Your voice matters. Join Rumble Premium for a very limited time. You can get $20 off the annual plan using the code RumbleLive. Visit rumble.com/premium and claim your special sale discount today. Together, we can turn the tide. Whether you join Rumble Premium or simply keep watching, your support helps keep free speech alive. Join Rumble Premium and help keep free speech alive, baby. Well edited. Great advert. Good jokes, weren't they? The Adolf Hitler and Ku Klux Klan ones. Good jokes. Say if aliens came and they were like, we only need one person that looks a bit like long hair and a beard, either me or Viva Fry would have to be killed by those aliens, don't you think? Look at this from Stacco Coverflow. $200 is $200, mate. Mr. Bramd, M, not an N. If you're completely unfamiliar, they're a site that's earned hundreds of millions. Is this an advert? Explain. The founders of German Israel. I don't know what you're talking about. What is it? By non-premium users. All right, listen, you lot, non-premium users. Don't send bots in this chat. Don't do it. Don't put bots in our chat. And certainly don't put a chat in my bot. That's the last thing that I need. All right, listen, we've got to finish this article by my man Arnaud. Should we carry on doing this or what? What do you think? What do you think we should do, Isaac and Jake? Turn off that, but you can't put the thing through there. Let's have a look at you guys again for a minute over there. Let's see how they look.
Yeah, let's finish clean.
Finish clean. Finish clean now.
Finish it and we'll raid after.
Okay. What do you mean? Like, finish this item and then do the raid.
Yes.
Sorry about the feedback. We've not done this before. We've not worked it out properly. All right, Viva Frey's on at 4. Don't raid him. Now we're going to raid Quarter in a minute. We're going to raid Quarter in. Thanks, Timcast, for your right. Now I'm going to finish the article because I'm learning a lot from this. Let's get on with it. All right, this is good. I think this will cut together all right, Massey. It's pretty interesting, I think. Okay, this basically is all you need to know about to explain 90% of US foreign policy these past few years. Colonial thinking is alive and well. America's shift in strategy of recent years away from the previous Washington consensus of free markets towards a much more overt attempt to contain and restrict China's development stems precisely from this mindset. From semiconductor export controls to investment restrictions, these policies aren't about national security in any genuine sense. They're about trying to preserve a global economic order where, simply put, poorer nations know their assigned place and stay there. At the very core, that's the China threat, a China that stepped out of the economic lane assigned to it by the West. But actually, by the way, though, Arnaud Bertrand, ain't the conflict between China and Western imperialism been going on for a lot longer? What about the box wars, the opium wars between my country and China? I only know this because I watched a brilliant documentary about it once by Adam Curtis, who's actually a BBC employee, would you believe? And who we all know that that's state media. It's totally corrupt. License fees should be banned. It should be shut down. It's propagandist. It's evil. But they did used to make really, really good stuff. And in that, he explained that the tensions between China and the West have been going on for a long, long time. So it does, it's a sort of, I would say it's a historically a deeper and longer dynamic than is being described. But this, I know Bertrand, he's no joke. He probably knows more than me. Definitely, in fact. It's deeply ironic when you think of it. A global game allegedly designed to spread market principles worldwide is being abandoned precisely because it worked too well. When China succeeded better than expected, the response wasn't to celebrate the validation of the game's effectiveness, but to change its rules. Well, yeah, you would, wouldn't you? Because it's ultimately about supremacy, like national supremacy. Precisely because the real unspoken game, but now clearly stated by the US Vice President, was to maintain global inequality, not to eliminate it. Yeah,
But if you're going to have nations, there's going to be, if you map tribalism onto nations of hundreds of millions of people, you are going to get those kind of dynamics. The only way to break that down would be to look beyond the Westphalian Treaty, the establishment of nations, and almost revert to Christendom, i.e. like a global Christian movement where each tribe and principality was fully autonomous, and we use global technology to create communities that ironically seem to benefit from some of the like industrial ideas of Marx. Forgive me, but like Marx with Christ is not Marx at all, is it? The problem with Marxism is it sort of worships materialism and economics and sees humankind as the highest principles. If you start to consider localism and localization, let me tell you what I mean by that. You would make as a primary principle that you eat food that is reared or grown as close as possible to where it's consumed. Imagine what that's going to do to economies. That'd be incredible. That all of your states and all of your cities and principalities would have the maximum amount of authority, not the minimum. So like all of your proper social justice warrior lefty types, they could have their own mad little towns of like everyone's fluid and up for it. And to go, yeah, crack on, do what you want. Over here, we're double Christian. You would even accommodate, I believe, like, you know, all kinds of communities, Muslim, atheists, just let people do what they want. The marketplace of ideas, let the best ideas win out. And the best idea will be Christ Jesus, because that is God come to earth in human form. If you believe in God, trust God and bring his kingdom. Make straight the path. Make straight the path. Jeremy needs to hit 300,000 followers before his contract is up. I actually don't know what that's about. No, I shouldn't have got into that comment. Let me finish this article. Right. All in all, in case they hadn't yet gotten the memo, this sends a very clear message to the developing world. Economic development will require challenging a US-dominated economic order that views their advancement as a threat rather than a success, which incidentally is why Vance's words might actually help accelerate the very redistribution of global economic power he laments, pushing more nations to recognize that genuine development requires strategic independence from a system intended to keep them in their place. That's what all of the BRICS stuff is about. That's what the Russia-Ukraine conflict is truly about in terms of NATO and America's involvement, you'd have to argue. And indeed, as our man Arnaud Bertrand correctly cites, the semiconductor escalation and the US's potential involvement in any conflict between Taiwan and China is, of course, undergirded by US hegemony and imperialism. Now, when I say US, I don't mean you, like people like, you know, we're just living, trying to get on with life. I mean the sets of global powers that have become entrenched within America. We recognize them in commerce and corporatism and in deep state bureaucracies. Indeed, didn't many of you vote MAGA Maha in order for Trump to wheedle out that stuff? I figure that you did, as a matter of fact, didn't you? So if you truly want an America first kind of politics, what you're going to have to say is, how much do you want American interventionism in any conflict, certainly with other superpowers? The only way that you're going to be manipulated into supporting those kind of wars is them terrifying you and saying China won't be satisfied to just have their own sort of economic revolution. They'll say that China, oh, they might invade us, and you know, like, oh, there's a balloon over the, you know, and like, oh, Russia, they're going to invade, like they say in my country. That's why you got mad stuff like Britain saying they're going to start a nuclear war with Russia. And that is what we're going to be covering over on Rumble Premium. But before we get into that, and we're going to wrap up our show here on Rumble, we're going to raid the quarter in. Thank you very much for joining us today. Thanks to Tim Pool for the raid. Thanks to Crowd. I hope you're enjoying this new Rumble lineup. We will be back tomorrow at the same time, not with more of the same, but with more of the different. Until then, if you can, stay free and subscribe to Rumble Premium, because I'm going to keep talking for like another half an hour. Go check the quarter in. Peace. All right, let's have a look at this thing. This is like the kind, when you do Rumble Premium, we also make stuff like this. This is me talking about my daughters, but I'm going to level with you. I've got to do a wee, all right? So I'm putting this on so I've got enough time to do a wee. I'm starving. The 6-year-old and the 8-year-old. I'm not going to eat my wee, just so you know. Those were two separate ideas. The 6-year-old and the 8-year-old, they are so viciously alive, the pair of them. So rampantly present here on the planet. They're teaching me so much. You know, the Lord gave me daughters, 2 powerful little daughters. There's your one. Grow up to be beautiful, just like that, right there. But it's a pain on the way, though, isn't it? It's a nuisance getting them there. Getting them to adulthood's annoying. And this is, they've not even done puberty yet. What about when puberty happens? They're annoying me now, 6 and 8, little warlord, warrior queens in my household telling me what to do. I'm trying to teach them to say polite stuff to me, like say, yes, daddy, when I talk to you, answer me, so I know that you have heard me.
They want to be in charge of everything. And this is another parenting error I made. I taught them much too early, because at that point I hadn't come to Jesus, so I was pretty certain I was correct about this. Never trust any authority anywhere ever. If someone tells you what to do, assume that they're lying and that their authority is based on evil. But then now they're applying it to me. Come on, go to your room. F you! Well done. There's an incredible advantage in being able to go into an environment in the container of it being about drugs and alcohol and say, oh, when I drink, I behave this way, or when I take drugs, I've made these mistakes. And to be specific and particular, and above all else, honest and authentic with other people. That is one thing, if there were an endowment that the contemporary church could receive from one of its expressions, the 12 steps, for surely it comes from the church, it would be the reintegration of that principle of clarity.
Well, stay tuned from this little break that we just took. You know, Russell's a human. He's got to go to the bathroom.
No time to zip up my trousers. No time to even put down my little boy. He's my boy. My little boy. My missus will kill me if I let him be on camera. Won't you? Ah. You good boy. There's Daddy. And there's Herbie. Ah. What's that? You go see Fei Fei. You want to be loose on the floor like a little... You want to be loose? Yeah, leave him. He's all right. No, you want to stay up? It's all right. Don't worry. It's okay. He's okay. Bum. Isn't he beautiful? Ain't he beautiful? You're my baby boy. Mwah. 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 All right. Right, coming in. Oh. Go on then. Off you go. I love you. I'll see you in a minute. Good boy. Yeah, I know he can stay. His mum's going to kill me for letting him be on the video there. All right, let's get on with this. Right, let's get on with this UK thing. That's a dark joke, you motherfuckers. All right, so coming in, let's do this thing about the UK and the Ukraine. Let's get on with that. Where is it? Jay Bhattacharya. Oh, that's a good one. We'll do that after. All right. In the advancing dynamics of global war, do the Russians have much to fear from Keir Starmer? I will nuclear war you right up your pea pipe. I will nuclear war you right in your dicky bird. Here is the threat issued. Britain threatens, look at this, UK won't be shy of nuclear weapons use against Russia, a minister says. And then there's Keir Starmer looking authoritative in a sort of a U-boat or something next to Jean-Luc Picard and a ginger geezer. Let's have a little look. Estonia Prime Minister Kaja Kallas, Russian defeat in Ukraine necessary to avoid World War III. Outrageous and impossible. Kallas, Russia defeat necessary. Well, that's just that headline again. So here's a special envoy, Steve Witkoff, telling our man Tucker Carlson about the elephant in the room that will decide peace in Ukraine. Seems like he forgets the names of 3 of the regions. Okay, so if you are going to get involved in international diplomacy, do remember the names of the regions. Let's have a look at this and let me know in the comments and chat, all of my friends on Rumble Premium, whether or not you think the United Kingdom's got any business threatening Russia.
First of all, I think the largest issue in that conflict are these so-called 4 regions: Donbass, yes. Crimea, the names Lugansk, and there's 2 others. They're Russian speaking. Yep. There have been referendums where the overwhelming majority of the people have indicated that they want to be under Russian rule. Yes. I think that's the key issue in the conflict. So that's the first thing. That when that gets settled, and we're having very, very positive conversations.
And Russia controls that. In fact, some of those territories are now, from the Russian perspective, part of Russia.
Correct. That's correct. But this has always been the issue. Right. And it's sort of no one wants to talk about it. That's the elephant in the room. The elephant in the room is there are constitutional issues within Ukraine as to what they can concede to with regard to giving up territory. The Russians are de facto in control of these territories. Yes. The question is, will they be will the world acknowledge that those are Russian territories? Will it end up can Zelensky survive politically if he acknowledges this? There's
I'm just going to do a new photo for our sites and stuff. Got a good shot. That good? That good? Hold on a sec. That good? They look pretty cool, don't they? Do I? I think that's good. I use this one, Luke. That's a good one, I think. All right. Right. Okay. Yeah. Well, man, how did you feel about it? I got a bit distracted. I kept thinking about Tucker Carlson's dad and stuff. And then I was thinking, well, I'll do a prayer on here. And I thought, no, I'll just send him a message, pray for him directly in it, because you don't want to pray in public unless it's necessary. Like if you do accept a ministerial and missionary role, and I do accept that, that will involve public prayer in addition to the many prayers I do in private every day, continually, incessantly, in the chamber of the mind, in the quiet, dark spaces, endless luminosity also, because it's beyond light and dark and space and matter when we get to that kind of place. All right, so there's US Special Envoy Steve Witkoff. I didn't really get what the elephant in the room was. Did you? In that clip? Like, I didn't understand it. Like, what was the elephant in the room? Here's Zelensky saying Russia must return all territory gained since 2014. What is the elephant in the room? Did you guys get it?
First of all, any negotiations, it's a very it's a chance to finish the war. So far, the Russians are not showing that they're ready to finish the war. With regard to the Crimean territory, that would be one of the sensitive and complex issues at the future. The first step is one thing. The ceasefire, of course, we need to cross some grounds to get there in order to have
Bleeding Zelensky. He's always got his hand out, and he for a pound note or a dollar bill at Zelensky. Let's see if we can make this communication work between us in a little practice in the Rumble. You enjoying the Rumble lineup? Trick Charlson 405. You part of Ukraine. That's the elephant in the room. That parts of Ukraine, ethnic parts of Ukraine, want to remain Russian. Russell, what is a yarbo? I think I said yobo. All right, so let's have a look at that shot again of you guys and see how you're doing. There you go. Do you feel all right? Do you feel shy in there?
I feel handsome.
Yeah, you're looking handsome. It's not bad. It's a bit weird. So what are we going to do about this audio though? I'll turn that off for a while, right?
I think you just got to hear us from here.
Right, I can hear you perfectly well from there. Well, you're not going to. Why did you tighten that shot up, Isaac?
There's not enough space.
Not enough space to tighten it up. Or why don't you favor the same direction, both of you?
We're in the janitor's closet.
Yeah, we're kind of in the corner.
You've got your own mics. You're in a corner. Let's have a look. Zelensky needs to be deposed. I hear them. You can run all day. Very handsome. Or is it? Who are you saying is handsome? Them guys over there. They're pretty good looking. They're pretty good looking. All right, listen, you lot. I've got a lot of things to cover. The Jay Bhattacharya stuff, the COVID stuff. We've got loads of things to work through. I hope you've had a lovely time with us today. We'll be back tomorrow. Pray for me. I'll pray for you, Zay Sanchez. Heavenly Father, Lord and King, I pray for all of the members of our community that are participating today in this conversation. I pray that we can access individually and collectively the highest good and the highest principle. Thank you, Father, that you sent your only Son to die for us. Thank you that by the covenant of the blood, we are now imbued with the Holy Spirit, a new advocate that we can feel and interact with and be guided by moment to moment in the present. I would ask for healing for all of those that are suffering from addiction and from suicidal thoughts, all of those that feel pressed and pressured, all those that feel lost and bewildered in the culture, all those that are investing their thoughts, attention, and energy in human power that can but fail. Lord, forgive a sinner like me. Thank you for the grace of your forgiveness. Thank you for the glory of this position. May we glory only your name, our Lord and Savior. May we make straight the paths for your return. May we consider those paths to be synaptic neurological pathways, Lord, that the Holy Spirit may travel through. May the new wine enter, not the old wineskins, but the new. May we reformulate new pathways, new consciousness, Lord, that we may honor you. We ask that all those that are grieving loss right now, the loss of loved ones or relatives, of father, including Tucker Carlson, but all of the people that hear this that are grieving, may we know eternal life through you. For you so loved the world, you gave your only son, that whoever believe in him will not perish, but know eternal life. Oh Lord, may we share in that promise. May we share in your eternal glory. Guide us, Lord. Guide our words. Guide our collective ministry. We ask this in the name of Jesus Christ, your Son. In the name of the Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Amen. We'll be back tomorrow, not for more of the same, but for more of the different. Peace. Switch in, switch on, switch off. Many switch in, switch on, switch off, switch on. Many switch in, switch on, switch off. Many switch in, switch on, switch in, switch on, switch off. Many switch in, switch on, switch off, switch on. Many switch in, switch on, switch off. Many switch in, switch on, switch on, switch off. Many switch in, switch on, switch off, switch on. Many switch in, switch on, switch off. Many switch in, switch on, switch on, switch off. Many switch in, switch on, switch off, switch on. Many switch in, switch on, switch off. Many switch in, switch on, switch in, switch on, switch off. Many switch in, switch on, switch off, switch on.
Because it is a big deal.
Not a big deal. I mean, it is a big deal. I think one of the challenges is it feels like the JFK files, or it's starting to. Like in 50 years, it'll all be declassified, and then we'll know what happened. I think the hope of finding out justice in the memorable lifetime of people who knew when Epstein was prominent, knew when, prominent politicians and businessmen were interacting with him. It just seems more and more all the time like it's not coming. And I don't even fault the Trump administration. It's obviously like there are some powers that be that are resisting. But on the other hand, I can understand where some Americans who weren't following it as closely are also sort of like, okay, fine, we'll never get it, so let's move on to the next thing. It's not the exact perfect attitude, but there is a level of like, it doesn't feel as pressing as maybe like international conflicts do.
Yeah, that's probably true. I mean, there is a fair amount of like, dealing with reality. Like, we're just not like, just like the JFK files, we're not going to see video evidence of, a politician raping a kid. That's never coming out.
Yeah.
And, do I believe that video footage exists? 100%.
Yeah.
Now, I don't think that footage, I think agencies that are higher than the FBI took care of that a long time ago. They took care of that before Jeffrey Epstein was ever arrested, because he was an asset.
Yeah.
And so when they when they knew that they were going to burn him as an asset, like they did Diddy, they got rid of all that stuff, or it's stored somewhere else, and the FBI just does not have it to release.
And maybe that's the problem. Like, if the FBI doesn't have it, Cash Patel is like, day one, I'll give it to you. He shows up day one. He's like, okay, turn it over. And the FBI powers that be, the infrastructure that's been here for a long time, is like looking at each other like, we don't know. We lost it. All of the files were in paper and it got destroyed in a flood or something. Because they're giving these weird excuses, but you also can't publicly discuss it. It does put sort of the incoming, bring all this stuff to light crowd at odds with the entrenched bureaucracy that's there.
Yeah.
Let's go to this. By the way, I'll be announcing yesterday's winners. I didn't email the winners of yesterday's contest yet because Amazon withheld the Amazon gift card codes for 24 hours because they didn't like that I bought so many of them, but they came through this morning. So they just had to do like a fraud check. So if you are announced as a winner yesterday, you're going to get your email today. And then if you're announced as a winner today, which I've already picked winners from yesterday's entry, you will also get yours today. And the link is pinned in the comment. It's also in the description. The only requirement is that you be a follower here on Rumble and that you tune into the live show. So, pretty easy stuff. We're just trying to grow our Rumble following to 300,000 as quickly and reasonably as possible. Let's get into this next segment. But this week kind of feels like a slow news week a little bit. Or it's just that there's just so much stuff going on all the time that it's like it's
overload.
It's starting to make me apathetic. Yeah, like is that the word? Like I'm starting to be like,
apathetic works, yeah.
Like I'm just like, oh my God, another 500 million in fraud. Like we're like 3 weeks ago, I was like 500 million in fraud. Whoa! Now I'm like, oh yeah, I expected that. Like it's just.
Well, and we're getting into a little bit of a stall, right? Because like my example is always the executive orders. Big news, executive order. People are like, wow, that's crazy. Executive order gets challenged. Yeah. Micro update, slow moving wheels of justice. Like during that time, 3 more sort of similar cases are going on, challenging Trump's authority or whatever. Like we get sort of when the stories stop being front page exclusives and they start becoming something you have to kind of fall in the weeds, it does become sort of mundane.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Well, this story isn't mundane, although I think what the right should do is just comment on it and move on because they're trying to make this scandal bigger than it really is. I mean, it is a big deal. Let's be fair. If the Biden administration was leaking like potentially military action, out to journalists, we would crucify him for it.
Yeah, we'd be shooting
So the rest of the rest of the conversation came out, and it really isn't that exciting. It's just, it's weird. And anybody, you make anything Sticks? I don't know if you can close your door or not, but we're picking up a lot of background noise on your mic.
My mic.
Yeah.
Is it coming from my computer?
No, it sounds like it sounds like talking or TV.
Oh, just a second. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Sticks' cats are acting up again.
Yeah. He's gonna go smack a bee. What do you make of this? So the full text chain has been released. There's nothing in it but the pros and cons of striking now versus waiting a month. It's not war plans. It's not classified info. It's a conversation. And I see cabinet members and staffers hashing. I think that's a bit of a sweep. It is pretty bad. Like the fact they let a journalist in there, not great. I think that is just.
I still want an explanation of who they thought they were adding to the group chat when the journalist was added.
There was some sort of they thought because his initials were, I don't know,
similar to someone else's, I guess. But
yeah.
Is that also like, what are the odds here that you just like, it's not even like they added a random civilian who's on Signal. They added this journalist. Like, I don't know.
Why do you have a journalist in your Signal group chat and contacts so anyway? At all.
And I think, I think one of the challenges for anyone who's supportive of MAGA or Trump or the Trump administration is to like acknowledge that like this is not good. This is a sloppy way to handle something. On the other hand, like I totally agree. The more that comes out, it does seem like legacy media got the first punch and they were able to make it sound maybe worse than it actually is.
Yeah.
It doesn't excuse it. It doesn't answer all my questions, but the thing is, and maybe this is me just being extremely pregnant and like over the drama, but I'll like keep thinking of like the jokes about like girls trips that make it out of the group chat. like they're making plans in this chat and actually it happened, which is like not appropriate at all considering it's a serious military operation. But it doesn't sound like anything that was discussed in it, altered the course of human history. They were sort of just sidebar water cooler talking about something that was already going on.
I think I'm gonna try to mess with my audio. Somebody said there's some issues. This is often used by musicians, stereo audio, echo cancellation. So I'll turn off echo cancellation. Maybe that'll help. Maybe it's peaking and it's trying to be weird. I think the guy that added this person probably should step down, in my opinion. It's a pretty big screw up. And we don't know exactly, but like, we don't know. It says too quiet now. Interesting. I can fix that. Boy, today is just garbage tier stream. Garbage tier.
Look, we're all almost at our due dates. We're all getting tired. It's okay.
I'm at 100% volume right now. Let me know. This was a major screw up. And
is that better?
Yes, that's better.
Okay, good.
Yeah, you sound like you're across the room. Okay, so it's turning off. That's odd. I'm wondering if it's a delay. Because I turned off echo cancellation because I don't need it. It sounds fine.
You sound fine over here.
Yeah, I sound fine on my end too, and my levels are all right. I don't know if people are like, Jeremy's very quiet. Okay, well, I'll do this. Automatically adjust volume, and I'll just do edit mic settings. He's already on auto adjust.
Am I better now?
Yeah, you're fine. This is so crazy. I think chat's trolling. There's no way. Like,
I like that the chat has the power to completely derail you, and they know it.
Yeah, well, if the audio is screwed up, like,
no, it's serious.
Yeah, that's obviously an issue. I can just turn Sticks down a little bit. It says Sticks mic is really hot. We're not trolling. Jeremy's quiet. This is very weird. Is it switched? Maybe it's switched. No. It's,
Doctor, thanks a lot for coming on. So you spent your life, 50 years working on treatments for cancer. And when you started, it seemed like we were moving in the West toward the elimination of cancer. Smoking was a huge emphasis. Get rid of tobacco and cancer rates will drop. Obviously, smoking does cause cancer. And we got rid of it basically, but cancer rates went up. And that is a very rarely remarked upon mystery that really bothers me. Tell us, since you made billions of dollars selling your companies, but you're still involved in medical research, which I admire. Where are we now with cancer? What are you seeing in cancer rates?
Well, what's really worrisome to me now is not just the rate, but the population in which it's increasing, i.e. the younger people. So we're clearly seeing an increase in certain types of cancer, like pancreatic cancer, ovarian cancer, and we're seeing it, colon cancer, and we're seeing it in younger people.
Just to set a baseline, what's the 10-year survival rate for pancreatic cancer?
It's horrible. I think, if you have pancreatic cancer today, I don't think there is a 10-year survival rate, so to speak.
Yes.
What there is, however, if you have patients who are what we call failed standard of care, the survival rate is in months. You measure it in 2 months.
Yes. That's certainly my understanding, having watched a lot of people die of it. So advanced pancreatic cancer is a death sentence. Where are you seeing it now?
Well, I got to tell you a really concerning story. It's not only am I seeing it now, I'm seeing it in younger people. And for the first time in my career, when I left UCLA, I was doing all the Whipples, which is a surgery to actually remove most of the pancreas, a very big operation.
You're a surgeon as well.
I'm a surgeon.
Yes.
And I was also doing pancreas transplants for type 2 diabetes and islet cell transplants and stem cell transplants. So I had this diverse activity as a UCLA assistant professor. But I never saw pancreatic cancer in children. And the greatest surprise to me was a 13-year-old with metastatic pancreatic cancer that the family called us to help. And to me, that was not only devastating, it emphasized the idea that we're seeing people with higher incidence of pancreatic cancer and younger. Right now in our clinic, we have 45-year-old, 50-year-old. And what was sad about this young boy, by the time he came to see us, he had exhausted all standard of care. And he came from Butler, Pennsylvania. And all the major medical centers really had exhausted all their therapy. By the time he came to see us, his body was ridden and he passed away. So seeing cancers now in younger people and almost a rise, almost like I don't want to call it a non-infectious pandemic, but this is what I think is going to worrisome in the world, not just in the United States, but largely in the United States, we're beginning to see this, and it's really worrisome.
A non-infectious pandemic of cancer, including deadly cancers.
Correct.
Like pancreatic. In your career, which I think is about 50 years of working on this, how many 13-year-old pancreatic cancer patients have you seen?
Never. I inquired around because it bothered me so much now of why this is happening. So Dr. Stephen Day was a good friend who was trained with me at UCLA when I was at UCLA. He's now at the Angeles Clinic, and I called him and he said, "Listen, Patrick, I'm now seeing an 8-year-old, a 10-year-old, an 11-year-old with colon cancer. Colon cancer. We've never seen that. We're seeing now 30-year-old, 40-year-old ladies, young ladies with ovarian cancer. So this is a real phenomenon of a rise of cancer in early people, in young people, and really need to get to the bottom of that."
Do you notice a difference in the virility of the cancer, the speed with which it moves?
Well, I'm getting reports, they've even called it turbocharged cancer.
Yes, I've heard that phrase.
Right. I'm getting reports of that now, that people that have been in remission before even are now getting back the cancers and very rapidly progressing. So if you really think about what the cause of cancer is, and I did a piece with Sanjay Gupta many, many years ago on 60 Minutes. And I said, the cause of cancer is its inability, it's not the rapidity of its growth, but its inability to die. And its inability to die is because it either hides from the cells that matter, i.e. your natural killer cells, your T cells, or, and this is what I'm really worried about, your body and the cancer has found a way to suppress your killer cells. And once they do that, once they activate what you call the suppressor cells, and you call yourself immunosuppressed, and then I think you see this rapid progression because there's nothing stopping.
What could possibly be causing this?
Well, I think if you look back of causes, ironically, when I was doing at UCLA, I was working on pancreas transplant where I want to immunosuppress the patients.
Yes, you have to.
Yeah, because you prevent it. And then I was working on cancer where I don't want to immunosuppress. So I needed to understand the body's mechanism. And we have a crazy, wonderful, exquisite balance in our body. You have the yin and the yang of the killer cells, and these things called natural killer cells and T cells.
Whose job is to kill anything that threatens the body?
Whose job is to kill, quite right, anything that threatens the body, whether the body has infection, if you have TB, you have HIV, if you have hepatitis, you have COVID, these cells are there to recognize these infected cells and kill it. As you and I are sitting here today, our stem cells are growing in order to replenish parts of your body, your heart. If you didn't have that, you wouldn't have a heart. At the age of 14, you need those stem cells. But mathematically, there are some cells that are transformed, and your body recognizes that through these natural killer cells and kills it. I call that nature's first responder. And that's your mechanism. That's how we are all protected, and we are in this state of equilibrium or balance. On the other hand, the moment either the tumor finds a way to hide from these cells, or your body's or the tumor causes these cells to be suppressed. And that's why I call this the suppressor cells. And there are certain cells in your body called Treg cells or myeloid-derived suppressor cells. These are all technical. That when they get upregulated, you've lost your protection. And so the question then is, how do we understand this balance? How do we increase the killers and how do we decrease the suppressors? So that's been 50 years of my challenge and how do we expose the tumor? So on the one hand, you need to expose the tumor because it hides from the killers. On the other hand, you activate the killers. And on the other hand, you have to suppress the suppressors. So we're truly playing a good game of chess. And I think like a astrophysics, where you're looking for God's particle, where all these molecules are floating around, talking to each other, all the cells are floating around, talking to each other, and this dynamic interaction. And how do you understand all of that? You know, one of the best, most fun lectures I gave a lot of lectures on this and try to be non-technical because it's basic, what I call basic immunology. And the problem with cancer is it's being treated by oncologists and not immunologists. And immunologists don't see patients because they look at basic immunology. And then when you have infection, then you have virology. So this cross disciplines of virology, immunology, oncology, all these ologies don't talk to each other.
Yes.
So
you're saying, just big picture for non-specialists, of which I'm of course one, you're saying that cancer is to some extent a problem with your immune system.
It is everything about your immune system.
So you've got all kinds of defective cells that could become cancer or cancer in your body at all times.
At all times.
But your body is zapping them.
Correct.
Right. And that's the fundamental balance of the human body.
Correct.
And when that body gets out of balance, when the killer cells become suppressed or less effective, that's when you get cancer.
Correct.
Okay. So I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, I love it because that's a perfect interpretation that I couldn't do in a non-technical way because I think I get too nerdy. So I'm glad.
Well, you are a doctor.
So, but that's I think is what's happening in our body. We have these perturbations, but we're in equilibrium, and that's a good thing. The moment you knock yourself out of equilibrium, now what could knock you out of equilibrium? And that's why when, Bobby Kennedy is talking about and standing up about the toxins in our food, the toxins in PFAS, the processed food, and viral infections. And really what knocks you out of balance basically is inflammation. If you have inflammation in your body, there's this, now I'm going to get nerdy again, these cells called neutrophils that actually see an infection and tries to kill it, which it does. But if there's persistent inflammation, these neutrophils actually flip into a suppressor cell. So what people don't realize is that we have the yin-yang in our body, that every cell has a counter cell. And that's what I was about to go there. I said the most fun conversation I had where I was asked by astrophysicists or physicists to give a lecture is I named this concept of cancer a quantum theory, like a physicist. And that in our body, we have cells that can be in two states. It can be a killer or suppressor. And like the Schrodinger's cat, it could be alive or dead. And it depends what you do with it. And so I named this thing quantum oncotherapeutics, just to be controversial, so that doctors could understand what I'm talking about, is that we need to understand the fact that you have a killer T cell and you have a killer suppressor cell. We have an M1 macrophage that actually chomps things up and M2 macrophages that blocks that. You have an NK cell that kills and NK cells that inhibits. And we need to have that balance, otherwise you'll get into autoimmune disease. But there's a thing called quantum entanglement that is the scat alive? Is the scat dead? If somebody interacts with that, and the person that interacts with that is the doctor. So you, as a doctor, could either be enlightened enough to activate just the activators and suppress the suppressors and change the dynamic towards the cure. But it's very complex because it's now quantum, because all those changes are happening in minutes in your body. These molecules, like God's particle, where they're colliding with each other and cells are colliding and interacting, happens within minutes. So you need to have a theory of how you interact at that level. And in so doing, the first thing you need to understand is, how does cancer happen? And then how does it grow? How do you stop it? This idea of a vaccine, a cancer vaccine, do you radiate that cancer? Do you remove that cancer? Do you remove the lymph nodes? Do you give chemotherapy? And crazily enough, over the last 50 years, I figured out that everything we're doing is not the word wrong, because that's a bad statement, a pejorative statement. It's not enlightened, a better way to say it. Because everything we're doing is tipping the scales towards the suppressor cells. We're activating the suppressor cells. We're not activating the killing cells. And we can go into this conversation where I can explain that. So the key system, which you just said, is cancer is all about the immune system. So if you activate the immunosuppression system, you get more cancer. So then the fundamental root cause is what's activating that immune system on the other way.
Yes.
And that's inflammation.
Something is suppressing people's immune systems, including the poor 13-year-old boy who died of pancreatic cancer. And the question is, what is that? And maybe there are a lot of causes, but it is, we're not the first people to notice there's been an increase in scary cancers in populations that didn't used to get them. It's very obvious just from living here. And a lot of people have pointed to both COVID, the virus, and to the mRNA COVID vaccines as potential causes. Do you think that they're related?
The best way for me to answer that is to look at history. What we know about virally induced cancers is well established. We know that if you get hepatitis, you get liver cancer. Hepatitis is a virus infection. We know if you get human papillomavirus, HPV, you get cervical cancer.
Yes.
So
certain kinds of throat cancer are caused by viruses as well, right?
If you get HIV, you get Kaposi sarcoma.
Yes.
So we call that oncogenic viruses in medical terms, meaning viruses that are induced carcinogenic. And the fundamental basis for that are threefold. The hallmarks of an oncogenic virus is one, it must persist. And why? Because it continues to create inflammation. And why? With inflammation, you get suppression because your body's trying to suppress it. It must inhibit this thing called P53 that's in your body to try and protect your body from not having cancer. And if it persists and causes inflammation and inhibits P53, it begins to have the hallmarks of an oncogenic virus. So then the question is, does COVID, whether it come from the vaccine, which is the spike protein vaccine, or from the infection, which is spike-driven, that gets into every cell of our body, because it goes with the
cell of the body?
It goes wherever you have this thing called the ACE2 receptor, which is in the blood vessels. So wherever you have a blood vessel in your body, it's where it's going to go. And if it has an ACE2 receptor on that blood vessel, that's where it can go, because that's the purpose of the spike protein, to penetrate, to hijack that ACE2 receptor and get into their cells. So that's why it gets in pancreas. That's why you have brain fog, because it disrupts the blood vessels of the brain and causes mitochondrial dysfunction. That's why in the colon, which is a high, in the GI tract is a high ACE2 receptor. That's why pancreas is a high ACE2 receptor, where that's why you people have, in the heart, you have dysfunction. You've seen young people who have sudden heart attacks all of a sudden. You see young people with pancreatic cancer all of a sudden. You see young people with colon cancer all of a sudden. So is it by coincidence that post-COVID infection, post-COVID vaccine, we're seeing all these events where we know the spike protein goes there? I don't think so. I think it's not a coincidence. So the question is, can we prove, is this what I call long COVID virus persisting? And the group at University of California, San Francisco has now definitively proven that and published that in papers like Nature. Can we also prove that once you have that persistence of that virus, does that COVID virus suppress the natural killer cell? Does the natural killer cell actually not only go to sleep, becomes what we call anergic? That's now been published. The natural killer cell has gone to sleep. So,
so by your definition, we just solved the mystery right there.
I think so. I think this is the conversation I had with the...
Well, but wait, I mean, billions of people, literally billions of people had the COVID virus. Over 1 billion got the spike protein vaccine. So that's like, we're talking like a huge percentage of the Earth's population, unless I'm missing something.
No, you understand what keeps me awake at night. And it's kept me awake at night for 2 years, 2.5 years. And that's why I sort of abandoned everything just to focus on how do we clear the virus? Because the answer is to clear the virus.
From the body.
From the body. The answer is to stop the inflammation, because it's chronic inflammation.
Privacy should be a right for all citizens in this country. It's a prerequisite to freedom. No privacy, no freedom. Unfortunately, in America, privacy is a luxury. So who gets the luxury of privacy? You don't. We don't. Privacy is given to government agencies. They've got millions of classified documents, actually over 1 billion in this country. The average American citizen, meanwhile, is being watched every time he or she goes online. Data brokers are tracking and recording everything you do, and then they're selling what they learn about you and your private life to advertisers, even to the government, to the NSA. What do you do about it? Well, we use a product called ExpressVPN. ExpressVPN is an app that sends 100% of your online traffic through secure encrypted servers. And that means that everything you do online, your personal data, your personal information, is shielded from the creeps who want to sell it to other businesses or the government. ExpressVPN also hides your IP address, and that means the brokers cannot exploit you. They can't sell you as a product to the highest bidder. ExpressVPN works on up to 8 devices at once. It's fast, it's easy to use. It's #1 rated by industry professionals. So until we get privacy, you're going to have to make your own privacy, and we do it with ExpressVPN. Right now, you can get an extra 4 months of ExpressVPN for free. Scan the QR code on the screen or go to expressvpn.com/Tucker and get 4 extra months for free. That's expressvpn.com/Tucker.
So can I ask a dumb question? How long does the virus remain in the human body?
So far, we found 3 years, 4 years.
Is there any reason to believe it'll naturally go away?
Not if your body's immunosuppressed. So it's a circle. You ask what causes cancer? Because your body's immunosuppressed. You have in your body nature's compound. And if the tumor or the infection or the inflammation suppresses it, you have to find a way to reactivate it and clear the virus. It's literally as simple as that. And that's the missing link that I think.
So it sounds like you're describing what could be like the worst human health crisis in history.
I don't know how to say that without saying it. It scares the pants off me because I think what we may be, I don't think it's virus versus man now, right? This is existential. I think when I talk about the largest non-infectious pandemic that we're afraid of, this is it. Because while there was an increased rise in cancer in our country because of the idea of the toxins and